the old bridge in the park. The children of the town knew better than to cross the old bridge in the park, especially during the evening hours on foggy nights. Even the grown-ups stayed clear, knowing that those who dared venture were doomed to never be seen again. And everyone knows grown-ups are usually pretty naive when it comes to such matters. They even made an effort to stop people from crossing the bridge by putting up a gate that closes every night about an hour before sundown, just to block access to the park. The grown-ups seemed so proud of themselves for protecting the little ones, and so the children didn't quite have the heart to tell them that it was a waste of money, better spent buying birthday and Christmas presents. Everyone knew better than to cross the bridge, so there was no reason for a gate at all. Unfortunately, Eleanor was a nobody. Even if she was somebody, she was a very, very stupid little girl. Born and raised in the next town over, little Eleanor had only recently moved to when her parents got divorced and her father and new stepmother got full custody of her. Though she did fancy the idea that she was just too clever to get along with other children, the opposite was in fact true. She was nearly as ignorant as a grown-up, constantly questioning things and demanding evidence for every trivial truth. Some of the more harsh rumors claimed that she didn't believe in ghosts, aliens, or even the completely inarguable fact that the 4th grade homeroom teacher, Mr. Mason, was a werewolf-demon hybrid from heck, who worked for the devil himself. Thus, Eleanor had rightfully replaced paste-eating Patty as the village idiot in elementary school. Even so, Eleanor was very prideful. No matter how much the other children chastised her for saying silly things like, "There's no such thing as baby-eating sewer clowns," she persisted. It wasn't long before everyone just started avoiding her, fearing that her blatant disrespect of the supernatural would make her dangerous and unlucky. At first, Eleanor didn't seem to mind too much, as her vanity deluded her into thinking that she was better off alone anyway, since apparently she was so much more intelligent than all of the other children anyway. Still, even nobodies get lonely. And so, when she heard the other children discussing the matter of the old bridge in the park, she couldn't help but butt in. "Oh, come on. How is an old bridge going to eat children? It's just a bunch of stones." The children have heard her say many strange things, but this time, she had gone too far. Even the grown-ups knew how dangerous the old bridge was, and a few of the kinder and more patient ones gave Eleanor a pitiful glance, reminding themselves that she just didn't know any better. But while things like Mr. Mason and sewer clowns were survivable, the old bridge in the park promised a at least bazillion% chance of never being seen again. Sure, the children hated Eleanor, but they wouldn't wish such a fate upon even the worst of little girls. They begged and pleaded with her to just drop the subject, but she demanded proof and credible sources of information. Some children were even valiant enough to promise Eleanor an invite to their birthday party if she promised never to cross the bridge. But stubborn little Eleanor wouldn't listen to reason or bribery. She swore to them that she would prove that the old bridge was nothing to fear, using a hand-me-down camera that she had gotten for her 9th birthday. "Tonight, I'm going to cross that old bridge," she said, "and then you'll see how foolish you all are." There was no way to stop her from killing herself without putting effort into trying. Distraught, some of the sweet and generous children of decided they would try to be at least nice to her on her last day alive. Well, all of them except for Patty, who wasn't too keen on being the stupidest kid in school again, by not stealing dessert from her or throwing worms at her during recess. Eleanor didn't appreciate their efforts. That night, Eleanor snuck out of the safety of her home, biked to the park, and struggled over the gate. Tonight was a pretty particularly foggy night, and it took her much longer than expected to get to the bridge. Apparently, the gate wasn't the only precautions that the grown-ups took. They also changed the paths around, so the only way to get to the bridge was by following winding deer paths through the marshy part of the woods. It was eerily quiet. No owls hooted and no crickets chirped. Any reasonable person would have recognized this silence as an omen of a terrible tragedy to come. But not the girl who denied even the existence of moon vampires. Armed with only her reckless self-confidence and a flashlight, Eleanor walked to her own demise. By the time she found the bridge, it was nearly 10:15. Widely known in the town of to be the most sinister of times. I mean, obviously this was true. Obviously this was true. Why else would the grown-ups rush them to their rooms and demand they sleep until sunrise promised their safety? Eleanor was either willingly ignoring the time, or she just didn't know its significance as she turned on the camera. Eleanor gave a cheery smile to the camera and said her hellos, almost passing as a normal little girl, until she went into a smug little rant about how stupid she thought everybody else was, and how she couldn't wait to see the looks on their faces when she proved to them that she was right. She was so self-satisfied that God himself probably considered striking her down with a lightning bolt for being so prideful. But then he decided he was better off not wasting his precious time. She lifted her foot to step on the bridge, but she hesitated, as if for just 1 second, the ignorance clouding her mind had cleared. It wasn't too late to turn back. If she chickened out now, the other children would surely only make fun of her cowardice for a couple of weeks. And as a bonus, she wouldn't suffer what would likely be a horrible, horrible death. After an agonizing 12 seconds of thought, Eleanor put her foot down on the stone of the bridge. When she wasn't immediately exploded into confetti or elsewise killed, she let out a whoop of celebration and started bragging incessantly to her camera. Meanwhile, God was probably reconsidering his leniency. As she walked, she prattled on and on to the camera and bragged about how clever she was. In all, it took nearly 5 minutes of righteous self-blabbering before Ellen realized that something was amiss. It's a pretty long bridge, isn't it? Thinking that she had just misjudged the width of the river. Eleanor peeked over the railing to see that there was nothing below her. And it's so foggy, I can't see a thing. Maybe people have gone missing because they fell off. Despite her efforts to see the river, she couldn't even hear it, no matter how much she tried to clean and pop her ears. The fog made it impossible to find. But it had to be there, right? And so she continued on, every step making her more and more anxious. At this rate, her camera was gonna run out of batteries. Any rational person would have turned tail and run, screaming like a banshee that had just stepped on a Lego. But again, Eleanor hesitated. She checked the time on the watch that she had borrowed from her stepmother, as if it was gonna tick out, "Nope, everything is perfectly normal. Do carry on," in Morse code. This surely must be broken. I haven't been walking for a whole 30 minutes. Her panic rose when she checked to see how long the camera had been recording. Eleanor hadn't pressed the button, and this whole time she'd been talking to no one like a complete maniac. Before she even had time to swear out loud, her flashlight had the nerve to flicker. Not only had she forgotten to record the experience, she had left the spare batteries at home. Eleanor was in trouble, though she didn't realize how much trouble she was in. Even now, she thought that the worst that would happen is she would get lost on the way home without any light to guide her way. Her shoulders slumped in. With a pout, she turned around and headed back. Before her batteries could die completely, she felt almost as dumb as she was, wandering into the woods so underprepared. Cockiness killed the cat, Eleanor supposed. Though, by killed, she actually meant non-lethally inconvenienced. maybe she would try again tomorrow night. It felt like 3 hours had passed, but in reality, it was closer to 2.5. Eleanor, patron saint of not believing anything without proof, ignored the very real evidence of her stepmother's watch, telling her that it was almost 1 in the morning. Unable to control herself anymore, she burst into a sprint and ran just as fast as her little legs would carry her, desperate to see the bank of the river. Her flashlight gave out, and so did her confidence. She screamed as loudly as she could and fell into a heap on the cold stone bridge. What was she supposed to do now? Turning back clearly wasn't any good, and seeing as the park was closed, there would be no one around to hear her pitiful cries for help. So, Eleanor gave up. Instead of running around and screaming, she opted to just sit there and wait for sun to come up. Surely it would be a waste of energy to do anything else. Hours passed by, slower than maple syrup out of a too-cold fridge. Eleanor did anything she could think of to pass the time. Practiced multiplication in her head, figured out what she was going to tell her father when he found out that she had snuck out all night. Anything. Anything but acknowledge that maybe she was never getting off this bridge alive. Though, instead of fearing monsters, she was still afraid of earthly things, like dying to wolves or boredom. To prevent at least one of these things, Eleanor put on her camera, for real this time, and she began to record her goodbyes. At the very least, she thought she could delete it if it turned out okay. As if on cue, a light in her peripheral caught her attention. She quickly turned the camera off and got to her feet. Was it the sun already? No, it wasn't the right color. It was too small. What could it be? Hey, help! Like a moth drawn to a bug zapper, Eleanor scrambled to her feet and darted for the light. Help me! Hello? The light, or more accurately, the ancient old lady holding the light, responded. Are you lost, little girl? Eleanor slowed to a quick jog, tears of relief welling in her eyes. No child in the entire world had ever been so happy to see a weird stranger on the bridge. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. I was so worried I would never see anyone again. She couldn't yet see that the old lady had no eyes, and her right arm appeared to be made of solid gold. She didn't see how many rows of bristle-like teeth, or the fingers that seemed to have twice as many bones as they should have. If she had, she probably would have stopped herself before running straight into the monster's arms and hugging her closely. Please, will you take me home? The monster was taken aback. She'd eaten so many children, but this one was the first one to give herself up so quickly. It was fortunate for Eleanor. If the monster were more focused, she would have unhinged her jaw and swallowed her whole right there, before Eleanor even had a chance to look up and realize that she was in mortal danger. With a scream, she threw herself off the monster and back the way she came, without even looking back to confirm what she saw was real. Skeptic or not, she was more prepared to face the lonely bridge before facing what seemed to be an actual monster. The old woman regained her wits and let out a cackle before chasing Eleanor. Don't you want my help anymore? Her feet pitter-pattered in such a way that sounded like she had 3 sets of feet. Eleanor had never been an athletic child, and she was still plump with baby fat and too many Christmas sweets. But there was something about being terrified half to death that really gets the adrenaline pumping. Slow down, sweetie. It's been too long since I've had a good meal. I can't keep up. Eleanor never listened. But for once it did her some good. Her lungs burned as she gasped in just enough air to help her get to safety. Though she didn't know it, the other children's carefulness was saving her. The monster was weak from hunger, and she actually stood a chance of surviving. She was panting too hard to hear the river babbling below her. Her eyes were too clouded with tears for her to see that the sun was rising, and the fog was fading away. The moment the morning light reached down to the bridge, the monster let out this horrible screech and quickly scurried down into the river. But Eleanor was still running. She was running until she was off the bridge and out of the woods. Finally, she slowed down to a walk and let her lungs rest. She'd done it. She had survived the old bridge. With the start, Eleanor looked at her camera and nearly sobbed with joy. The whole thing had been recorded. There was concrete proof of a horrible monster and her escaping. Heck, she'd only really screamed once, so she would probably look pretty brave, right? All the other children would be really impressed with her. Her tearful rejoicing settled. It settled into a worried frown. If this was true, what else was? Was Mr. Mason really a demon? Did she really have to worry about sewer clowns and moon vampires and ghosts? Heck, it didn't matter. All that mattered is she survived. And if she could survive this, she could survive any crazy old thing. Her confidence rose again. No longer was she blind to the world around her. Now she knew better. And she would use her knowledge for good. Where did that old bridge monster come from? Clearly it was weak to sunlight and it only lived in darkness. So maybe she could destroy it. But she would need help. The other children knew things, but they were too afraid to fight it. It was time for that to change. Things in this town were going to be completely different from now on. Together they would rid the town of whatever monsters may plague it. Eleanor sprinted off of the bridge and through the woods, breaking out into the road leading back home, and blam. The truck had seemingly come out of nowhere, flattening Eleanor before she knew what hit her. Literally. And thus, the first child to ever survive crossing the old bridge had died. Not because of the monster that haunted it, but because she was too stupid to look both ways before crossing the street. The box in the basement. As a kid, I had many disturbing things happen to me. One of these events still haunts me. It was the day of my grandfather's funeral. I never really knew him, but my mother still insisted that I go. I don't remember much of it, but what happened during it is not important. When we got back home, we were welcomed home by the sight of our front door being wide open. While my mom was concerned about any furniture that might have been stolen, I was more concerned about finding my cat, Buttons. Well, because I loved her. Unfortunately, Mom and I searched the entire house, but we couldn't find her. My mom tried to comfort me by telling me that she would be found and brought back by the Humane Society. How wrong she was. Before I say more, I should tell you about how much I hated the basement in our house. First off, it's a basement, and I was 6 at the time, so that really should explain itself. Secondly, because of my sister. She made me watch horror movies with her from time to time, and I was a very gullible kid back then. Eventually, she told me about the Boogeyman, and that was that. That stopped me from ever going down into the basement. Anyway, like a week after the funeral, I started having this reoccurring nightmare about a coffin in the corner of the basement, and in it was my grandfather. In the nightmare, I was moving toward the coffin against my own will, and I stopped a few feet away from it. Suddenly, my grandfather would sit up, like how Michael Myers would in a movie, and he began to climb out of the coffin. Then he would make his figure bend and snap at all types of unnatural angles. Then he would charge at me like an athletic sprinter. I never told anyone about this. Well, until now. I had this nightmare for about 2 months in a row, and probably 3 times a week. I swear one time I actually heard my grandfather calling my name through the air vents. I was terrified at the thought that my nightmare might actually be true. But that was impossible, I thought to myself. I don't know why, but I grabbed my board game die that I used to make all my decisions for me. If both dice equaled a 1 to 6, I would go down into the basement. If I rolled a 7 to 12, I wouldn't. I rolled a 2 and a 3. Building up my courage and holding on to the only weapon I could find, a plastic pirate sword, I opened up the door to the basement and began to creep down the old, creaky stairs. I turned on the light and turned the corner, with my toy weapon ready at my side. I was relieved to find that my grandfather's coffin was not in the corner of the room. There was something else in its place, though. What I saw when I came down the stairs was confusing to me at first. I had seen a small box with a thick layer of dust on it, and a hole in the side of it. The hole looked like it had been clawed open. When I walked over to the box, I tapped on it with my sword. It didn't move. That's a good sign, because it meant there wasn't an animal in it. At least, not a live one. When I opened the box, I found my pet cat, Buttons. Except, she didn't look how she should have looked. Her fur was covered in this mud and red liquid. At the time, I didn't know about death, and blood and all that. I touched the corpse of my beloved pet, hoping that she was still okay. I was pretty confused because my mom had assured me that she had ran away. I picked up the box with my friend in it and I brought it upstairs. I remember it having this horrible odor to it, but I didn't care. I wanted to show my mom. As I climbed the stairs, I heard her talking to my aunt, who would visit from time to time. I guess she had heard me close the basement door because she called me over. I will never forget her face when I turned that corner into the living room, holding the box. Because when I entered the room, she asked exactly what was in the box. I told her it was our cat. She looked confused, and I told her simply, "Buttons." Then all the color from her face disappeared, and my aunt looked over at her with a confused look on her face. She asked me to hand her the box, so I handed it to her. She hesitantly opened up the box's lid and screamed. My aunt looked over into the box, and she looked like she was going to throw up. I was confused, because my innocent child mind had thought that she was just sleeping and had been walking around in the mud. My mom then tried to explain to me how all things die when they get old, using my grandpa as a reference. I hadn't noticed it until then, but my cat had a long cut across the side of her throat. My mom said she didn't know how long she had been there. She said that it was possible that she was in the basement the entire time, found the box, and then died in it. This was strange to me, because I specifically remember going down to the basement to check if she was down there. And why was there a hole in the side of the box? It didn't make sense. Eventually, we just forgot about it. Or at least, Mom forgot about it. The memory of Buttons just kept haunting me as a child. In fact, it haunted me so much that I started having more nightmares, similar to the one with my grandfather. Except the cat was in the nightmare too. My grandfather would sit up like he usually did, but he was holding Buttons in his arms, and instead of getting out, he proceeded to put 2 fingers in the cat's mouth and tear the top half of its face right off. After waking up from this nightmare, I began to cry. I didn't want this to be how I remembered my pet. I had to tell this to my mom, but I still kept it all bottled up inside of me. So, I kept another secret from her. A couple of years later, when I was 8, I had a sleepover at my friend's house who lived a block or 2 away from me. He didn't know about the cat or any of the nightmares or any of that. He was about the same height as me, about 3 feet tall. He had blonde, wavy hair. I had brown, straight hair. He was more athletic than me, but I could keep up with him. I'm rambling. Anyway, I went to his house to sleep over because he told me he got a new cat and he wanted me to see it. Since I adored cats, I agreed. My mom packed my PJs and a movie if we got bored, and a package of gummy worms, to share, of course. Once I got there, his dad opened the door and he was behind him, holding his new cat. He wasn't a kitten, but he wasn't that old either. He explained to me that his name was Socks, because of his white feet. Socks was so full of energy, and he never seemed to run out of it. Eventually, Socks trotted off to the kitchen, and I pulled the movie out of my backpack. Mom knew exactly which movie I liked the most. Power Rangers, The Curse of the Wolf was the title, I believe. I'm pretty sure that was the title. Anyway, it was something like that. Well, I assume we both fell asleep during the movie, because I woke up in a sleeping bag on the ground, and I checked the time on a Superman clock. It was 4:30 a.m. Why had I woken up so early? I wasn't a morning person, and even still, most morning people don't wake up that early. Suddenly, I heard a loud screeching coming from the kitchen. Being the nice friend that I am, I let my friend sleep while I went to investigate. I took his flashlight and opened up the door, slowly. It was a pretty good thing his floor was sturdy, because I did not have cat-like steps. I passed his parents' door and listened to see if they were awake. I heard his dad snoring. That was the answer. I continued onward to the kitchen, just to investigate the noise. The kitchen was completely empty. The sound was coming from the basement door. Why? Why did it have to be coming from the basement? I tried getting my friend to go down there with me, but that would have been rude since he was sleeping. Gathering my courage, I reached for the door and flicked the light on. At least I wouldn't have to worry about the flashlight. Slowly but surely, I climbed my way down the stairs to the basement. I swore I had to be dreaming because his basement looked exactly like mine. The walls were solid concrete, to the left was a window with a slight crack in it, and the furnace looked identical. There was something in the corner of the room that caught my eye. It was the exact same box that was in our basement, with the same hole clawed into it and the same smell. I was afraid to open it at first, fearing I was just having another nightmare. Hesitantly, I lifted the top off the box. Inside, I expected to see my pet exactly how I had found her the first time. But in its place was another animal. It also had a cut across its throat and its side. Its forepaws were white, like it was wearing socks. I had to hold back my vomit. I screamed and closed the box and ran upstairs. I ran to my friend's room, then his parents' room, and then led them down into the basement. This time, however, Socks was gone and the box was empty. The basement even looked how it should have looked when I went down. But the odor remained. His parents were mad at me for waking them up because they had to work that day. My friend had no idea what was going on and passed back out on the couch. I was still terrified at what I had seen, and I was confused. Where had Socks gone? I swear to God I saw him in that box. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and I kept watching Power Rangers over and over and over again. I didn't want to go back to sleep, fearing that I was going to have another nightmare. As soon as I saw the sun come up, I walked back to my house. My friend was still sleeping, so I left as quietly as I could. Once I sat on my own couch, I passed out slightly afterward. Fortunately, I didn't have another nightmare. But something else did trouble me. I fell asleep on the couch at 6 in the morning, and I woke up around lunchtime. But I woke up in my bed. I didn't really pay attention to it until now. Then, when I leaned over to get a drink of water, something caught my eye. I was looking at a note that said, "Sweet dreams," written on it crudely, like it had been written in a hurry. And under the note was something that looked like a rabbit's foot. I would later find out that it was Socks's foot. Before we get started, if you like this story, make sure you go over to the Amazon link, which will be at the top of the description. The author has a book over there, so go check it out. Don't Accept Jobs in the Morgue. Written by Scary Stories with BB. The ad itself made me shiver, but at the same time, it was appealing. It said, earn $120 per night as a night guard in the morgue. Apply now. I've been jobless for a while, and I had to afford to pay my rent and late bills. And with this kind of pay, I'd be able to live like a king. So I applied, hesitantly, half hoping I wouldn't get a response from the company. Not even 2 hours later, I got an email from the employer. Thank you for applying to our position as a night guard in the morgue. We are happy to inform you that your skills are suitable for our company. We hereby would like to offer you a 1-year contract. If you agree to the terms below, please leave your signature via the online signature website listed below and be at redacted by 10 p.m. tonight. You will receive a payment of $600 weekly on the bank account provided. Tonight? I thought, that was a little soon, but I didn't complain. I didn't know what to expect or who I would meet there, so I put on my shirt and jeans and went to the address a little bit early. I was there at 9:40 p.m., and a middle-aged man who seemed to be a morgue worker greeted me. Hi, Ethan, right? I'm George. I shook his hand with a smile. I know you were probably sent here on short notice, but the security company whose services we employ was in need of a new guard for tonight's shift, right away. So I'm outsourced from another security company to your morgue? I asked. That's right. You work for an outsourcing security company, and from what I hear, they pay pretty well. So, who knows? You might even end up in a better position in the future, he winked. Right. So, about the duties here, I started. Oh, that? Nah, no big deal. Just make sure no one breaks in. He leaned in and said this next part. Or out. We stared at each other for a moment, and then he chuckled and said, I'm just kidding. Well, listen, my shift is over, so I'll be going now. Just sit tight in the office and relax until 6 a.m. That is when the first shift arrives. And with that, he left. I sat down by the desk in the office. I thought this was probably not going to be bad. There was a paper in front of me, and after observing it, I realized that it was a list of rules addressed to me. It said, to the new guard, welcome to the company. Below is a list of rules for your job. First thing you should do is conduct a full sweep of the area and make sure nothing is out of the ordinary, including the crypt. Important note, if any body chambers are pulled out in the crypt, push them back in. They should all remain pushed in at all times. After the sweep, you may remain in the office until the end of the shift. There were more rules listed below, but I decided to first check the place out. It was fairly small, with one big room that had medical supplies in it, the crypt and a bathroom. I first decided to get the worst out of the way, the crypt. I left the office and opened up the sturdy crypt door. I was immediately hit by a wave of cold air. Inside were 2 body carts in the middle of the room and the cold chambers on the wall. All of them were closed, so I hastily left the room. On my way from the bathroom, I saw a man in a lab coat standing in the medical room. He was fiddling with some tools next to a body bag. Jesus, you scared the hell out of me, I said. He shot me a bemused glance and kept working. I thought everyone had already left. My name's Ethan. I'm the new guard, I said, but he simply ignored me. I waved a hand in dismissal and returned to the office. I was about to continue reading the rules when there was a sudden creaking sound, reverberating throughout the entire building. It was faint, but it sounded like pipes. It was intermittently lasting for a few seconds, and then paused just as long. I ignored it and slacked off some more. Checked out my phone too, but the longer the creak lasted though, the more I got unnerved. It sounded less like pipes and more like moans. I went out to ask the employee about that, but he had already gone home by then. I couldn't tell where exactly the sound was coming from, but it sounded like the crypt. So I went down there. As soon as I opened up the door, the whole building went silent. I held my breath as I observed the room, and then I realized that one of the body drawers was pulled out ever so slightly. I pushed it back in and then bolted to the office. The creaking was completely gone by then. I continued reading. Number 3. You may sleep in the office, but this is inadvisable. Just then, the loudest noise ever made me jump out of my skin. "Please, someone let me out!" A voice cried from somewhere, and the pipes carried its voice. I stood up, heart racing. "I can't breathe! Let me out!" The voice repeated, now followed by a series of loud bangs. I opened up the office door and the screams were apparently coming from the crypt. I shuddered but decided to open up the door. "I'm not dead, this is a mistake, someone please!" The voice got louder as I opened the sturdy door. "Where are you?" I frantically looked around, while the man continued screaming bloody murder and banging. I approached the source of the sound and listened to make sure this was the right chamber. "I'm not dead! Let me out, please!" The voice and the banging suddenly stopped when I abruptly pulled out the drawer and was met with a cold, dead body of a middle-aged man. I stood there staring at the corpse, my mind unable to comprehend what just happened. I heard it very clearly. I felt the banging as I held the drawer handle. And then it was just like someone had shut it off abruptly. Was my mind playing tricks on me? I pushed the drawer back in and bolted out of there, shutting the office door and thinking that, applying here may have been a bad idea. I felt like I was on needles, but I convinced myself that after a while it was just all in my head. I continued reading the rules. Number 4. You may play music to kill the silence, so long as it doesn't drown out any outside noises. Number 5. If you hear any incoherent sounds coming from the crypt, you can ignore them. Number 6. If the sound turns into a panicked scream, do the following. If the scream is female, ignore it until they stop. Do not enter the crypt during this time under any circumstances. If the screams are male, locate the source of the scream and pull out the body drawer. This should stop the screaming. The page ended there. I placed the paper down and leaned back in the chair. It was about 1 a.m. I started feeling pretty sleepy. After a while, my eyes just started to shut. Just as I started to drift off into a dream, I felt a firm grip from behind on my shoulder. I instantly shot up, knocking the chair down in the process. No one was there. I, understandably, no longer felt sleepy. Everything was quiet for a while, and I went to the bathroom once more. When I had returned, it was 4 a.m., and it was pretty much ready to end my shift here. I started thinking about how it wasn't so bad for $120. Until I flipped over the paper with the rules on it, and realized that there was something else written on the back. Number 7. All of the staff will be out of the building by 10 p.m. If you see a man in a lab coat during your shift, do not, under any circumstances, try to talk to him. I read the rule 5 times over, but the text remained the same. There was a gentle knock on the office door. I looked up and through the glass, I saw the man with the lab coat grinning at me. It's now 4:30 a.m., and he keeps knocking. The strangest security tape I've ever seen. I work at a rural gas station in Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy and it pays alright. A few weeks ago, this new guy started. Let's call him Jeremy. Jeremy is weird. He's about 25 or 26. He hardly speaks, but he's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have both noticed this, but it's never really been a problem. So there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago. Anyway, that's when things started going missing. Employee theft can be a problem at any business that sells customer goods, and there's only one person working at a time at the gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started to notice that we were short on motor oil. At first, it was just a few containers at a time, then entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon, entire shipments would just be gone the day after we got them, and it would always be right after Jeremy's shift. My bosses checked the security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but he could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing, then the motor oil would just be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home to watch them to see if Jeremy's stealing, but his daughter had a softball game or something last night, so he asked me to watch the tape for him. He offered to pay me overtime under the table, so obviously I took the offer. There are 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it would be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home, popped them in, and sat back. 2 days ago, the last time he worked, Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, switched off with the girl working before him, and waited for a customer. The first person who came in was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. She was a regular. She picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper, paid with a 20. Nothing unusual here. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle. He usually comes in every few days to fill up his tank. He filled up his tank and got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, then left. The next person was some guy in a cowboy hat. I had never seen him before, but we get plenty of strangers just passing through, just like any other gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel and paid with a $100 bill, then went on his way. I sat back and sighed. The only thing more boring than doing this job is watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching though, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal. I had a feeling if Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he had to know we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine, until about 5 o'clock on the tape. At 5:03, Mrs. Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something. But she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before, and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20. I thought that was odd, but then again, she is a little absent-minded. Jeremy should have told her she already got her smokes, but it's not against the rule to sell somebody the same thing twice. That's when Ron came in again. He bought another tank of gas for his motorcycle. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had a car or something he wanted to fill up. And the same pack of beef jerky. He paid with his credit card again. No big deal. I figured it was just a weird coincidence. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful, and Ron owns a couple motorcycles, probably. That's when I saw the same guy in the cowboy hat come in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Don't get diesel. Don't get diesel. I found myself whispering into an empty living room. But he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose as he walked out. The guy's either rich and owns a lot of trucks, and he just moved into town, or something really, really bizarre is happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out. Then at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes and a newspaper again. Paid with a 20 again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half hour before I started fast forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. every customer would come in at the exact same time, exactly 1 hour apart. Now, I think I know what you're thinking. That sneaky motherfucker Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He had run a loop of his first hour over and over. That wasn't the case. There are windows around the cash register area that the camera does cover, and I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all the duties exactly the same as you would expect. But the same customers kept just coming in. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one last time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face just popped on camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean that 1 second the store was empty, and the next second his face was all I could see. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at me. I'm sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote, but by the time I grabbed it, he was gone just as soon as he had appeared. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy. I popped in the other tape, the indoor camera that showed the back area by the cash register, and I would have been able to see him get up and put his face in the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he really wasn't there. He doesn't know the security code, and no alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. 1 second it was there, and the next it just wasn't. I turned the tape off and went to bed. I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted, but my mind is racing. The tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I had ever seen in my life. I gotta go to work in a few hours. My boss asked me to bring the tapes back in and let him know what I found. But really, what the hell am I gonna say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight, directly after me. And the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave and confront him with me, as I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes? But I don't want to watch him again. Not with him. I never want to see something like that again. I can't get that image of Jeremy just directly smiling into the camera out of my mind. It was the creepiest look I had ever seen on another human being's face. Anyway, I'm going to try to get some last minute sleep before I go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Update, 2:49 p.m. I'm updating from my phone, so apologies in advance for any errors. My boss just finished watching the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you can't really prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too. And Jeremy is due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get our shit together, but neither of us know what we're gonna say to him. Is he just a fucked up guy who likes stealing motor oil and scaring the shit out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think he could have something to do with that time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that on any of the other tapes, but the way he just popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a little kid showing you a sandcastle they just built or something. I don't know. I probably sound crazy. I feel sure of that part. I'm going to talk to my boss to see what he has to say. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this. I'll update again later tonight, but I have a really, really bad feeling about how this is going to play out. Update, 4:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 5:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 6:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 7:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 8:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 10:58 p.m. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit! I just got home and saw all my previous updates. Things make less sense now than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work, Jeremy never showed up. My boss and I decided to call the police, as I'm sure you're well aware. When I picked up the phone though, the sun just went out. I shit you not. That's what I thought happened. Apparently I blacked out for like 5 hours, because when I looked at the clock it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop. Then I snapped out of it at the exact point I blacked out, if that makes sense. Because that's when things got really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up, but frozen. I looked at the clock again. It wasn't moving. The hand was stuck on the 12. It was 9:33 exactly. The clock on the register, a computer screen, wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen, and there was even a customer at the register waiting for my boss to hand him cigarettes. I'm betting that would have been his 5th pack that day. I got the fuck out of there. I didn't lock up, I didn't even turn off the lights. And sorry guys, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload to the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway, and cars were parked all across it. Except they weren't parked, they were frozen. The people inside were sitting as still as wax statues. I got in my car and prayed that it would start. Thankfully it did. About halfway home, time started up again. The static from the radio turned into music, like it's supposed to be. And from what I could tell from the talk show host in between songs, nobody had noticed the time freeze, or whatever the hell it was. I was the only one. Well, I'm sure Jeremy noticed as well. I still had no clue where he was or what he was doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't even know if I ever got through to them before, and if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow when I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion just got the best of me. This morning I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He had been calling me since about 6 a.m. He woke up when time finally turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong and he told them everything. The police around here are all small-time guys. They were more concerned about the missing motor oil than anything. But my boss figured he would take it as long as he had their attention. They decided to go look for Jeremy. We keep all of our employees' applications on file, and since Jeremy just started working there, his was easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was an empty lot. Or at least it is now. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there way back when. The rumor was they had an estranged son who they never talked about, but I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is true is that after the insurance investigation, the fire was ruled an arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened. None of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumor had it that they tried to contact the estranged son, but nobody could find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this and I freaked out. Then they said that I had to come to the gas station. What are you, crazy? I said. He assured me that the cops were there for him. But then he dropped a bomb. The FBI was also in town, and they were going to talk to me one way or another, so I might as well come in. It was about 7:15. I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't get much sleep anyway, so I went down. Foreman in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got down all the details. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. After I finally finished, one of the agents said, "Oh shit, we got another one on our hands." Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying I wouldn't say anything, so I can't really say much more. I might be breaking the law by just posting this. So now I'm home. I'm not sure what to do with myself. The agent's words when I told him the story are probably going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I gotta go. I got some errands to run today. Then I have to go into work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think this new guy, Jeremy, he's a complete creep, is stealing motor oil, and I gotta watch the security tape footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do, but my boss is gonna pay me overtime, under the table, and I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after a shift. I figure I'll just watch the tapes, catch them in the act, and that'll be that. The Pill by The Wanderer. Don't take it. It's a miracle and a glory and the greatest thing that will ever happen, so they say. And it'll probably become law soon that you have to take it. They'll have you swallow it in a little capsule when you're still just a baby. Probably at the same time you're getting your inoculations. The thing in there weighs only a few grams, and it will be plucked out of a little pool that will probably be installed in every hospital soon. Those couple of grams are more than enough to make it happen. Sure, you'll never get cancer, you'll live until 150, you'll have stronger bones and a more resilient immune system. You'll never need glasses or a hearing aid, and if you lose something small like a finger, in a half a year, you'll have it back. If you lose a whole arm, that'll take about 2 years, and you'll have it back with nearly full functionality. It's the sort of miracle that's believable enough to catch on. It won't solve all of our problems, and it'll even create a few more, like overpopulation that we had never saw coming. But it works, it's cheap, it's plentiful, and that's all we need. Sure, they can't quite explain how the thing manages to rewrite our genetic code after swallowing only a few grams, but they promise us there will be answers someday, and that there are still no ill side effects. It's from a, quote, previously unknown variety of starfish, but they won't tell you that, even on the news. I think the story right now is that it's something they're growing artificially. These starfish live in the deepest, darkest places in the ocean, and they aren't very big or interesting looking. Honestly, we've probably seen them down there 1,000 times and just looked them over. It just so happened that guy, the guy with the show about eating all the weird foods, got a hold of one, God knows how, and thought it was a different kind of starfish and ate part of it. And a year later, the foot he lost was back. I'm sure they tore apart his house, tested gallons of his blood, and interrogated everyone he ever spoke to. And somehow they figured out just when the regeneration happened and finally found the fucking thing. It had been alive when he ate one of its arms, and I guess he just took pity on the thing and let it live in his tank in his house. Well, this led to that, led to this, and eventually they brought up a ton of the fuckers. But here's the thing. Think about our technology and our innovations. Think about what they're for. Mostly just to keep us alive longer, make us healthier, help us communicate better. What if, as a race, we already had the ability to communicate via thought? What if we naturally were incredibly handy and long-lived? What if we started out having everything that we would need without having to do a bit of work? Our goals would turn into keeping our world the way it was and simply enjoying things. With a mind so powerful it can transmit and receive thoughts with no effort, it stands to reason that other amazing things would be possible too. with the mind staying completely intact even in the smallest sliver of the creature. One has to wonder just what else a mind like that can do. Now, here's the question. If you survived all this time just sitting around on the bottom of the ocean with this incredible intellect, how would you amuse yourselves? What if your mind could wander and roam freely? If it can find, something to carry it? What if, as a race, we made ourselves the bottom of the food chain just to ensure we would constantly be taken by new creatures and allowed to see the world through their eyes? Is it really such a leap to think that such powerful minds could overtake smaller and lesser ones? No. Nor is it unusual to think that if such a race of powerful minds were endangered, would they use this ability to dominate the minds and defend themselves? Would they patiently wait until their enemies devoured them, then simply just displace the minds of those enemies and solve the conflict? I don't think that's crazy at all. I don't think it's crazy that there's suddenly a lot more war all over the world, a lot of research being put into birth control, and the additional release of that superbug that can make men sterile. We should be enjoying a peaceful world, but instead, we're killing each other faster than ever before. Maybe they're not even threatened. Maybe we're just a game to them. Maybe we're the 100th, 1000th race of beings that they've done this to. All I know is that they don't turn you into some zombie from a cheesy old horror sci-fi flick. They let you think that you're still in control, that what they want you to do is actually what you want to do. It all seems so natural, so right. Then, we're in World War III, and the only thing that the bombs don't scorch, don't destroy, is the floor of the ocean. Don't ask me how I know all of this. And do not take the pill. Binary DNA. It's said that when you take a picture of someone, you capture their soul in the camera. It's also said that if you print it off, the picture contains their soul itself, and you can control them with it. I'm not sure quite where to start. Do you know what the primordial soup is? It's a veritable ocean of elements, all floating around randomly through millions of years of time. Eventually, the right set of random circumstances came to pass, and the elements were able to connect together and form the world's first single-cell organism. Now, that's a real boiled-down version of it, but I'm sure you get the gist of it. Fast forward a few billion years into the early 1990s. Just when internet use began to rapidly accelerate, every home had a computer, and new connections between computers were opening on the by-the-second basis. Trillions and trillions of bytes of data began to transfer around the world at the speed of light, music, text, sound, and most importantly, pictures. Now, when you take a picture of someone and capture their soul, what happens when that picture is converted and placed onto a hard drive? Does the soul follow? 15 years later, we believe so. We believe that when you take a picture of someone and upload it to the computer, along with the image data, a blueprint of the person's soul itself is imprinted on the file. Look at your pictures folder. How many souls reside in that folder alone? That's just the beginning, though. These soul blueprints each retain pieces of the puzzle, parts of the soul itself as well. Recently, a group of hackers who refer to themselves as the Cardinals took an interest in this theory. They began experiments. They found anomalies with the binary sequences of images based on similar features to the person they had taken the picture of. A binary DNA, if you will. Now, these hackers came into the possession of 3 extremely important data files. 1 AVI, 1 JPEG, and 1 MP3. Each one possessing interesting, unexplainable qualities. The first one, cradle.avi, depicts what appears to be a group of teenagers with a very low quality camera, exploring the basement of the house. The quality of the video is distorted completely beyond any comprehensibility, and the video itself is pretty low quality as well. For most of the video, the camera's passed around the group, handed back and forth and jerked around too much to make out anything noticeable. Near the end, the camera turns at an odd angle, and you can semi-clearly make out a young girl standing against the corner, facing the wall. Her hair is long and black, and she is wearing some form of white dress. You can only see her for a split second, but many people who have seen the video claim that there's something wrong with her. Like she's deformed, but not in a way that anyone can explain. The truly peculiar part of this video is what happens to the user's computer by the end of it. On the last second of the video, if it's not already, the video will force itself into being full screen. Along with this, you're left with a 1-second looping clip of a window on a wall. It loops 15 times. Then the girl is seen again, standing on the other side of the window with her back to the viewer. She is slowly wavering back and forth for a few moments, then the video just ends. The user's computer permanently and completely shuts down. Inspection has shown that the entire registry becomes completely corrupted, requiring the user to do a total wipe and reinstall. The second file is known as needles.mp3. This sound file, when played, plays for about 3 minutes. It's extremely distorted. You can occasionally make out some form of voice talking, but most of the sound is in some form of growling and rolling, crackling roar. Users who listen to this file often experience extreme nausea or loss of balance for a brief period of time. The final file is known as burningman.jpg. The file name has absolutely nothing to do with the actual image it depicts. Instead, it just displays a haphazard mess of overlapping meshed images of dolls in a hallway. Also, there seems to be an image of a man standing with his head cast down in the background, but the image is too distorted to make anything out. Much like many of the other files, the image, when downloaded and opened up on the user's desktop, will proceed to stay permanently open on whatever program it's open through. Not only that, the program becomes disabled. Nothing else happens. The image just permanently sits there on your desktop. Unclickable, unminimizable, just you left there with this man's invisible gaze staring at you. From what the hackers were able to discern, this file seems to have pre-complied into the data along with the lines of the command window. Yet, as complex and intricate as the program is, it works across all OS platforms. Nobody knows who the original creator is. In fact, only a few people have heard of it, as the file is uncopyable and unsendable. This, in fact, adds further to the mystery, as often, receivers of this file will obtain it from random anonymous emails or post it on forums with a download link, posing the question, how was the poster able to upload it? If you ever see any of these files, refrain from downloading any of them. They all have varying detrimental effects on your computer, from practically taking over your whole registry, corrupting System32, or even freezing your mouse and crashing your computer. Now, onwards. The group of hackers, the Cardinals, took to analyzing the 3 files, comparing their odd behaviors. They had heard of other such odd files, images, data, etc., but were never able to get their hands on them, at least as far as we know. The rumor states that they were in fact able to locate and collect the known files of the original smile.jpg, barbie.jpg, even suicidemouse.avi. Not even the grifter was able to escape their grasp, rumor states. But rumor also states that the grifter video doesn't even exist, but that's a different story. Nonetheless, all these files in hand, the group lined up the files to maliciously work through the binary, 1 or 0 at a time, checking for similar strains and series of binaries that matched. they did manage to successfully do so, at least the legend states. The results were 7 individual executable files that did nothing. It was all simple gibberish piles of ones and zeros. They endlessly puzzled over the files, each individual member tackling an executable each. They decided to name them after themselves: lust, gluttony, greed, envy, sloth, wrath, pride. At last, they attempted to line the files all up. Remarkably, something odd happened. The copies of the files were quite suddenly all meshed together. The result was a single complete executable, already named barelybreathing.exe. And what of this file? Well, not much else is known after that point. They were too smart to just execute it. They analyzed the file in every possible way, hex, binary conversions, anything to try to figure out what the odd file would do. But all to no avail. Even after forming together, it was just a bigger jumble of ones and zeros, and it made no more sense than when it did as a separate executable. They backed up the file on a flash drive and proceeded to run it. It was the last command found on their computers, destroyed a week later. Their corpses had been disfigured beyond recognition. Description of the corpses stated that it almost seemed as if they had been brutally slashed across their face and arms. Every square inch of skin that had been bare had been mutilated, almost microwaved, and then sliced repeatedly by a micro-thin razor. The government naturally attempted to cover up the event, but there was some media leakage, and because the Cardinals had been keeping a blog amongst themselves and a few close friends, it's closed and deleted now, so don't waste your time trying to find it. It quickly spread out as per what they had been attempting to accomplish, and if it was or wasn't related to their deaths. And what of the flash drive? A friend who knew of its existence later checked the home of the group and was unable to find it. According to reports, the drive was found in the pocket of one of the groups and it had been taken into police custody. Then it simply vanished. The trail continues on. Far more though. The file resurfaces every couple of weeks around the globe. Governments attempt to cover it up, but some media leaks out, of course. Look to the news for people mutilated in their homes by a murderer and having their computers stolen, etc. If you ever get a cryptic email with an attachment labeled barelybreathing.exe, for fuck's sake, don't open it. But I do have the video of it. Take a look for yourself. Guys, I am pretty excited to bring you the sequel to Restoration. I'm starting to record this at about the 1-year mark from when I released that. Go check out the Reddit of the author, which will be in the description. User Zethero. A demon tried to kill me once. Now I hunt demons. I got off the bus and lit up my cigarette. My brother had given me the address, as he often does when he finds me in nearby possession. Just benefits of being connected to the Catholic Church, I guess. I thumb the iron ring on my right-hand finger. I make my way to the front porch. The mailbox reads Porter. I flick my cigarette at it before I open the door without knocking, and I head on in. A few folks huddle around the door at the top of the stairs. All of them seem concerned. The sounds of a priest and the garbling wail of some poor bastard inside. I walk past them. Each of them stare at me confused. "Who the hell are you?" a woman asked. "The wife of the possessed? Or maybe the mother. She could be either. I'm here to help," I say as a young priest bursts out of the room, with some rather putrid vomit on his vestments. "Don't go inside. Father Smith has it all under control." More shouting and the sound of more demonic garbling and laughter come from behind the door. It sounds like he's got a handle on it, but if you don't mind, I'd like to have a crack at it, I tell the priest as I walk past him. The priest grabs the doorknob, attempting to open the door himself. "No, He's struggling. "The door! It's locked!" He attempts to tug on the doorknob before he shouts in pain. His hands appear burned. As I go to touch the doorknob, I notice it's red hot. I tap my ring against it, and it cools immediately and unlocks itself. "If you don't mind?" I open up the door and close it behind me. The door locks as I walk in. I'm hit with a putrid smell as I walk in. There's vomit covering the bed and the priest standing on the side of it, who is also reading from the Bible. A man is convulsing and writhing around on the bed. He looks middle-aged, dark skin, and an unkempt beard over his face. His eyes roll into the back of his head and nasty vomit covers his beard, along with what I'm pretty sure is feces. The priest looks up to me, surprised. "Who are you?" I shrug. "I'm just a guy here to kick the demon out of whatever sorry sap it hopped into." I throw the soiled sheets off the bed and straddle the guy's chest. "What in God's name are you doing?" the priest protests. "Are you mad?" The man, in a harsh demonic voice, chuckles. "Foolish mortal, what can you do that this priest cannot?" "Well, this for one." I press my fist against his forehead, making sure that the ring is planted firmly against his flesh. The demon screams as the guy arches his back and his writhing intensifies. "What is this?" it screams. I lean down and whisper into its ear. "Calvary." He bucks up and down, doing his best to throw me off like some kind of wild bronco. I hold firmly onto him with my thighs, noticing that with each buck in an attempt to push me off, he's growing weaker and weaker. A few more moments of writhing and plenty of inhuman screaming. The guy goes limp. I keep my ring pressed against his forehead for another moment or two before removing it and then getting off of him. An even more foul stench comes from the bed as I inspect the guy who's gone limp and is now snoring. A brown stain is spreading onto the sheets from beneath him. Did he? The priest holds up a cloth to his face, covering his nose. Soil himself? Yeah. The priest turns to me. The demon made him eat his own excrement. Thus the putridness of the room. "These folks got a bathroom?" I asked, noticing that my hand must have come into contact with this guy's scraggly beard. "Who are you?" he asks. "I'm someone who kicks demons out of people." I show him the iron ring on my finger, then I walk out of the room. "Is Rain gonna be okay?" a woman asks. I walk out, stopping at the bathroom to wash my hands. After a change of pants, a long shower, and a moment to reflect in the mirror, he'll be fine. Probably. With little else to do, I walk out. "What do you mean, probably? You can't just come into our home and—" "Gina, please," the priest interrupts. "You're making a fool of yourself." The priest looks at me. "I demand you tell me who you are." I light up another cigarette and I turn to him. "Well, I'm someone who's not against you." The priest raises an eyebrow and smiles a bit. "I see. God bless you." Expecting to have spent a little more time here, I walked down the street to the next bus stop. I needed to get a car. That's about when my phone starts to ring. Hello?
Get your ass home now.
My father's gruff voice comes over the phone. Hey, Dad, I said as I pull another drag from my cigarette.
Did you see the news?
No, I was a little bit preoccupied, I explained.
Jerusalem got attacked. It's the beginning of the end, just like that angel said.
I nod, trying to make a smoke ring. I failed, as usual. Yep, I know.
I already called your brother. He's on his way.
Yep, I sighed, taking another inhale.
I've got the bunker prepped. When you get here, we'll seal ourselves down there and wait out the apocalypse.
Sure thing, Dad. I'll see you soon. Mom is yelling in the background.
Damn it, Fred. Please don't pester the boys. Sandy, for the love of God, get the camp food down in the bunker.
Is the last thing I heard him say before the call ended. I shove the phone back in my pocket and I start to the nearest train station. Dad's going off the deep end isn't news, and I can't blame him. Ever since my brother and I were kids and had a run-in with the Prince of Hell, he's been twitchy. I guess that's where the story should start, huh? It seemed like a normal school night. We were sound asleep when my mother came into the room with a strange request for us. Wake up, kids, she told us. I need you both to drink this, okay? I looked to my mother's hazel eyes as she looked at us with a calm yet urgent manner. What is it? My older brother asked. It's blessed water. I need you both to have a drink, okay? My brother didn't seem put off, and neither of us thought Mom was the cultist sort, so we took a drink of the water she gave us. The best description I can give the stuff was pure, and that's how I felt after. Relaxed, content, and pure. Okay, boys, back to bed, okay? She gave us both a kiss on the forehead and she left the room. Without thinking about it, I passed out again. Later that evening, we woke up to the sound of a loud banging on the front door. Mom was shouting downstairs. My brother and I ran out of our rooms. Oh, look, there are the children. An older man's voice wheezed. Standing in the doorway was a guy in a white suit and a wide-brimmed hat. I couldn't see much of him other than this sick grin as he stared down at my mother. She was holding a shotgun, but his free hand was holding the barrel, keeping it pointed away from him. Now the fun can begin, whore. He grabbed my mother's hand and, out of nowhere, it began to burn with a blue flame. He recoiled in pain, screaming in this inhuman voice as his hand turned black. With that, my mom pointed the gun back at him. Now back the fuck off, asshole! The guy in the white hissed at my mother, but then his grin returned. I would have had fun with you. Used the kids as leverage to turn you into my own personal little concubine. But now, well, it seems you must burn. Mom shut the door in his face and ran upstairs. Kids, get back to bed, okay? Everything is fine. There was some rustling in the garage, and the sound of snapping against the door followed. Mom ran down to the door and tried to open it, but try as she might, it couldn't budge. What the hell? I spotted the guy in white running past the front window. Mom! I shouted and pointed. She looked to the front door. Soon, the snapping noises came from behind it. She rushed to the door and, just like the garage, it refused to give. Oh my god, kids, get out the back door, hurry! By the time my brother and I had even gotten to the base of the stairs, the snaps were at the back door. That's when we spotted the man in white at the windows. He used Dad's nail gun to secure the windows shut. Mom grabbed both of us and rushed to the house phone. Shit, it's dead. She hung up. There was more snapping outside at each window. Mom gripped us when the man in white walked his way back to the front window. I'll always remember his yellow glowing eyes as he held up the gas can. His muffled voice echoing through the glass. If you don't want to burn in hell, you'll burn the normal way. He lit a match. Remember, this is all your dear father's doing. The flames rose around him, and soon they were outside of each window. Come on, kids, we gotta go downstairs. Mom shouted and rushed us into the basement. She locked the door at the top of the steps and hit the lights. Kids, go turn on the water in the utility sink. and get Mom all the towels, okay? The smoke detector started to beep harshly upstairs as we set to work. I started to get all the towels while my brother turned on the sink, all while the smoke started to seep from under the door to the stairs. My mother grabbed a towel from me, soaked it, and ran it upstairs. She shoved it under the door, then came back downstairs and started soaking more towels. Kids, do you remember when I told you not to build that blanket fort and you did anyway? Well, guess what? You're allowed to now. The smoke detectors began to make this weird whining noise as the heat from the flames outside started to melt them. Despite mine and my brother's best efforts, we weren't able to get the towels to stick together. Mom, I found a blanket, my brother proclaimed as he pulled out a rather ratty-looking thing out of the corner of the basement. Mom picked it up and looked at the door at the top of the stairs. The door was smoking now. Okay, I guess beggars can't be choosers. Mom spent the next couple of minutes washing the blanket as best as she could. While it was still wet, she pulled it out of the sink and turned off the water. She grabbed a flashlight, and as she did, all the lights turned off. Okay, kids, come under the blanket, alright? There was a crash outside, and me, being 10, I started to cry. It'll be okay, boys. Mom is here, and we have the blanket, right? It'll protect us. More popping, crashing, and burning noises echoed from the top of the stairs. My brother looked to my mom and asked her, Mom, are we gonna die? My stomach dropped as I turned to her, hoping she had some kind of answer. She held us both tightly and shook her head. No, babies, we'll be alright. We're just giving the firefighters time to come save us, okay? They will come and hack through the door and they'll find us down here. You'll get hot cocoa when this is all over, okay? When you're a kid, sometimes you can understand when your parents are lying to you. This was one of those times. I didn't want to cry anymore. I had done that. So I just laid my head on my mother's lap and curled up there, the wet blanket on my legs. Glass shattered upstairs and the sound of a roaring fire intensified. We felt a rush of hot air hit the blanket. Mom poked her head out in time to see the towel that was shoved under the door at the base of the stairs. The door itself was burning now, with the top of the staircase just enveloped in flames and smoke. That's when I saw the face looking at us through the basement window. Those yellow eyes burned into my memory as he grinned wickedly. He waved. The sick fuck waved to me before he just vanished. Now, with the basement filling with smoke, Mom closed the blanket and pushed us to the floor. Grab the towel, kids. The ones we got wet and put over your mouth, okay? It'll protect us from the smoke. We just need to hang on till firemen come. Mom instructed us. I did what I was told, just hoping Mom knew what she was doing. My older brother was lying on the other side of Mom, and she had her arms over each one of our shoulders. That's when I heard a door open up and someone walked in. My mom lifted the blanket to see who was there, and, well, what happened next shocked me. Standing in the middle of the room, wearing a black trench coat, jeans, and a pair of heavy gray boots, stood a man, a little over 6 feet tall. He had black hair and bright blue eyes. The second I saw him, he began to walk over to us, kneeling down to my mother. Mrs. Macchione, I'm an associate of your husband. I'm here to help. Who are you? Mom questioned. The man motioned to the doorway behind him. And I don't mean he pointed to the doorway upstairs or the sealed Bilko doors. I mean he pointed to a new doorway that was not there a few moments ago. Come with me, please, the man implored. The smoke was burning my eyes and I looked for Mom to say okay. That man set our house on fire and tried to do God knows what to me. How do I know you aren't with him? She asked. You need to trust me, he explained. Mom shook her head. I don't have any reason to trust you. For all I know, she coughed. You have an even worse fate for me behind that door. With that, the man stood up. He looked around and then he looked at my mother. Exasperated, in one quick motion he removed his trench coat. The smoke billowing around him parted, and the flames on the ceiling cooled as these huge silvery white wings spread out from his back. Through the haze of the smoke, the wings were so bright they appeared to be glowing. Oh my God, was all my mom could say. It stunned her to silence. The angel held out his hand and said, "Come with me, please." Mom took his hand, nodding dumbly, and we walked towards the open doors. Mom stared at the angel, likely unsure whether she was alive or dead. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure we survived either. As the three of us walked through the doors with the angel following behind us, we stared in shock at what was before us. Past the doors was just an absolutely massive room. It was a cathedral. White marble seemed to comprise every single surface, from the doors to the ceiling and even the walls. The lights were dim, but what they illuminated most was a pair of huge statues, a pair of angels. The one on the right was a woman, with a serene face and a huge staff. To her left stood another angel. This one's face was obscured by a dark cowl, and in place of the staff, it had a sword, held between two hands, the point resting on the ground at its feet. Each statue was over 30 feet tall. The doors closing behind us broke our reverence. This place isn't much, but it's far better than it used to be, thanks to your husband. My mother turned to him in shock. "You know Fred?" The angel put his trench coat back on, concealing his wings. "Yes, I hired him to restore this temple." He extended his hand. "My name is Timothy Crestfall." My mother took his hand. "Sandra Macchione, these are my boys, Colin and Trevor." My older brother Colin looked at Timothy in awe. "Hi, Mr. Angel." "Timothy is just fine, young man." He smiled, then turned to my mother. "I'm glad to see Belial didn't harm you." "Belial? Is that the nutjob who tried to burn down our house?" My mother regained her senses. After the shock of seeing this angel that saved us seemed to wear off. "You need to explain yourself, mister. What have you gotten my family mixed up in?" "Mrs. Macchione, don't blame St. Timothy, please." A Latino voice shouted from behind a plywood barrier. "Jorge?" my mom said. "Jorge, how are ya?" Colin smiled, then looked confused. Jorge was a day worker my father often picked up. Colin used to speak in middle school Spanish to him, just as a courtesy when my dad would swing by from job sites while Jorge was still in the truck. On a few occasions, my mom would offer him a drink or a beer. I never understood him since I didn't speak Spanish. Jorge smiled. "I'm fine. Colin, Trevor, how are you? You listening to your mother and father?" I nodded. "Yes, Jorge." Then I frowned. "Jorge, when did you learn to speak English?" He smiled at us. "This place was made by God, and here, boys, everyone can speak to each other." "That's awesome! Was this place really made by God?" Colin asked, running towards the large angel statue. My brother followed, looking at the woman statue. "She's beautiful." "My grandmother," Timothy said, smiling. Jorge looked at my mother. "This is Saint Diana of Enoch. She is the first daughter of Enoch, and the last Metatron." Jorge paused and smiled. "At least until Saint Timothy." Mom turned to Timothy and said, "Did it skip a generation?" Timothy's face fell as he looked upon the statue. "That's one way of putting it." Then he smiled at us. "I'm glad you're safe from Belial. For now. Let's get you a place to sleep. I'll work on getting you long-term accommodations, where you'll be out of Belial's reach." "Who is he? Is he after my husband, or us?" Mom asked. Timothy turned to us and said, "Belial is a powerful demon prince. Why he's after Fred and you is likely because Fred accidentally took something powerful out of the temple. Belial knows Fred had it, and he wants it. I've stored it back in here to keep it out of Belial's hand." Timothy sighs. "And I hoped once I did, Belial would give up. But it seems it's only intensified his search." My mother frowned, moving Colin and myself closer to her as she held us tight. "Under any other circumstances, I wouldn't believe you." Timothy smiled. "You're safe here. Don't worry. Belial cannot find you in this temple." He glanced at Jorge. "Why don't you show them to their rooms, and I'll see if I can find them a permanent replacement." Jorge smiled brightly. "At once, St. Timothy." Timothy chuckled. "You don't need to always call me that." And with that, he walked out the door, shutting them behind him. Jorge turned to us. "It isn't much, but there are some beds this way. He led us down the hallway where there was a series of unremarkable rooms, and each one had a few beds. The room was small, and the beds seemed crammed. I had to assume you wouldn't mind sharing a room for the night, considering what you've all been through. Thank you, Jorge, for everything, my mom said. My phone starts to ring as I walk down the street. I'm at the bus stop. It's Colin. Great. What's up? I said, picking it up.
Meet me at the airport. I'm coming home.
I took another drag from my cigarette at the bus stop. Did you ask the clergy's permission?
The Vatican is likely to deploy us any day now, so I don't think I need to ask permission. I've booked a flight. No, I'll be there in a day.
He explained. And what makes you think I'm not in Austin, where you just called me, telling me, hey, if you're in the neighborhood, want to expel a demon? I protested.
A flight from Austin to home takes about 2 hours, at the worst.
Colin shot back. I have classes in the morning. Some of us consider higher education versus, well, none to be important. To be honest, I was sure classes would be the last thing on anyone's mind going forward if people were all acting like my father.
This is bigger than your education, Trevor. The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
Colin was getting testy now.
Skip the classes and the semester. Find a flight home and I'll meet you at the airport.
Another calm to drag me, as Colin's cheesy sense of duty spilled out on the phone. And what makes you think I'm in any mood to see you or Dad?
The fate of the world isn't enough for you to give a shit? Also, are you smoking?
I took a deep drag of my cigarette and blew the smoke into the mic of the phone. No.
You're a shit, you know that?
Colin spat over the line. Yeah, it takes one to know one, I tiredly shot back. At least give me some time to find a flight, okay? I'm eating ramen noodles every damn night, and it'll take some time to get a ticket.
I got a flight from Rome to home. You can manage to get one from Austin up north. See you soon.
And with that, the line went dead. He's a peach, isn't he, folks? Well, you can't choose your family, and Lord knows mine is beyond messed up. But the point of contention here didn't come from us crammed into a single room on some temple which may or may not have even existed. I still question that it was all in my head. A shared bit of imagination that Colin and I dreamt up. Or it was real. After 3 nights or so in the temple, my brother had a working theory that had been driving Mother up the wall. We died, Colin asserted. Colin, shut up, I complained. Colin, for once I agree with Trevor. Enough of this, she protested. Hear me out, Colin reasoned. We died in the fire, right? An angel comes and takes us before we feel any pain, right? So we're here, as a family with Jorge, a guy who was never talked outside of me saying hi in terrible Spanish. My mother did that thing where she rubbed her temples in a desperate attempt to stave off a migraine that my 13-year-old brother was inducing on her. So we're here, and like this, purgatory, right? It's not good, it's not terrible. We're just here existing. Like we're awaiting judgment, Colin theorized. Colin, sweetie, if what you're saying is true and we are dead, then you couldn't feel pain. My mother gave her counterpoint by pinching his arm. Ow! Colin shouted. Now enough of this, okay? I don't want to hear any more of these theories of yours. Mom was going a little bit stir-crazy, and I couldn't blame her. There wasn't much to do here. No TV, no video games. Jorge found Colin and I a pair of Nintendo DS's, but the batteries died quickly. While those kept us distracted for a couple hours, Mom wasn't having such a great time. Did Timothy say when he would be back? Mom asked. Jorge shook his head, offering her a plate of corned beef and rice. No, Sandy, I'm sorry. She groaned. You don't know how to cook anything else, do you, Jorge? Jorge laughed and shook his head. No, Sandy, I am sorry. I could show you the kitchen if you'd like, but it's not well stocked. You're just a couple of living bachelors, aren't you? Jorge frowned a bit. Yes, well, yeah. Just then the doors opened and Timothy walked in. Sorry that took so long, he apologized. My mother was ecstatic. Oh, thank God. Tell me you can get us out of here. I've been going stir-crazy. Timothy smiled at us. Yes, in fact, follow me. I've got a surprise for you. With that, my mother grabbed mine and Colin's hands and rushed through the door. As we stepped outside, we weren't in our old house anymore. Rather, we were in a huge backyard of a different house. It was a pretty decent looking place, to be honest. It had a nice back porch, it was red with a gray roof, 2 stories, and the next neighbor looked like it was almost a quarter mile on either side. "Oh, whose place is this?" Mother asked. Timothy smiled. "It's yours, all yours, bought and paid for." "What?" Mom shouted. "We still had a mortgage on the old place. The insurance couldn't have possibly covered it." "Fred helped me. I'm helping him back. I have some connections with the government." He motioned all around us. "All of this is yours, in your name, far away from Belial's reach, soon to be farther, if Fred can do what I believe he can." She turned to Timothy, concerned. "What do you mean?" "Fred will take care of Belial," Timothy clarified. "But Dad isn't a priest," Colin shouted. "You don't need to be a priest to cast out a demon," Timothy explained to Colin. "You just need faith, powerful faith." Jorge got behind us, and the right tools. He was wearing a suit. "Timothy, we should get going so we can meet Fred." Timothy nodded. "You're right, we need to get going." He looked at us, handing my mother the keys. "As I said, it's all yours." He turned and walked into the doors, closing them. As he did, the door vanished. We were standing in the backyard, staring at what was our new house. With that, we ran to the new home. It was remote, somewhere in the Midwest. We weren't even sure where. Mom was busy going through all the cabinets, wondering who had such poor taste to choose all these terrible diningware and glasses. The fridge was fully stocked, and Colin and I found a PlayStation 3 in the living room. Despite the terrible internet, we were pretty stoked about the new house. It was a week later that my father showed up, looking like he had seen a ghost. Timothy had knocked on the front door, shouting, "Fred's here!" Jorge was in tow. I peeked into the foyer, taking a break from playing co-op Call of Duty with Colin. My mother rushed to the door and swung it open, smiling wide. Dad hugged and kissed my mother like he hadn't seen her in years. Then Mom broke the kiss and nailed him, hard, in the shoulder with a pretty solid punch. It was strong enough to make Timothy and Jorge wince in sympathy pain. "Never take a job again," she shouted. "It scared us half to death." A moment after calming herself, she asserted, "Also, we're going to go to church. Like, a lot." The color was coming back to my father's face as he just smiled at us. "I thought you were dead. You and the boys." If my mother had been angry at my father, the anger she shot at Timothy made it look like she was dancing for joy. "Oh, you did you?" She charged right up to Timothy and hammered his shoulder with her fist, hitting him once for each word she said. "Timothy, how dare you do that to him?" Timothy was, for his part, putting up a pretty weak defense. "I'm sorry, Sandy." "The boys are playing video games and they won't shut up about how the internet sucks," Mom asserted. Well, in retrospect, it was pretty bad. "Now get in here. I have to try to figure out what's for dinner," Mom said as she walked into the kitchen. I remember sitting back in the living room, Jorge joining Colin and me. "I'm sorry if we lied to your father, but St. Timothy helped us guide your father to vanquishing that demon." "Why do you call him St. Timothy?" Colin asked. "Because he's an angel," Jorge explained. "Well, mostly." "Mostly?" I asked. Jorge nodded as he explained. "St. Timothy's mother was an angel, but his father is a terrible man. He tricked his mother, you see, and that's how he got to her." He shook his head. "But St. Timothy is nothing like that." Colin nodded. "He saved us." Jorge smiled wide. "Yes, he saved all of us." With that, I just went back to playing Call of Duty, feeling like things could finally get back to normal. I couldn't have been more wrong, because it wasn't long before she showed up. The day seemed just like any other. Mom was making dinner and Dad just got back from a job he was working with some contractors, vowing to try to get enough money to start his own business up again. Then the knock on the door that changed my life for the worst happened. 3 knocks doomed no one like these ones did. "Fred, can you get that? I'm elbow deep in the chicken," Mom shouted. My father hefted himself up off the couch and headed towards the door. Colin and I peeked from the living room to the door, and, well, we were at the point where teenage hormones doomed us both. Standing in the doorway was a redhead in white robes. This is an understatement. She had a flawless face, not an ounce of makeup, but had these pale pink lips, bright red hair, and light brown, almost red eye. But red eye doesn't exist, so they had to be light brown, right? And I emphasize eye because I could only see one. Flawless bright red hair covered the other eye. When she spoke, it sounded like honey, her high voice lilting, almost shy. Hello, sir. I'm sorry to intrude. My name is Tasha Crestfall. My father, staring at Tasha now, kinda zoning out. I understand you might have met or maybe seen my brother. His name is Timothy. I've been looking for him for a while now. It might sound crazy, but I had a dream that he was here. This must sound... sir? Tasha seemed to notice that her appearance had entranced my father. She looked less than amused by his staring. Sir, she said again with some agitation in her angelic voice. Dad shook his head and cleared his throat. I'm sorry. Something distracted me, he stammered. Clearly, Tasha said, unamused by his response. As if my mother had some kind of sixth sense that my father was oogling someone, she was there in the foyer, hands washed, and smacked him upside the head. My father grunted, I'm sorry. Mom seemed ready to smack the crap out of him again. Tasha was far more interested in speaking to my mother. Oh, hello, miss. I'm curious if you have seen a young man named Timothy come through here. This house looks very familiar, and, well, I think he might be in danger. She clarified. I had a vision of sorts. I know this may sound far-fetched to you. Timothy? My mother stammered. No, he's not here. Not now. We hadn't seen him in some time. My father chimed in. If you're a demon, you need to tell me because I'm not doing that shit again. I'm not a malicious demon. Tasha seemed to stutter a bit, but she explained exasperated. Are you sure, my mother quipped? Because you appear to be seducing my husband by just looking at him. Tasha's cheeks turned bright red. Colin and I couldn't help but find that it made Tasha even more alluring. This is my very happily married husband, Fred. My mother started, giving a fake smile to Tasha. Tasha seemed to brush past my mother's defenses now, smiling and shaking her hand. It's nice to see such a happy couple. It was odd that she was wearing white gloves and a white robe. If you don't know Timothy, I'll be on my way. I'm trying to find him. Well, we know him, just not where he is now. Why, is something wrong? My mother asked. I had a terrible vision of him facing someone that I've dealt with before. She adjusted a strap attaching a staff to her back. I've been trying to find him, but I've not had much success. I had a vision of your house. Well, if you're a friend of Timothy's, I certainly can't turn you away. It's thanks to him that we're even alive, Mom said, pushing my stupefied father to the side. Tasha walked in now, smiling. Well, I'm glad Timothy is helping out people. Well, considering our family history, it could go either way. She beamed at my mother. I didn't introduce myself to you. I'm Tasha Crestfall. Sandra Macchione. I've seen you've already met my husband, Fred. She gave him a look that informed him that he was on the couch tonight. As I said, if you're a friend of Timothy, you're a friend of ours. Well, it's nice to meet both of you, she said as she looked around. Though I'm less of a friend of Timothy's. I'm his half-sister. Which half? My father inquired, frowning. What would that matter? Tasha asked, her smile fading. My father cursed under his breath. Well, you see, it all depends if you're the daughter of the angelic mother or the monstrous father. Tasha took the staff off her back and placed it down near the couch. Then she noticed us and smiled at Colin. Oh, hello there. She turned to my father. Are these your boys? You didn't answer the question, but yeah. The older one is Colin and the younger brother is Trevor. My father introduced us. Tasha sighed. Well, if you must know, not that it matters, I'm the daughter of the monstrous father. My father pushed himself between Tasha and us. I understand your concern, Tasha said, her hands up. but I'm nothing like him, nor do I agree with anything he does. Yeah, sorry. I'm not too convinced with the I swear I'm not evil thing, Dad retorted. Tasha crossed her arms under her chest because, well, she couldn't fit him anywhere else. Listen, my brother is in grave danger. I saw that he was facing a potent demon and I came to help him. That demon? I took care of him, okay? He's back in hell where he belongs, my father asserted. Tasha's eye grew wide. You? You sent Belial back to hell? Yes, and I can do it to any other demon, so mind your tone. My father continued staring her down. If you're his sister as you claim, why didn't he mention you? Tasha turned to pick up her staff. If you don't know where he is, I'll be on my way. My father grabbed something from under the coffee table. It looked like a small bottle of water and splashed her with it. Tasha stopped dead as the water touched her, and she dropped her staff. Her hair floated over her head a bit, and she turned to face us. Her left eye was glowing bright red now. As her hair floated higher, that was now glowing too. It revealed a horrific scar marring the other side of her perfect face. It looked like something had grabbed her face right where her right eye was, and tugged, ripping away the flesh that was, well, used to be there, and pulling any neighboring features away with it. Her scalp dipped toward her face. Even her ear seemed pulled closer to the front of her face. That water, where did you get it from? Tasha asked, touching the small wet spot on her shoulder. It's so potent. From Timothy, my father explained. He gave it to me from the temple. She leapt into the air like an excited schoolgirl and squealed with delight. The temple? The guardian temple? She rushed over to my father and grabbed his hands. He found it? Did Timothy find the temple? Where is he? Please, oh please, you must tell me. She tittered. My mother walked over and removed her hands from my father, turning Tasha towards her. Timothy was here several days ago, but he left through a doorway in the backyard. Without another word, but with a few squeaks of joy and elation, Tasha rushed out of the back door. She ran, jumped, and stumbled. Colin stared at her in lust. And I won't lie, I did too. My mother's comment still stuck with me. Great, now Boobzilla over there will give the boys wet dreams and terrible standards for their future girlfriends to live up to. My father seemed just as interested in watching Tasha run off as we were, so he mostly didn't respond. Tasha then fell to her knees in the backyard and started to pray. Oh, sweet Jesus, Colin said. I chuckled. Lord have mercy. My mother grabbed us both by the ears. Okay, that's enough, you two little horn dogs. My father scoffed and said, Huh. She opened up the door. We all turned around and saw the doorway opened, disembodied from any type of wall in the middle of our backyard. Thank God she's gone, my mother whispered. Oh no, her staff! My father frowned. What? She might come back for the staff. My father moved to get the staff in an attempt to pick it up, but he gasped in pain as he did. What the hell? It burnt me. Colin got away from my mother and grabbed the staff. I'll bring it to her. And with that, he ran off into the backyard. He was just unfazed. Colin, my mother shouted, get your ass back here right this instant. I'll get him, I shouted and ran after him. My father chastised from a distance, Trevor, no! But I didn't listen, because I was trying to stop Colin from doing something stupid. Miss Tasha, you forgot your staff, Colin shouted. But the doors were closing and she was already inside. Colin, I shouted, don't go in there. I tried to catch him, or at least get to him before the doors shut. I somehow managed to make things worse, though. Before the doors closed, I leapt into the air and tackled him from behind. This had the effect of making Colin fall forward and slide into the doorway. It shut behind us, and I got that sickening, nervous feeling that you get when you break something expensive. Tasha's staff clattered to the floor, as we both did the same. This can't be, I could hear Tasha whisper. I rubbed my arm, grunting. Colin, you moron! Now we're stuck back in the most boring place in the world. Colin's eyes were wide as he was staring off at something to the side, where Tasha's voice was coming from. I looked down, noticing the remains of some white cloth shoes on the floor, and some other bits of tattered white cloth. Tasha's soft crying from the other room caught my attention. No, I can't meet Timothy like this. Why can't I change back? On the ground was Tasha, but she wasn't the same as we saw her at the house. She had horns, huge red and white horns coming out of her head, curled around the sides of hers. A pair of pinkish bat-like wings flapped against her body, trying to wrap around her shoulders and arms. On the ground scraping the floor were her feet. Well, not feet, but rather a pair of cloven hooves, each red, well, closer to pink. The red fur mimicked her hair color, covered her feet up to her legs, which were otherwise covered in white cloth. Where the fur was, the cloth was ripped and her pants were torn. Tasha even sported a spaded tail, which twitched around on the floor as if it didn't know what to do. My father was right. She was a demon, and my brother and I were trapped with that demon. Demon! Colin shouted, the color draining from his face. I staggered backward from Tasha, looking for Colin, who was damn near pissing himself. What? I asked him. We gotta get out of here, Colin shouted, getting to his feet and grabbing my arm. Wait, I said, but he was already trying to get me through the now closed door. Colin grabbed the handles and tried to open them, but it was shut tight. Come on, open up! Jorge's voice came from behind me. Boys, what are you doing here? Colin turned to Jorge, who responded to the commotion and came to investigate what was going on. Jorge, demon! He pointed to Tasha. Jorge's eyes went wide as he pulled Colin back, motioning to me. Trevor, get away from it, come on! Tasha whimpered. Her wings tried to wrap around her shoulders. Her hands were at her horns, tugging them downward. No, please, don't run. A tear rolled down her cheek. Either it was because I was young or because I remembered what happened to Belial when he touched my mother. She had drank the sacred water, and Belial's hand turned to ash when he touched her. I ignored Jorge and Colin, who were both backing away in fear. I reached out for the staff that Colin had grabbed. Jorge shouted, Trevor, she's trying to trick you. Like a siren, don't listen to her, get away from her, don't go near her. I turned and walked towards Tasha, standing over her with the staff in my hands. You left us at our house. Tasha turned up to me, sniffling. Oh, I was so excited about seeing Timothy. She crawled forward and tried to stand up, slipping and falling onto the floor in front of me. She sobbed and her face hit the floor. Even Jorge and Colin were letting their guards down. I leaned down, moving to help her up, but she swatted my hand away. Don't touch me, she choked out. I'm dangerous. I took a step back, not sure what to do. Tasha pushed herself to her knees again, this time with a lot of difficulty, and got into the kneeling position. I don't normally... She pulled one leg up, her hoof unsteady on the hard floor. She stood balancing out with her hands and even her wings. Her knees were wobbling as she managed to her feet. Her hoof slipped on the floor and she barely regained her balance. I'm more used to... normal feet. She squeaked in dismay as her hooves once again slipped out from under her, nearly toppling her over. I offered her staff, moving closer to help her stand. Could this help you? Tasha took the offered staff. Thank you, young man. She pushed it on the floor, using it to steady herself. Trevor, I said, and then I motioned to Colin, and that's my brother, Colin. Jorge walked over to us, confused. You're unlike any demon I've ever heard of. I don't enjoy being called a demon. Tasha winced as she tried to take another step. Even with the staff, she was very unsteady. I need to sit. Jorge nodded. I can find the chair. He headed off into the hallway behind some plywood. Tasha soon slid down her staff, landing on the side of her hip, letting both of her legs lay off to the left. This is not how I imagined this day winding up. Colin walked over to her, kneeling down. So you can't walk? Tasha sighed. I keep a human form. I rarely ever even sleep like this. I want to be a normal human. A tear rolled down her face. I believe in God. I'm not a demon. Jorge came back with the folding chair. St. Timothy should be back soon, he said as he sat the chair down next to Tasha. Tasha nodded, using the staff to aid her in pulling her up to her seat. She tucked her legs in under the chair and had a great difficulty folding her wings. I don't even understand how to work these. Jorge looked her over. I don't understand. How do you not know how to walk? I normally stay human. I can hold that form for about a week without turning into this. And when I do, it's only for a few hours. She poked her horn, flinching. I don't understand why I can't change back into my normal human form, Tasha whimpered. I thought this was a holy sanctuary. I'm unsure why it would force me to appear this way. Jorge's tone turned serious. Perhaps it's because this is a holy temple. You can no longer deceive us. Tasha frowned. What? This place shows our truths. Our languages are all understood. Our lies are removed. He gestured to her horns. This is what you are, no matter how much you try to hide it or run from it. The temple removed your illusion because it was a lie. Tasha held the staff close to her chest. Her face turned to the floor, and she whimpered under her breath. I'm not a demon. I frowned up at Jorge. I think you hurt her feelings. I was 10, okay? Give me a break. Tasha folded her wings over herself, hiding her face from us. I never thought I'd feel bad for a demon, Colin whispered. Jorge pulled out a small flask from his belt, moving towards Tasha. I am a man. I was born with original sin. If you were born a demon, you're born the same way. If God can save man, then he may be capable of saving you. God saves us all. Tasha's wings opened up, and she took the flask out of Jorge's hand. What is this? It's sacred water, from here, he explained. It has a purifying effect. If you're with God, it will calm you. Tasha took a swig from the offered flask. Her horns pulsed with light, as did her tail and wings. She closed her eye and leaned back in the chair. Yeah, it does. Jorge smiled. If the water doesn't harm you, then you are with God. The doors opened up behind us. I turned to see Timothy walking in carrying a bunch of groceries. He looked at Tasha, eyes wide. Xilich? Is that you? My phone rings again while I'm riding the bus, heading back to my dorm room. I'm tired, hungry, and very, very broke. And now I need to find a plane ticket, somehow. But it's Trish calling me. I'll share something with you. The world is an endless ocean of depravity and shit, peppered with these little islands of decency. Trish was that island for me. A close friend, a confidant, and a little drop of sanity in my otherwise absolutely insane life. Hey, Trish.
Hey, Trev.
Her voice came over, concerned, as always. Someone had to be. What's up?
What's up is everyone is freaking out. Our phones got hacked, some guy declared himself the officiant of Judgment Day, and I wanted to talk to you about, your situation and seeing how you were holding up.
I smiled as the bus came to a stop. So the entire world is freaking out and your first thought is, shit, how's Trevor taking this?
Yeah, asshole,
Trish responded.
'Cause it's, kinda right up your alley. Where were you anyway?
I sighed, lighting another cigarette as I started to walk toward my dorm. Just, running an errand.
You want to talk about it?
Trish asked. No, I'm good. I gotta get back home and make something to eat. I looked up at the exposed steps of my third floor dorm and spotted Trish right there on the landing in front of my dorm room door, waiting for me. She was wearing her normal black knee-high boots and denim skirt, her tattered black band shirt and a leather jacket to cover that. She dyed her hair purple today. The week before, it was brown. She vowed that she would never let me see her true hair color. Trish had dark skin, even for a black woman, which made her blue eyes stand out even more with the stark contrast. Trish was a friend, and just that. I'm very certain that I friend-zoned her a while ago. Not that it would have mattered. Colin made it damn near impossible for me to find a woman due to his antics in high school. Besides, Trish had a boyfriend, some lucky bastard named Sam. Shocked there was no jealousy from the guy either, but that must be what trust is like. Not that I could tell, but if I had a catch like that, and I heard she was hanging around someone like me, I would come out swinging or demand she stop seeing him. Sam could just be a very chill guy. Either way, I know Trish loves him, and I'm more than happy to just be her best friend. Good, I'm hungry too, she hung up, leaning against the rails. I couldn't hide my grin as I ascended the steps. Well, you don't waste time. Unlike some of us, she pointed at the door, make open. I nodded and opened the door. The place is a mess. You're a college male. No shit. I swung the door open and flipped on the light. To me, it wasn't so bad, other than the pizza box still left out and the coffee table. Normal stuff. And the sheet laying on the floor. Tom, my roommate, had someone crash on the couch last night. Damn it, Tom, I muttered. The door closed behind me. So you didn't answer me. Where were you? I hated having to explain, but sometimes it helped having a rational opinion of things. I was out of possession. Ah, right. Do I need to guess who sent you? She asked, unsurprised, yet the disappointment in her voice was clear. Colin. I sat on the couch, taking another hit of my cigarette. Mm-hmm. Trish sighed, walking into the kitchen and checking the fridge. And you helped in this possession? I nodded, holding up my right hand with the iron ring on it. Yep, kicked it right out, so explain that. Did this person know what the ring was before you used it on him? She asked. No, I half lied. Technically, I said nothing until after I already placed it on his forehead. Did you make a show of it? Did you place the ring on his person where he could see it? I hesitated. Forehead. Ah, okay. Then what happened? He screamed, I explained. Did you tell him what the ring was afterwards? She asked, walking out with a jug of milk, fishing through the kitchen for a clean glass. No, during. Oh ho! Trish announced victoriously. So you said what you thought the ring was, and the person suffering a delusion bought into it, and poof, they're cured? I exorcised the demon. Yes, I affirmed, putting out my cigarette. How could you tell? She asked. I mean, he stopped thrashing around. So this guy has a seizure while you place that ring of yours on his forehead, tell him it's of Christ, and then when he finishes, what? He stopped and thanked you for expelling the demon? Well, he passed out. Ah, very convincing. She sat next to me, milk glass in hand. So you pressed the ring against a mentally unwell person's head, told him it was from God, they had a fit, and then they passed out, and you're convinced you exorcised a demon. I heaved a sigh. Trev, you know I love you, but you have to understand how insane this all sounds when you say it back to someone. This whole craziness with the angel who saved you and his priestess sister, it's all impossible. I wish I could show you. Trev, she placed her hand on my shoulder and looked me in the eye. When you were a kid, you experienced a traumatic event because of your father. I sighed, nodding. He worked for shitty people, and one of those shitty people tried to get back at him by burning down your house. To you, it seemed evil and demonic. He was a hitman. Remember your father telling you about basically scrubbing crime scenes? And his nickname in hell? Red Fred. I remembered my father confessing to me and Colin when we were a bit older. I didn't ask questions because I knew the answers. That's what he told us. So this guy comes after you to hurt your dad and still force him to do the job. You guys got saved by a firefighter or some police officer named Timothy, your angel, because the guy saved you. I'm sure he's a saint of a guy, but he's not a child of God. I nodded. And that woman you and your brother conjured up? Very teenage fantasy there, she teased. She's a succubus. Come on, Trev. I mean, I do have a thing for redheads, I guess. Trish chuckled. I turned to her with an eyebrow raised. Your real hair color isn't red, is it? Trish stood up and headed to the kitchen. My point is, you rationalized all of this horrible stuff that happened to you as a kid because to you, humans can't be evil, so it must be demons. She turned to me from the kitchen. Trust me, I'm the psych major. I was quiet for a few moments, waiting for Trish to respond. Colin is heading home. He wants me to go with him, I explained, and he'll probably want to go back to the temple to see her. She was silent to herself for a minute, leaning against the entryway to the kitchen, crossing her arms. Trev, it is possible to say no to Colin. I leaned back on the sofa. Yeah, you say that, but it's not. If you go back home to try to open the gate, as Colin puts it, and nothing happens, then what? I try to think about it, but what if it was just all made up like Trish thought? I will clean your horrific dishes and then maybe we can make something to eat. Okay? But this is the last time I'll do it for you, Trish said, smiling. I chuckled. You're the best. From the kitchen, she shouted, Glad someone thinks so. I closed my eyes and thought of the other woman in my life, the one who ruined it. I still remember the shock on Timothy's face when he saw Tasha. Wait, no. You couldn't be Xelich. Tasha, she shouted. Timothy, it's me, Tasha. She pushed herself up and hugged him. I haven't seen you since you were a baby, she grinned wide. You found the temple. It found me, he explained. Jorge walked over to the cart. I'll get this, St. Timothy. Timothy looked at Jorge. Thank you. Then over to Colin and I. What are you two doing here? Tasha beamed. I traveled to the last place I saw you in my prayers. It was their house. From there, I opened up the doors to the temple with prayer. She slipped again. Timothy caught her. Thank you. She did her best to try to regain her footing. So, what has the Lord been telling you? Timothy frowned as he closed the doors. I'm not sure what you mean. Tasha pursed her lips as she tested Timothy. You mean to tell me you haven't spoken with God? Timothy shook his head. No, not yet. Tasha stomped her hoof on the floor, then slipped and fell to her knee. Timothy! Timothy got down to help her up. I'm sorry, I don't know how. I can show you, Tasha explained. We just need to find the Guardian's council chambers, and you need to sit on the seat of the scribe. That's when Colin decided that it was time to ruin our lives. I think I saw that room over here. He then dashed through the foyer to a large set of doors that I had never wanted to walk inside of while Mom, Colin, and I stayed at the temple for the first time. The doors were huge, almost all the way to the ceiling, made of the same marble as everything else. But the front door was ornate and intricate. Carved onto the front were hundreds of demons under the feet of winged angels. As the door reached upwards, you could see angelic figures fighting alongside these weird lizard-like creatures. At the top was a powerful-looking lizard creature, with a huge sword and a shield bearing a cross. Tasha and Timothy followed, me trailing behind. Colin, we should get home. Timothy nodded. Yeah, I'm sure your folks are worried. Colin glared back. And leave before we see you talk to God? No way, that sounds awesome! Tasha beamed at Timothy. Come on, I know you can do it. Timothy sighed and placed his hands on the doors. They opened up on their own, but inside was nothing but darkness. Jorge has lights in here somewhere. Tasha frowned. Shouldn't the temple have its own lights? He shrugged. I found none. This place is, well, it's run down. But you're here and you can get it fixed up, I'm sure, Tasha complained. Jorge approached us, smiling. St. Timothy, I still have work lights set up inside. Jorge wandered into the darkness with no fear, and in a moment or two, a pair of bright halogen work lights illuminated the otherwise dark room. Inside was a huge amphitheater of sorts, rows and rows of chairs lined up on multiple levels of the room, all surrounding the front where we stood. It kind of reminded me of a lecture hall of some sort. In the center was a throne. It was a simple stone throne, but there it was. On the back was a symbol, a 6-pointed star inside of a hexagon, inside of a small circle. Within the star were more and more lines, echoing down to smaller and smaller shapes. At each point of the star on the outside was a circle, and within were 6 more, with the final circle sliced into 6 equal pieces by the lines of the other shapes. Tasha walked towards the throne in reverence, steadying herself on the chairs near the aisle while ascending. The Seal of Enoch. That's it, the seat of the scribe! Timothy walked up to it. He put his hand on the top of the throne, looking rather nervous. I'm not worthy to sit where she did. Tasha hugged him. You're so modest. You're the heir to this title, Timothy. The throne is yours now. St. Timothy, Jorge interjected, drawing Tasha and his attention away. You guided a man who was morally questionable to God. You guided him to cast out Belial. I know you are worthy. You see, if you could guide a man to send Belial back to the pit, then Timothy, you are more than worthy of that seat. Timothy relented. Okay, I'll try. And he moved toward the throne and took a seat. Tasha cleared her throat. Timothy? Yeah? She motioned to his trench coat. Timothy's face went flush and he started to remove it. Sorry, I'm just too used to hiding it. His silvery white wings spread out behind him and settled on either side of the throne. Now pray to God to ask for guidance. Ask to hear their voice, Tasha said, stepping away from him. Timothy closed his eyes and went silent for a moment. Nothing happened, at first. Timothy shifted on the throne. I believe in you, St. Timothy! Jorge shouted from the lower seat where Colin and I stayed. Timothy took a deep breath and then exhaled. As if he was electrocuted, Timothy was soon sitting bolt upright, his wings spread out and they began to glow, silver creeping over his wings from the tips, taking over the white. The symbol on the throne pulsed over his head, illuminating with this blue light. Tasha shouted happily, "You're doing it!" Timothy began to mutter a few things, though they were a little bit hard to decipher. War, avatar of Burial in the rain. Jorge frowned. What's he saying? Prophecies, Tasha smiled, though they may be old. Timothy's head twitched as he seemed to struggle. The Rus, the union of men, poisons all, the folly of man. Wormwood. His eyes shot open. There were no irises or whites, just a bright blue light. His back arched as if he was trying to pull himself off of the throne, but something kept pulling him back. St. Timothy? Jorge said, concerned. Now listen, men scream in movies all the time, but when they scream, it's not like a woman scream. Women in movies scream as these long drawn-out high-pitched cries of anguish or terror. Men in the movies scream as if someone had stabbed them, a scream of physical pain. There's that famous Wilhelm scream in the films, but those screams are men who were caught dying or caught by surprise. Timothy, however, he was trying to escape. I could see it in his face as he let out a gasp of fear, almost a loud groan. But still, you felt his suffering. The noise that ripped out of his chest next was my future definition of terror, a full gut scream of torment. It wasn't one scream either. He convulsed on the throne, trying to pull himself off. Each breath was another tormented scream of anguish. It looked more like he was on an electric chair. He pulled himself off, grabbing either side of his head, writhing around on the ground for a moment. "Timothy!" Tasha shouted, running towards him. The moment she touched him, he howled in terror, screaming at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking as he did so. Jorge rushed towards Timothy. "What did you do to him?" Jorge shouted. Timothy was writhing around on the ground. Something was terribly wrong. He had got to his knees, his hands on either side of his head. He began to rock from side to side. "Stop!" he screamed. "Stop sobbing!" He turned to Tasha, his eyes wide, blood dripping out of his nose. "I can't hear." His arms dropped to either side of his body, limp. Then he leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Timothy? Tasha approached him. Jorge turned to Colin and me. "Boys, come on, help me." He rushed over to Timothy, and he pushed Tasha out of the way. "What have you done?" Jorge shouted. Tasha had a tear running down her cheek. I just wanted him to realize his destiny." "He may have been worthy, but he wasn't ready," Jorge chastised, and he moved over to Timothy. "Colin, Trevor, help me steady him." "I can..." Tasha tried to speak, but got cut off by Jorge. "You've done enough," he shouted, helping Timothy to his feet. Timothy moved like a zombie, his eyes wide, glowing blue. His face was emotionless. I walked in front of him to help, before one of his hands whipped out and grabbed me by the wrist, pulling me forward. His eyes stared into mine, and his voice and other voices spoke to me. "They must bring the new Nephilim to the temple and anoint them," he said, with several voices coming out of his mouth at once. Blood trickled from his nose still. Jorge grabbed Timothy's hand, but it was clamped on my wrist. I winced and nodded, as Timothy spoke so quickly I couldn't understand him. But somehow, everything he said stuck with me. "Levu le Bruche, Ploiești, Romania, 1930, August 18th. Cyril Richard, Cornwall, United Kingdom, 1939, May 27th. Rosa Maria, Pisa, Italy, 1940, December 9th. Ifran Gawazi, New Abad, Afghanistan, 1958, May 25th. Annalena Torlini, Forlì, Italy, 1943, May 25th. Sarah Baker, Boston, United States, 1961, August 30th. Diane Frances Spencer, Sandringham, United Kingdom, 1961, July 1st. Clements Bahati, Lahore, Pakistan, 1968, September 9th. Regaze Aziz Ghani, Mosul, Iraq, 1972, January 20th. He took a breath. "These are the new guardians." He let go of my hand. I pulled back, falling against Tasha, both of us falling to the ground as she lost balance. Timothy grabbed either side of his head once again and started screaming. "Stop!" he screamed. "I can't think!" Timothy then turned to the throne of the scribe, and with both hands on his head, He thrust himself forehead first into the stone throne. Timothy fell to his knees, slumped forward on the throne. Tasha cried out, rushing over to him. "Please, God," Tasha shouted, "don't let my brother die!" Timothy was slumped on the throne, bleeding profusely from his head, as Colin and I looked on in abject horror. Tasha was sobbing by him, cursing herself. "Timothy, I'm so sorry." She turned to Jorge. "Are you a doctor?" His eyes got wide in shock. "St. Timothy," he whispered, likely assuming that Timothy was dead. Tasha closed her eyes, squeezing out one final tear. "This is my fault, so I'll pay for it." She shivered for a moment. "If this works, please tell him I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." It shocked Colin and me as Tasha pulled Timothy up to her and kissed his lips. Tasha's horns drained of their color. Her hair looked less luminous. Her wings seemed wrinkled and tired. After a few moments, Tasha's cheeks seemed less full. Wrinkles covered her once flawless face. She broke the kiss with a weak gasp. Timothy groaned in pain, as Tasha now slumped down on the ground. Her breathing was short and ragged. "St. Timothy!" Jorge shouted, rushing up to his side. "Let me help you." Timothy's eyes opened a bit and seemed to go back to their natural state. He looked over to Tasha and picked her up in his arms. Her body was limp and she seemed thinner than I recalled. "Timothy, I'm so sorry," was all I could make out of her whisper. Timothy turned to Jorge. "My body's well, but the rest of me isn't. But I know what to do." He glanced to him. "Help me to the fountain." Jorge helped Timothy move from there. Colin and I followed, as the three of them all exited the chamber of the Guardian Council and headed across the grand foyer. We made our way carefully down the stairway that curved to the left. Colin spotted a landing off to the right, leading to a pitch-black night sky. I had to tug him after me so we would keep up with Jorge and Timothy. I wasn't interested in leaving the only adults we were near. When we finally got to our destination, I stared up in wonder at what I saw. We arrived in a simple room, a series of small benches set up next to a rim of a large basin of water. The water glistened brightly and gleamed, illuminating the room on its own. What caught my eye was the source of the water. Running down a massive wall that reached so high into the air that I couldn't even see the top of it no matter how much I craned my neck, was water. It fell from the dark, high up in the air. It cascaded down the side of the wall in shallow waves. The marble ran down didn't seem worn or stained or anything. The sounds of the rushing water filled the room. Our footsteps didn't even echo. Timothy knelt by the rim of the basin and gently laid Tasha's body into it. "St. Timothy, what are you doing?" Jorge asked. "She sacrificed her energy, every bit just to give me strength, Jorge. But I need further healing." He heaved a sigh. "And Tasha does too." Her body began to glow white, her color coming back, filtering through her horns and her wings. Her face rapidly firmed, her wrinkles faded, and her lips grew full again. Her eyes shot open, and she let out a gasp as she sat up. She shivered and hugged her shoulders, hunching over. "What's happening?" "The water is sustaining you. Let it." Tasha shuddered again, her wings holding tightly around herself as her skin began to glow. "I'm so full." She tried to stand, but Timothy forced her down. "Timothy, it's too much." "They told me you need to drink until you cannot drink anymore," he advised. Then he became groggy. "Timothy?" Tasha's wings opened. She reached out for him, catching him in her arms. "Baptize me," he whispered. "I've never been baptized." She seemed more like herself now, though much bolder. She stood no longer wobbly on her hooves. Her wings unfurled, a white light glowing over the edges. Even her horns seemed to glow. Timothy could barely stand, and she lowered him gently into the water, her body radiating with yet even more light as she knelt in the basin. "The temple is sustaining me, Timothy," she smiled. "Heavenly Father, at this moment, your servant comes to you, Lord. Baptize your servant now in the Holy Spirit. May the anointing, the glory, and the power of God come upon your servant into their life now. May he be empowered for your service from this day forward." With that, she submerged him in the waters. Timothy's body sunk below the surface, and when Tasha pulled him back out, the blood on his forehead had vanished. Tasha lifted him up effortlessly. She stepped out of the basin. Her body lost its glow as she went out. Her hooves planted firmly on the ground now, sturdy and unshakable. Timothy slipped out of her arms, water dripping from him. He sat on a bench, panting, looking up at the ceiling. Thank you. Her smile widened. I've never been this. She leapt into the air. Energized. Timothy giggled. I got a command for you too. Immerse me from our Lord. He closed his eyes. Unlike you, I can't sustain myself in the waters, but they can heal me. Jorge hugged Timothy. Thank God you're okay. Timothy weakly hugged back. I'll live, but I need a rest. Can we go home now? I asked, since the crisis before us seemed averted. Jorge smiled. Yes, you boys should go home. Timothy shook his head. I need time to recover. I'm pretty mentally drained. It makes it hard for me to concentrate. Tasha knelt next to him. What happened there, Timothy? You frightened us. Timothy rubbed his head, turning to Tasha. I got 300 some odd years of prophecies and edicts shoved into my head all at once. It's still bumping around in there. A tear rolled down his cheek. I can still hear him sobbing. Jorge asked, Why is God crying? Well, it's this temple. Timothy motioned all around him. It was full before. After Ragna and Zephiel attacked this place and murdered all God's servants on the physical plane, he's been helpless to help his children here ever since. Timothy dried his cheek. God has been mourning his loss of the temple. Tasha turned to me. Trevor, Timothy gave you a list. It sounded like a list of names. Can you remember them? I thought back to the list and I could recall it perfectly in my mind. Even to this day, I still do. Yes. Tasha hugged me. That means we can please God and bring his temple back to glory. She smiled, looking up. Don't worry, we can fix it. She turned back to me, grinning. While we wait for Timothy to recover, I can teach you and Colin how to protect yourself from demons. Her eye glistened with glee as she looked at me. Will you help me, Trevor? Will you help me restore the temple? Hello? Earth to Trevor! Trish interrupted my reverie. I sat up. Oh, yeah. La La Land? She asked, placing a bowl of soup in front of me. Inside the soup were noodles, an egg, and some floating bits of meat. What Trish cuisine is this? I asked, picking up the bowl. Ah, glad you asked, Trish beamed. Ramen noodle soup, chicken base, with the lovely egg dropped in the center, and little tiny hot dogs, cut up to look like... I picked up the hot dog in my spoon, and noticed that the round end was untouched, but the bottom was split 8 different ways. An octopus, Trish said triumphantly. You watch way too much anime. I smiled and took a bite. But this tastes great. And over 500% of your daily sodium intake. She put her feet up on the coffee table and began eating. I want to meet the mere mortal who invented ramen and thank him eternally, she said, slurping up the noodles, in a manner that many would describe as unladylike. I chuckled and worked on cutting my noodles against the side of the bowl with a spoon. Why did you cook for me? Because you're like a helpless squirrel I found nearly dead on the side of the road, and instinctively, I must help you, or else you'll starve to death and rot in that dark recess of your little hovel, Trish said. So, pity. So much pity, she smiled at me. I thought the pity part came from the whole, I don't care if you're a registered sex offender thing. I chuckled, trying to make light of the train wreck of my life. Trish sighed. Well, unlike everyone else who got your brother's mass email, I believe you. Also, looking into the event helps. I don't know what I would do without Trish. I quickly beat back the part of me that wanted to get closer, by considering the risk of ruining what we had now. Now back to anime, Trish said, turning on the TV and navigating to Netflix. Since we're talking about the world ending, let's put on something appropriate, huh? I'll never get your obsession with this show. I drank the rest of my soup broth as she loaded up Evangelion, Neon Genesis. It speaks to me, she said, leaning back as the intro credits started. Ray specifically, it's like she's a part of me. You're a weirdo. I sighed and leaned back on the couch. Yeah, well, it takes one to know one. After a few hours, I got groggy and closed my eyes. I was drifting off as somebody draped a sheet over me. My thoughts wandered back to the temple. Colin asked Tasha, how did you become a succubus if you are, all for God and stuff? Tasha had completely taken over Colin since the fountain incident. Timothy was recovering and Tasha was showing us how to use holy wards and how to spot a demon or a possessed person. Colin hung on every single word she said, like she was a prophet. Personally, I think she ate it up herself, but she seemed happy to teach us and she was enjoying Colin's enthusiasm. She trailed off for a moment before she closed her Bible and looked at us both. Remember when I told you that the most holy seals and practices are to protect you from retaliation from the demons? I nodded, because if you expel a demon without warding yourself, it might just possess you. Yes, she smiled, or curse you. She sighed. My father was a prophet once, but he lost faith. Despite this, he didn't lose his hatred for demons, and he kept expelling them from people, often killing them and warding the demon. My father didn't care too much for the possessed. Her wings wrapped around her shoulders as she reminisced. After doing this for some time, he fell in love with my mother. My sister and I were born conjoined. She lifted the hair on her right eye, smiling. Right here. Whoa, Colin leaned in. That must have hurt, he said as he examined the scar on her face. She laughed. Well, I'm too young to remember any of the pain. She let her hair fall back down. When we were growing up, we were normal children, and we weren't aware of our father's transgressions. It wasn't until we were 13 or so when our curses manifested. She shook her head. We had snuck out, as young teenagers do. She gave us an accusing look. Colin chuckled. That little suck-up. It was here that our curses first manifested. I was eating a normal meal, enjoying it at first, but then when I took the final bite, it tasted like ash. Soon I was vomiting up everything I had eaten, and the same thing happened to my sister. Tasha explained. Her skin burned in the sun and we had to hide, but the men who helped us soon suffered. Her hunger took over her. She drank their blood. For me, my hunger grew as well, and I desired physical touch. Before I knew it, I had my lips pressed against another man's and I drew his life force for the first time. Did he die? Colin asked. She finished him. Tasha leaned back, heaving a sigh. Leaving me, well, starving. It was easy for her, drinking donated blood or manufactured plasma. For me, it was difficult. I never wanted to harm anybody, so I ended up kissing a few people's hands here and there. So you never had a choice? I asked. Tasha shook her head. No, I never did. Not until I found God. My father found that my hunger had abated when I read, so he locked me in a library whenever he could. That's where I read all of his different Bibles, and I found God. How did you come here? I asked. It had been bothering me, as Tasha talked about her father taking her everywhere. Her face fell. I told my father that I couldn't stand him anymore. Despite him vanquishing demons and casting them out, he had no remorse or care for the morals they infected. So I planned to leave. She smiled. It's funny, I didn't plan to come to Terra at first. I did have another place in mind, but that's when Timothy's mother approached me, needing help, and I changed my mind at the last minute. Timothy walked past us. She's not worthy of that title. Tasha frowned as he interrupted. You can't mean that. She loves you. Really? He turned around to Tasha. His look was cold. Loved me enough to leave me with only Eva? Ditching me with my father? Timothy scoffed. Pfft, yeah, I feel loved, clearly. He shook his head. I found a new mother while she was away. Tasha got to her feet, or hooves rather, a feat which was much easier for her now after she bathed in the fountain. Timothy, you can't just... A mother is someone who raises a child, whether or not that child is her blood, Timothy said. Then he smiled. But if you escaped with Rachel and Eva, I have to ask, how is Eva? Tasha smiled. She's fine, though she is 15, which I wanted to ask you about. You're fraternal twins. I'm not sure how this happened since you're much older. How old are you now? 25, Timothy thought for a moment. This is ominous. How so? Tasha asked. I came here via the temple's doorway. It opened for me and I traveled to Terra, rather unceremoniously. He pointed to Tasha. You, however, traveled from Father's ship, meaning it took you 10 years to travel here. Though it was an instant for you, that should mean that Father would be here, hot on your tail. Tasha shook her head. We changed our planned course after leaving, so Zephyl and Ragna won't have any signal from the ship. Until, well, now. Timothy frowned. That means we can expect them here in about 10 years. They'll be here for Rachel. Are you certain? Tasha asked. I thought Rachel and Father were on bad terms. He's not the one who's coming for her. Timothy looked to the door in concern. I know better than anyone that she would travel across the universe to find Rachel. He looked at Colin and me. Speaking of which, boys, it has been some time, and, well, I'm finally well enough to get you home. I got to my feet. Really? Awesome! Colin frowned. Can't we stay any longer? Tasha chuckled. It's been a little over a month, which, thankfully, is only about a week and a half on Terra. He looked to the doors, concern on his face. What is it? Tasha asked. I faced off against the demon prince Belial, but more so than anything else, I'm dreading facing the wrath of one Sandra Macchione. Timothy frowned. I'll get my excuses and apologies ready. Timothy walked off into one of the small rooms. Tasha smiled at Colin and me. Well, I guess you two deserve some parting gifts, don't you? She took her staff and removed the iron caps at either end. My father is an evil man, but he often sought artifacts that he identified as supernatural. This one was powerful, so pure he couldn't even touch it without being burned. When I first touched it, he was so surprised. She took out a knife and began to score it along the bottom of the cap. He made the wood from the cross that Christ hung on. And the iron? She popped off the ring of the cap. Is the nails that were driven through his wrists and feet. She began to work on the other cap. Colin's eyes were wide. Really? Tasha nodded. Yeah, I'll give you each one for protection. But if you wish, you can use them to vanquish demons. She smiled. If you choose that path, remember, it's best to remain pure and keep your faith strong. The more pure you are, the more faithful you are, the harder it is for any demon to harm you. Does that mean being celibate like you? Colin asked. Tasha chuckled. Well, if that's what you want to do, that is one way to do it. She broke a ring off the second cap. But everyone finds their own path. Now follow me to the fountain, boys. We did as she asked, and she handed us each one ring. The rings were huge, far too big to fit our fingers. Place the ring on your finger, then place your hand into the fountain, she instructed. Colin was first, doing so without question or thought, as always. When he pulled his hand out, the result shocked him. Wow, it fits! Tasha smiled, turning to me. Your turn, Trevor. That smile will always haunt me. It'll help protect your purity. Those words still echo in my mind. I remember sinking my hand into the water and the ring fitting itself to my finger. I never realized it was far more of a shackle than a ring. Those will never rust, never tarnish, and they will always fit you, so long as you keep your faith in God strong, Tasha explained. Timothy shouted from the top of the stairs. Come on, boys, your mother's already gonna lay into me. Let's not waste any more time. We ran up the stairs and found Timothy with the door open already. I ran out first, happy to see my house. My mother was running outside of the house towards me. I jumped into her arms, having missed her for what was like a month trapped in the temple, with nothing to do but learn how to ward and banish demons. I was so worried, Mom shouted as she kissed my forehead. My father came walking out behind her. I told you they'd be fine. I wanted to call the cops, Mom glared, but your father insisted that it would be pointless. Well, it was, Dad said, walking up to Timothy and shaking his hand. Thank you for watching the boys. Timothy nodded. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. My mother walked right up to Timothy and smacked him right across the face. The slap echoed off the trees in the distance. How dare you? She glared. Those are my children, damn it! This past week I worried myself sick. Timothy rubbed his cheek and smiled. I know, Sandy. I got them back to you as soon as I could. He looked at my mom wistfully. I would never keep a mother from her children on purpose. She glared at him. Timothy, I am forever grateful for you saving us, but it's your fault we were ever in danger to begin with. Sandy, my father tried to interject. Mom held her hand up to silence him. Next time you show up, my children went missing for almost 2 weeks. She took a deep breath. So Timothy, if you please, I would appreciate it if I never saw you or your family again. My mother took another deep breath. So, while meaning no disrespect, please let this be the last time we ever see each other. Timothy just bowed and smiled at my mom. I promise I'll never come to you again. Or your family, my mom pleaded. Or your family. Timothy chuckled while hugging my mom. Timothy never came back after that. I almost wish he never showed back up at all. I woke up leaning on Trish's shoulder. You snore and mumble in your sleep, she said, not taking her eyes off the screen. I turned to the TV, watching a scene where 2 giant mechs were dance fighting in sync to defeat another mech. Suck it, Ezrafel, Trish grinned. She turned to me. I'm thinking for your neck's sake, you should go and pass out in your bed. Yeah, probably a good idea. I got up to my feet. You would have woken up soon anyway, because if you drooled on me, I would punch your teeth out, Trish warned. I laughed. Well, I have good timing. I walked off to my bedroom. Before I got inside, Trish shouted, She's not real, Trevor. She's just in your head. Just some fucked up level of perfection Colin uses to fuck you up. I knew she was talking about Tasha. I'll try to convince myself, I said as I closed my door to my bedroom and flopped on the bed. The ceiling greeted me as I moved my hand into my vision. The untarnished iron ring stared back at me. I tried to remove it, but it wouldn't budge, and I wasn't sure if I wanted it to. I closed my eyes and passed out. Protect your purity. Tasha's voice echoes as I drift off. I was dreaming about my first and last girlfriend. She was a grade below me, 16, with a late birthday to mine. This mattered more than I ever want to admit. I was 18 at the time, just turned 18. That number would torture me for the rest of my life, more than likely. I remember getting my first and last kiss from her. As I did, the horn from Colin's car blared, interrupting us. Quit sucking face, Colin shouted. We're gonna be late. Gloria, my would-be girlfriend, rolled her eyes. Your cockblock of a brother is here. Again, she smiled. My parents won't be home till after 10, so maybe call me? I nodded. Sure thing. I ran off to meet Colin, getting into his car. You know, you could try not being an asshole. Colin grumbled, and you need to ditch that Jezebel. Gloria's not a Jezebel. She's a nice girl who I happen to like. You remember what Tasha said? We need to remain pure, he reiterated. Are you going to throw away our chance to save the world just because you got horny? Come on, Trev, it's a temptation. It's called being a normal kid, I shook my head. You've taken things too far. Colin turned to me. No, Trevor, we're not going far enough here. The next scene was me, tied to my bed. My wrists and hands tied by medical restraints. What the fuck? I shouted. Colin shook his head. You're a pervert even in your sleep. You're a pervert even in your sleep. He had my phone. What are you doing? I asked. Me? Nothing. You, however, he smiled. He showed me my phone with a picture of my junk on it. Just sent your 16-year-old girlfriend a dick pic. I sighed. She's not gonna care, Colin. Yeah, but her very conservative daddy might. Who you accidentally sent the same dick pic to? He shook his head. I mean, same initials, pops up on the messenger app. It's an easy mistake. The phone vibrated. Yikes, he is pissed. I struggled against the restraints. What the fuck are you doing, Colin? He plopped my phone at the end of the table and pulled up my shirt. Just future-proofing, okay? But really, what this is about is penance. He pulled out a rusty chain. Mom? Dad? I shouted. They're out for the night. He smiled proudly. And I need you to say it. I'll never go out with another girl again, okay? Fuck you! Colin brought the rusty chain down across my stomach. As he did, the metal clattered against the floor shortly before I began to scream. I sat up in bed, screaming and grabbing my stomach, gasping for breath as it was shoved out of my body. "Trev?" Trish ran into the room. I gasped and groaned, shaking, my eyes closed. I felt the chain striking my stomach, as if Colin was swinging it down on me again. I felt the wind knocked out of me. "Shit," I could hear Trish say as she ran to my side and hugged me, her head against my shoulder. "It's just a memory. Calm down, Trevor. You're having an episode. Come on, please. He's not here. It's just me." I gasped again. My body shuddered as I remembered another strike against my stomach. My hand grabbed at my stomach, pulling up my shirt. I could see bruises coming back, rust-covered scrapes and oozing blood. Trish held me tight, her hand on my bruised stomach. "It's just me and you here, okay? Come on, Trevor, snap out of it." I could hear Colin in my ears, echoing in the distance. "Say it!" I shouted while Trish held me tight. "I won't lie with the woman. I'll stay pure." Trish laid her hand on my stomach as I took labored breaths. I looked down, seeing blood, bruising, and rust marks. Trish stood up. "I'll get some ice and I'll get you some tea." She sat me up in bed. "Deep breaths, okay? I'll be right back." I winced and nodded. She left the room and the sounds of her rummaging through my kitchen echoed down the hall. My phone rang. I picked it up off the table and noticed the time. It was about 10 a.m. My dad was calling. With labored breath, I answered the phone. "Hello?"
"Are you on your way yet?"
he asked. "Dad, they canceled classes for the week. I don't know about..."
"Your dean just announced they were canceling classes for the entire semester, so get home."
I groaned. "I don't have much cash, Dad."
"I'll deposit money into your account to get a plane ticket. So get home. Like I said, Colin's already on his way. We've got to get into the shelter. They've got food and water down there for almost 15 years.
The thought of 15 years trapped with Colin gave my sore abdomen muscles spasms. "All right."
"See you soon. Just call me with your flight number."
With that, my father ended the call. I heaved a sigh as Trish walked back in. "I heard you cave." She handed me a cup of coffee, and ice wrapped in a towel. "Why do you not have tea, Trev?" The coffee was far too hot, but I drank it anyway. "Because I hate tea," she sighed. "Trev, you can tell them no. It's possible considering what they did to you. And are still doing." I motioned to my stomach. "See, I'm still bleeding." She kept eye contact with me as she slid her hand over my stomach, then showed me her clean hand. "Reality check, Trev." I looked down. There was no blood or rust or any type of mark like that, not even a bruise. Only scar tissue that was over 2 years old. She sat on the bed and pushed a makeshift ice pack onto my stomach. "PTSD is a bitch, I get it. But you have to go to someone about these hallucinations." My stomach, while sore, appeared perfectly fine, and I'm wondering if Trish might have been right this entire time. With me heading back to the lion's den with no chance of leaving, I was fearing for my sanity. Then it hit me. My father said that the dean had canceled classes for the semester. I asked Trish. "Yeah," she sighed, moving the ice pack over my stomach. "Some religious nutjob said everyone should be at home with their families, and canceled everything for the semester. Pissed off the teachers' union and half the students. The other half just left. If we want to stay in our dorms for the semester because of housing restrictions, we can." Trish shook her head. Total madness. "Well, what are your plans?" I asked. "Stay in my dorm, pray my roommate doesn't, and experience bachelorette life alone." "So what, binge anime all day?" "They made one where this guy takes his mom into another world." She grinned. "Milf Seki." That was not English. "Listen, this is a huge ask, but would you come back with me?" She stared at me for a moment, silent, judging the situation. "You want me to come and meet your family?" I nodded. "Yes." She stood up. "You know I'm with Sam, right?" "I know, and I'd never try anything, Trish. You're like a sister to me. A really close sister," I explained. "And your mother won't think we're dating or anything?" she asked. I promise, I'll get it nipped right in the bud. I checked my phone and loaded up my bank app. My father deposited about $1,000 into the account. I'll even pay your way. I showed her the deposit. 2 plane tickets at the last minute, after the dean here and likely others just canceled classes? $1,000 maybe covers your ticket, but how would you pay for me? So you're saying you'll consider it? I asked. She nodded. If that's what you need, then sure. I grinned. Good, because I have a good alternative to the airlines. What? She asked. I was on the phone with my father, who was yelling.
What? What the hell do you mean you're taking the fucking bus?
He shouted over the phone. The airlines were all too expensive, and they were all booked. That could have been true, but I never checked.
Just get home. Colin's already here. Damn it, when does the bus leave?
Tomorrow morning, I explained. It's also a 2-day trip. Plus, I'm bringing a friend home.
Fine. He can stay with us in the shelter if he wants. But just hurry.
I grabbed the tickets and then headed back over to Tish. We ready to travel in the lap of luxury? She asked. To be fair, I started. She interrupted me, motioning with her hand in a sing-songy fake affluent accent. To be fair, I rolled my eyes. Buses are a lot more comfortable than a plane. She chuckled, then took her ticket. Well, I guess I'll be there bright and early. She stood up and stretched. Gives me time to pack and check if the greatest creation of mankind is along the route. What's that? I asked. Cracker Barrel. She grinned to me. I chuckled back. See you bright and early tomorrow. She nodded and gave me a hug. Keep it together, okay? Everything is fine. I hugged back. Thank you. That evening, I remembered everything was not fine. All my dreams as of late all revolved around the temple. My brother, my father, but this one was different. I was sitting in my dorm room lazing around, as usual, when these large white horns poked through the ceiling. A white light glowed from the thing. Massive white scaled wings spread across the back. Silver and gold armor covered its upper body. On its head was a huge helmet adorned with a golden cross, going from between the horns to the end of a long snout. On its side was a huge sword strapped to its belt, and its massive clawed feet were the only things exposed to a portion of the body other than the wings. Trevor. It spoke to me, its voice echoing through the room. Another cross adorned its chest, and with little thought, I knelt before it. Do not kneel before me. I am as you are, but a servant. A massive gauntlet reached down, offering to help me up. I took it as it pulled me to my feet in an instant. So, who are you? I asked. I am Saint Michael. He bowed to me. You have done a great service to God on this land, despite being a reluctant participant. Thanks, I responded, kind of baffled. I come to warn you. Your travel will be arduous. Forces unseen have seen your work, and they may wish to stop you from getting to the Guardian Temple. I nodded. I figured I didn't have a lot of fans down below. You will have a curious companion with you, Michael advised. In olden times, I'd have called her a harlot, but times are vastly different now. One does not curse a mother for the actions of her children once grown. Are you saying Trish is in danger? I frowned. Your companion has handled herself well so far without you. You needn't worry about her well-being. Concern yourself with protecting yourself. She will aid you in your travels. But be mindful of her words. She does not wish you to see your final destination. Why? I frowned. She's only looking out for me. She always has. Michael nodded. That is why she does not wish for you to arrive at the temple. She wishes only for your safety. She cares not what it costs. That does sound like Trish, I groaned. But she does make good points. What if I'm just, damaged? What if I'm nuts? Michael knelt before me. You have a choice, as all of your kind does. He reached up to the helmet, removing it. White scales adorned his head. Glowing golden orbs floated around his otherwise empty sockets. You can have faith in God, or you can believe otherwise. I don't have a choice, I frowned. Michael's very inhuman face had me on edge. His teeth most of all. Rows of razor-sharp lizard-like fangs adorned his mouth. His nostrils flared above them. If I don't go, Colin will force me. Can you maybe put that helmet back on? No offense, but you kind of freak me out. Michael turned his head to the side. A bright light shimmered around him. He now appeared with paper-white skin, golden eyes, and long blonde hair. Scales still adorned his wings, but otherwise he remained armored. My apologies. I didn't mean to disturb you. I often forget how the uninitiated humans don't know what a seraphim looks like. Okay, that's good. I cleared my throat. But as I said, if it's not Colin, then my father, or someone else will force me to go. I don't have a choice. I don't have free will. Michael looked at me, concerned. You can serve, and we wish you would. He stood up. But if your spirit is not willing, you cannot help our cause. We would prefer you do whatever it is that you desire. I wish I could explain that to Colin. Could you? Michael shook his head. I can only speak to innocence. Yeah, figures. I sighed. Have faith, young Trevor. I'm sure your tribulations will see you through to be a better man. He began to glow bright white. If not, then Godspeed to you. Whatever it is you choose to do. His voice seemed kinda desperate. But we do need all the help we can get. The sun in my eyes woke me up. Michael's words still echoing around my mind. I grunted as I rolled out of bed and checked my alarm. Oh good, I'm on time. I stretched as we got off the bus on our second transfer. It's our longest layover, for about 2 hours. And to top it off, it was about 10 p.m. at night. Hello, Kansas City. Trish hopped off the bus, smiling. Gotta say, it's kinda nice just sleeping for the entire trip. I groaned. My stomach is doing backflips. How do I get motion sick on a damn bus? She laughed and slapped my back. Shut up and deal with it. Alright, so, 2 hours. What do we do? Well, the Cracker Barrel is out, but my friend Lauren told me about a sick bar we can go to while we're here. She grinned to me. Okay, so where is it? Oh, about 22 minutes walking distance. She grinned. So let's go burn some calories. She started heading off, using her phone to guide her. What's the name of this place? I asked. The Brick. We got to the place with loud music. Trish dragged me into the bar. She shouted at the bartender. Is the kitchen still open? Please say yes, I could eat a camel. The bartender nodded at us. Yep, but you got about 40 minutes or so don't piss off the kitchen staff. He handed us menus. Sweet, also, can I get a Guinness? 1 Guinness coming right up. He turned to me. And you? I shrugged. A Bud Light is fine. She hissed at me. That's piss water. I sighed. Can I smoke in here? The bartender shook his head. Gotta head outside for that, pal. He served up our drinks. Trish laughed and said, You just had one on the walk over here. Yeah, well, I like to have a cigarette when I drink. I miss bars that let you. I don't, quipped the bartender, and he moved on to another customer. She took a big gulp of her beer and leaned against the bar, smiling at me. So, your brother, he'll meet us at the station, yeah? I nodded, drinking a beer. Yeah. Do I get to deck him? No. Do I get to watch you deck him? No. She hit my shoulder. If you're not going to be mad, then cheer up. Come on, this is a fun trip. I nodded, looking around. Yeah, it's not bad so far. She glanced at the menu. So I'm getting the burger named after the place. What about you? I looked down. My stomach is still unsettled from the trip. So just get a salad. Don't bitch at me when you're hungry later. She waved down the bartender. Let me get a brick burger and get this little lightweight the pub salad. Our food arrived not too long later, and we both ate. I checked my phone and said we should get heading back to the bus stop. She burped loudly, finishing her third beer. Yep, she smiled at the bartender. Our tab's up. Gotta go, bud. He handed her the bill. Always a pleasure. She gave me the bill. Come on, moneybags, pay the man. I gave him my card. Thank you. Your chick's more badass than you. He laughed and rung us up. I'm not his chick. Come on, let's go. Sounds good. She hopped off the bar stool, flipped off the bartender, and we headed out. She stretched in the cold air as I lit up a cigarette. I think that's a record. How long's it been? A whole hour with no smokes? I scoffed. Do you not count the bus ride? She laughed. You slept on the bus. Yeah, I rolled my eyes. I was glad for the occasional 15-minute pit stop on the ride. It's the only thing that kept the Nick fits at bay. It was about that time that my ring began to grow warmer and pulse around my finger. Hey, Trish. I looked at my hand. We should get back to the bus station, ASAP. She nodded. That's the idea, sir. She smiled at me. But we have about an hour before the bus leaves, and it's a 20-minute walk. Not a short time window. This place isn't the best neighborhood. At least, not now. I tried to explain it in a way where it wouldn't get me a lecture. Big town, scary night? I understand. She put her arm over my shoulder. You got me, though. No need to worry. I'll beat up any baddies. She mocked punched my chest. Yeah, but you're drunk. A much harder punch hit my chest. I had 3 beers. That's not enough to get me drunk. My ring went from warm to downright hot. My heart was racing. I scanned each corner of the street, my eyes starting back and forth as my nerves were on edge. My heartbeat was in my ears, and Trish's voice started to fade into the background of white noise. I shut my eyes tightly, trying to keep myself walking alongside Trish. But as I did, I seemed to lose her. I opened up my eyes, and I now stood alone under a street lamp. Nothing else around me. The ring on my finger remained hot, but not to the point of a burning pain. I looked behind me and Trish wasn't there. I couldn't see anybody. Darkness was around me on all sides. Only a small circle of light provided by the streetlight was allowing me to see anything. I walked to the edge of the ring of light and placed my hand through the darkness. My hand stopped as it pressed against a black wall. Hello? I shouted. Hey, Trish. I staggered backwards and bumped into another wall. I turned my face only to see more darkness. St. Michael? I started to get panicked. My heart started racing. Timothy? Anyone? A low, powerful growl erupted from the darkness. You won't survive. Who the fuck said that? I shouted. Regardless of the woman, the voice growled. That harlot won't save you. I clenched my fist and held up the ring. You know what this is, motherfucker? The darkness seemed to grow even blacker, and the light I was under started to shudder and shake. The ground trembled as a voice somewhere in the darkness roared. I grabbed my ears and fell to my knees. From the dark, a voice shouted in anger. Mark these words, petulant boy. Do not think her protection can save you from me. I opened my eyes only to see a pair of green wisps floating in the darkness. Give me your name, demon. I screamed as I staggered against the far wall of the darkness. Another set of red wisps illuminated next to it. A second voice echoing. We were jilted. A faint set of blue lights now. A whisper echoes through the dark. We have been patient. Next was an orange, flame-like wisp. We have hungered. We covet, said a pair of dark blue wisps. Louder than the others. However, a familiar voice wheezed. A foul wind came from the darkness. We have desired vengeance. A green pair roared. I fell to my knees as the ground started to shake. Above all the other wisps, a pair of violet ones appeared, brighter than all the others. As they appeared, the others seemed to drop low, as if they were kneeling before the brighter violet balls of smoke. We are power. They all spoke in unison. We are Legion. Though I heard the violet-colored voice more than any of the others. I held up my ring, which I could see was glowing a bright white. Leave me the fuck alone! A black shadow shot out from the darkness and wrapped around my other hand. I gasped in shock as I looked at my hand to see a black mark on it. Your death is certain, the violet voice decreed. It will be glorious, wheezed yellow wisps. That's when I remembered the voice. But Belial, I whispered. Stepping out of the darkness was a lanky figure. The wisps were his irises, set inside eyes that were black as pitch. Belial had full long black hair, which ended at about shoulder length. His skin was pale, his nose regal. His wings were large and black, with rusted chainmail adorning them. Some kind of metal armor around his neck and his shoulders, ending at the point on his chest. A cross of leather straps revealed his bare chest, over the leather armor wrapping around his midsection. He wore tarnished silver armor on his legs and feet. Yes, boy. Do you think I have forgotten you? He grinned, perfect white teeth hidden behind the lips. My minions will hunt you down and tear you apart. He grinned at me. For the indignity I suffered at your father's hands. I closed my eyes. and when I opened them, I was standing still, with Trish looking at me in the eyes, concerned. Trev? Holy shit, she hugged me. Trish? You zoned out, you fucking nutcase. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief. You stopped walking and were just staring off into space. I hugged back. Sorry, I don't know what happened. My ring began to feel warm again. Stumbling down the sidewalk towards us was a man. Except it wasn't just a man. Trish? I warned, pointing behind her. There was a dark aura around him. Something sinister. When he walked under the streetlight, I saw it. His body seemed normal, illuminated in the light, but he cast a shadow that was long and strange. It didn't match the rest of his body. It had horns, wings, and a tail which was flickering back and forth. She turned from me to the figure before us. What? The man's head tilted at an odd angle and he grinned widely. His eyes were glowing with a hint of yellow. My masters have marked you. I looked to my opposite hand, seeing a black spot on my palm. Trish, we need to get... Before I could say anything, she was advancing toward the guy. No fear in her, no worry. Listen, bucko, get out of our way or I'll kick your ass, okay? He grinned back. You will not faze me, harlot. My task is set before me. He pointed at me, grinning wide. This one must die. She stood in the light, still unfazed. Yeah, well, if you want him, you gotta go through me. I was ready to fight, but Michael's words echoed in my head. You needn't worry about her well-being. Still, fear gripped me. She didn't know what she was dealing with. I've seen possessed people before, but this guy was different. He might have been worse than someone possessed. He might have just succumbed to the demon inside. Now, I know he was nothing more than a puppet for whatever was inside of him. Despite this, however, despite my knowing what this guy almost certainly was, I let Trish stand there in front of him. She didn't flinch, but a deadly expression spread over her face. Move, bud, she threatened, before I go medieval on your ass. To my utter shock, the creature backed off and slinked away from her. I stood there dumbfounded, as she turned to me with a smile and said, "Let's get moving." I stood there in shock. The shadow of the guy was not human, and it was definitely demonic in nature. Or there was a demon in there. Why did it sulk off after seeing Trish? What the fuck? I said out loud. She tapped her wrist. We have to get moving. How's that for what the fuck? Come on. I followed, catching up to her. Explain. How did you get that thing to run away? Thing? She turned to me, almost indignant. What? That was a drunk guy and blabbing. Drunk? I shouted. He was possessed. Reality check. She stopped and grabbed my shoulder, turning my face to her. Trev, he was drunk. A drunk guy spouting nonsense on the street. She opened up the side of her jacket, revealing a shoulder-holstered pistol. He noticed I was packing heat, so he figured he didn't want to fuck with me, okay? I frowned. When did you get a gun? She scoffed back. We might live in Austin, the one liberal dot smack dab in the middle of Texas, but it is still Texas, Trev. With that, she turned around and faced forward. Now come on. No more demon and angel talk, okay? We've got a long-ass trip ahead of us. I took my seat next to her. She plopped down, plugging in a USB charger and turning on her Nintendo Switch. Mario Kart, she said, offering one of the joysticks to me. Okay. I took the controller. She sat the screen on this thing on the seat behind us. She managed to make a makeshift mount of some sort that held the Nintendo in place pretty well, using a small backpack and a plastic bag. It only fell out once. I questioned if that demon guy had really seen Trish's gun. The more I thought about it, however, the less I believed that was the case. Trish didn't open up her jacket or anything like that. It could just be a drunk guy regardless, though, right? It is possible that she has some sort of unknown protection from someone, and I had wondered about that. So, Trish, I started, hoping to probe her about some aspects of her life. Why is Sam so trusting with you? Also, when can I meet the guy? She continued to focus on the game as the bus started to move. Sam works with his dad, owning a big company. To be honest, his father didn't approve of us in the least. He kinda disowned him for a little while. She chuckled. But from what I understand, he finally pulled that stick out of his ass. What changed his mind? I asked. He had another kid. I guess it softened up the old man. She chuckled. Blue shell, bitch! I nodded. Well, at least the old man is wising up. So when was the last time you saw him? To be honest, it's been a little while. Between school and his work and everything else, we haven't had time to catch up. She smiled. But it's fine. We can be in love despite the lack of contact. I returned the smile. I wish I could have something that pure. I figured I could just push my luck at this point. I gotta ask now, how can you trust him? She laughed. You always ask. Like it's impossible for a guy to be faithful. She gave me this sidelong glance. Would you have problems if you were away from your future girlfriend? Between all those cheater shows and everything else, could you blame me? Seems different. We have a history together. Well, we've got a few hours. You mind telling me about it? She reached for the switch and turned it off, giving me an exasperated face. I'll save the battery while we chat. Sorry. I handed her back the other controller. No problem. She put the switch away. So, Sam and I met in a small town, a real Bible Belt kind of place. She sighed. My dad had set me up with another guy, closer to my age. My first official boyfriend, Adam. Okay, so what was he like? I mean, Adam was a nice guy, don't get me wrong, but he was controlling and old-fashioned. All this woman's place and shit. I don't blame him per se. I blame his dad. He was very much a woman's place is beneath the husband kind of guy. That's antiquated, I replied. Yeah, antiquated ain't a word for it. It's wrong. It should have never been like that to begin with. But I digress. So, I left him. I told my father, who was pretty ticked off, and he tossed me out. That's when I met Sam. So, butterflies and sparks flying? Oh yeah, sparks, definitely, she laughed. Sam was understanding. He was a shoulder to cry on, and a passionate as fuck lover. She smiled. This isn't too much detail for you, right? I shook my head. No, I'm an adult. I can take it. She smiled in return. Well, Sam and I hit it off from there. I pissed his father off. So, Dad kicked him out because I had a bad reputation in town as the town slut. Which really just translates to, I expressed my desire to enjoy sex with my partner. So me and Sam ran off together. She turned to me. That's about it. Sam and his father have made up, pretty recently from what I understand. Which is nice, I guess. What about you and your father? Her smile didn't fade, but she looked at the floor. I don't know. I haven't heard from him, but he hasn't sent me any insults or shunned me anywhere I would notice. In all honesty, I think he's just embarrassed about overreacting to the whole thing. But he has no clue on how to apologize. Isn't that a two-way street? I pointed out. Listen, you, she poked my shoulder. You're the one with the family problems here, not me. But that's a fair point. I should reach out to him at some point. He's likely more forgiving now. I'm sorry if I'm making you doubt Sam or anything. It's just that level of fidelity without being married is just crazy to me. Who said we aren't married? She elbowed me in the ribs. Wait, really? God, no. Not yet, anyway. We'd like to be closer in proximity to tie the knot. But that won't be the case for some time. When's the next time you're going to see him? I asked. She reached back into her bag and pulled out the switch. I don't know, and I don't really feel like discussing it, okay? She handed me the controller. Sorry. Don't be, she mumbled. It's not your problem, it's mine. Despite my questions, I still had no answers. But maybe I barked up the wrong tree. But Trish had clammed up, and I would have plenty of time to ask about it later. I took the controller and focused on the game. But as I did, she grabbed my hand, looking at my palm. What the fuck is this? She asked, showing me my palm. On it was what looked like a backward F, but with 2 dashes under the topmost dash. I frowned at it, as this was the mark I had gotten in my vision, with Belial in the Legion. I don't know. When did this happen? She looked at me. Did you kill someone? What? She shook her head. No, never mind. Let's focus on where you got a fucking tattoo, because that wasn't there at the bar. You noticed when it showed up? She glared back at me. I saw your hand when you paid the bartender. I would have noticed you having a tattoo. She rubbed at it with her finger and then added a bit of spit trying to rub it off. This is a legit tattoo. What the hell, Trev? I pulled my hand back and rubbed it. I'm not sure. She leaned back concerned. Did you touch anything that could have burned you? I fixed my eyes on the mark on my hand. Then I looked back to her. Do you remember when I zoned out? She nodded. Yeah, it scared the shit out of me. I hallucinated that 5 demons were in the darkness, and they marked my hand. The demons marked your hand? Trish frowned. With what? I nodded. They told me that they marked me. After that, the guy who was, drunk showed up threatening us. She frowned and raised an eyebrow at me, and just handed me the controller. We'll see if it comes off with some hardcore detergent. There's no way that's real. I sighed. It was as if the second mention of anything to do with demons following me, she discounted the whole thing that I said. I resolved to just play video games until we got to Billings, Montana. As the bus pulled up to Billings, I spotted Colin's blue and white Ford from the window. He had gotten a cross painted on the hood of the car. I groaned as we saw him, rubbing my stomach. She leaned over to me. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. Colin had shaved his head bald and he was wearing a set of blue pants, shined up shoes, and a sweater with some crazy logo on it. He spotted me from the bus and waved at me through the window. I returned the favor weakly. That's a tacky paint job on an otherwise pretty nice Mustang. Trish grinned and waved, knocking the smile right off of Colin's face. I promise I won't kill him. She smiled as she looked at me. Now, I'm not really a car guy. That was always Colin's thing. But the car was a Ford. Was it a Mustang like Trish said? Was that or a Cobra? I couldn't tell the difference. They looked the same to me. I mean, it did have a Cobra on the grill. We headed off the bus and Colin smiled up to me. What's up, kid? Out of sheer pageantry, I hugged him. Long time no see. Colin gave a sidelong glance to Trish. And who is this lovely young lady? I'm not lovely, Trish said, offering her hand. My name is Trish. I've heard so much about you. All bad, I hope, Colin joked. Enough to get most people put in prison for assault. Colin frowned and then turned to me. What have you told her? I went for broke. Everything. But she doesn't believe it. Huh. Well, aren't you in for a surprise? Is the interior of your car actually clean? She gasped. That would be a surprise. She peeked into the back seat through the window. Wow, and I am shocked. My car's spotless. Always has been. Pride and joy and all that. He cleared his throat. Do you guys need me to get your bags? She scoffed back. Yeah, no, I'll go get them. Wait here. She turned on her heel and headed back to the bus. Colin leaned over to me. I don't like her. Why? Because she won't take your shit? There's something off about that woman, Colin asserted. I just can't quite put my finger on it. It was at this point that I noticed Colin wasn't wearing his ring. You took off Tasha's ring? That's a shocker. He pulled out a golden chain with the ring dangling from it. It's never far from me. I raised an eyebrow. You know rings work better when they're worn on your finger? Before I could question any more, Trish returned with her suitcase. Alright, let's get rolling. We all piled into Colin's car and headed off towards home, which was a good hour's drive from the bus stop. Trish climbed into the back seat while I took the passenger, Colin in the driver's seat. Buckle up, Colin cautioned. She rolled her eyes. Not needed in the back seat. Why, are you that shitty of a driver? I buckled my seatbelt, enjoying Colin getting the third degree from Trish. I drive just fine, he beamed. You ever been in a car this nice? He asked. Oh no, I've been in much nicer. I highly doubt that. She rolled her eyes. Every guy who owns a Shelby thinks he has the best car around. They forget as far as muscle cars go, they don't even hold a candle to most German spec cars. Okay, now that's enough for you to get your ass kicked out of my car, Colin said, glancing into the back seat. She chuckled. It doesn't change the fact that all you see is Audi taillights when you roll through the Autobahn. Pfft, as if you've ever been to the Autobahn, Colin griped. She scoffed back. You have no idea where I've been. Guys, can we relax for just a second? Colin glared at me. Well, I'm not the one who started insulting my car out of the blue. She's sensitive. I'm just stating, Fwah! As I looked to the left, for a split second I saw it. It was a pickup truck, barreling right at us. It smashed into the passenger side door. sending Trish across the back seat and out through the window. I couldn't see what happened next as the airbags blasted out and I got knocked around. The car kept spinning like crazy, and I felt us tip over at least once as we rolled off the road. From the smoke, the impact, and everything else, the only thing I had was white noise in my ears, and I'm certain that I had blacked out a little bit. Colin was shouting into my numb ears. Colin had pulled my door open and was now reaching to undo my seatbelt. I could barely grasp what he was shouting because my ears were ringing so bad. The ringing had died down enough for me to make out what he was saying. "Your girl's dead, come on, get out, come on!" Colin dragged me out of the car and I staggered out in a daze, rubbing my head in confusion. We were off the road down in a ditch. I saw the front end of a huge Chevy truck that looked dinged but otherwise fine, having pushed us all the way over. "Where's Trish?" I asked. Colin shrugged his shoulders. "Dead, dude. She got thrown out of the fucking window. It would be a miracle if she survived." He began to march up towards the truck that hit us. "What the fuck, man? Are you trying to kill us?" Climbing out of the car was some guy that stood almost 6'6". He was a heavy-set guy, but something told me a good chunk of that heavy-set body was muscle. He had heavy breaths, and his nose was bloodied from his own airbag. "Yeah," he said simply. Colin's anger disappeared at the strange guy's assertion. My ring began to warm up. "Colin, get away from that guy." The big guy started walking toward us both, grinning wider. "The voices said if I killed you, I'd get stronger." He punched a fist into his open palm. "I'ma kill you real good for the voices." I think that I found something worse than a possessed guy. My ring warmed up, but something told me it wouldn't cast out a demon. The guy was a servant. He was in league with the demon, but not possessed. I wondered if the insanity happened before or after. I wasn't sure. Colin ran back to the car and tried to open up the trunk. He turned to me. "Help me with this," he shouted. "I've got my Sig Sauer in there." "Your what?" I shouted. Colin tried to get the trunk open, but the crash had jammed it shut. "It's my fucking standard issue from the church," he glared at me. "It's got holy marking and blessed bullets." Before he could continue, the big guy charged us both, tackling us to the ground. I tried to punch the guy, but he didn't even flinch. I gasped as his huge hands wrapped around my throat, the other one grabbing Colin's. His grin was unnaturally wide, which was unnerving enough, other than this guy's giant ham fist squeezing the life out of me. Colin and I both kicked and struggled, but nothing seemed to move him. "I'm gonna strangle the life out of both of you, and then I'ma cook you and eat you," he laughed. "I can smell your fear." He leaned down to Colin. "It looks like good eating." An odd clicking noise caught my attention from behind us, followed by a second click. The brute looked up, just as confused. The next sound was a blast, but it wasn't like a gun, but more like a small cannon. Next thing we knew, the guy's forehead had a hole in the center, and his brain matter blasted out of the back of his head, spraying Colin and me. I groaned as the brute's body fell on me, but I turned towards where the shot originated. A fairly battered and dusty-looking Trish stood there holding a pistol. A pistol isn't the right word for it. She had a silver revolver. The barrel was huge. The barrel and cylinder were all chrome-plated, though the metal of the hammer and body were definitely darker. The barrel was smoking. There was sulfur in the air. She fell to one knee, groaning. Fucking firing pin is fucked. She opened up the revolver cylinder, dropped a few bullets, and an empty one fell into her hand. Colin pushed himself out from under the behemoth of a man, and then he helped me get to my feet. Good thing she was packing. "You said she was dead," I shouted, grunting as I got to my feet. "She sailed out of the fucking window," Colin argued. "As much," she winced, "as I can clarify the debate for you two," she said with a groan. "I'm not in the best shape." She sat down on the ground and reached into her jacket, reloading her pistol, flicking the cylinder closed. "And I need to get to a gunsmith. Fucking old Rag needs a tune-up." "Did you name your gun Rags?" Colin asked. "I didn't name it," Trish complained, as we helped her get to her feet. She looked disgusted at the corpse of the big guy who tried to kill us. "Is this a friend of yours?" Colin turned and screamed. "No!" He rushed over to his car. "My baby!" Trish's face fell. Did he just realize his car was totaled? I nodded. Well, we were caught up in the whole giant guy trying to murder us thing. He walked over to the guy's corpse and kicked it. Damn you! Hey, genius, Trish called out. Colin glared at the two of us. What? Do you think maybe we ought to call the cops? I mean, I did just shoot a guy and your car is totaled. Colin grumbled and walked over to the remains of his car. Where are you going? I asked. To get my damn phone out of the car. But I have... He was already out of earshot by the time I pulled my phone out. Trish had crossed her arms and shook her head. Well, I hoped he wouldn't be, but he's just like I expected. What, stubborn? Prideful, jealous, and easily aggravated. Reminds me a lot of someone I used to know. I sniffed the air. Do you smell gasoline? Your brother has a phone too, she shouted. Also, your baby's leaking gas. Probably a good idea to get away from her. Colin shouted from inside the car. Fuck off. I was about to walk over, then she grabbed my hand, stopping me. There's no point in both of you risking your lives, she pointed out. Colin came back a few minutes later, phone in hand, calling the cops. He looked at me. Better tell Mom and Dad we're okay. Just let me get the cops here. I pulled out my phone. Or, I'll call Mom and Dad. Colin glared at me, then began to talk to the cops. Trish turned to me and hugged me. I'm glad you're both okay. Both, huh? She placed her hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eyes. Your brother might be an asshole, but I don't want him or you dead. Call your folks. Better tell them what happened. As I dialed, I turned to her. You didn't hear what that guy said when he was throttling us, did you? She stared at the corpse for a moment before looking back to me. No, I didn't. She was a shitty liar. I knew she heard what he said. I called up my father, figuring he would be happy to know we were okay, but not so happy that we weren't home yet. After a few rings, he finally answered.
Hello?
I frowned. It wasn't what I expected. Hey, Dad, there was an accident with Colin's car on the way home. Before you panic, everything is okay. We're just waiting for the cops.
That's fine. Take your time getting home. I understand that the accident was likely very difficult. Be careful on your way back, okay?
He was acting peculiar, and I couldn't help but shake that something was off. Dad, is everything okay? There was a moment of silence before he responded.
Yes, Taylor. Why wouldn't it be?
He used the wrong name, and I think it was on purpose. Okay, Dad, we'll be home soon.
Be careful. Very careful. I love you. Your mother and I both love you.
And then the line went dead. That conversation was off. Everything about it was off. I turned to Trish. Something is wrong at my house. Why do you say that? She asked. My father called me Taylor, and he told me to take my time. Is he having a stroke or something? She frowned, looking concerned. Colin interrupted. The cops will be here soon. They said not to go anywhere or touch anything. He also turned to Trish, and to talk to you. You ratted me out? She glared. This is Montana. The fact that you shot a guy in self-defense is nothing. The only noteworthy thing is because you're a woman. And then he gestured to her gun, with an antique gun. I interrupted their argument. Colin, Dad's acting odd. I told him we were okay. He just... I don't know, he told me to take my time getting home. The concern on Colin's face grew genuine. That's not at all like Dad. And he called me Taylor. Colin frowned. If he said to take our time, then we probably should. Dad's been telling us to get home repeatedly. I looked at my hand. Colin, there's no way any of the demons could, I don't know, follow us to the house before I even got there, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, Trish grumbled. Not again. Colin turned to her. What, the big guy didn't convince you? We're in Montana, she shouted. For all we know, he was drunk. He was just a drunk who didn't want you two to survive to call the cops, and he just wanted to drive off. Were they all drunk to you? I asked. Because it's the logical conclusion, Trevor. She was shouting, using my full name, as she always did when she was heated. Why is it always demons with you most of the time? She trailed off. Most of the time, humans are worse than demons. Colin sighed. You're not wrong. Oh, shut up, Exhibit A, she glared at him. You're no fucking saint. Colin nodded. Yeah, I know. That's when the cop shouted from the side of the road. You three, step away from the body and I want to see hands. He pointed to Trish. And if you could drop that, that would be great. She frowned, opening up the cylinder and dumping all of the bullets into her hand in one motion, before flipping it over and holding it by the barrel. Could you just take it, officer? She's gotten enough dirt on her for one day. We approached the cop and he did the same, meeting us about halfway. He took the gun in his hand. I wish more folk would explain themselves when they have a firearm with an officer as well as you did, young lady. He took the gun and whistled, then glanced at the dead body. Well, young lady, I wouldn't want dirt in this beauty either. As the officer looked over the gun, I saw something carved into the side of the pistol. D-U-S-M. J.G. Owens. Ragal. It was early afternoon by the time the police were done with us. The most amusing sight I ever saw was one of the EMTs trying to toss a blanket on Trish's shoulders. I'm fine, she'd shout. Colin turned to me and sighed. Listen, Mom and Dad aren't picking up anymore. He had a look of concern on his face. Something is definitely wrong. I agree. So what do we do? Dad said take our time, so for now, I called our neighbor. Trish walked back over to us. They don't want me to leave the state for 2 fucking weeks, she fumed. Great, my gun got busted up, and I'm stuck in Big Sky country for the next 2 weeks. She turned to me. Sorry, Trev. I kinda only planned to be here for a weekend. I hope I can borrow some clothes at some point. Yeah, we'll figure it out, I'm sure. Colin waved at the old white Ford rolling over to us. In the meantime, we have a ride. I frowned. That's Billy, isn't it? Billy's a cool dude, Colin smiled. I can barely understand him. Billy was a good guy, he really was, but he spoke like the real-life version of Boomhauer from King of the Hill. Or at least he spoke as fast as Boomhauer. The man, short a few teeth with a full white beard and a huge smile, popped his head out of the driver's side window. Well now, y'all survived quite a scuffle, huh? Come on, hop in, I'll get you back home. Thanks, Billy, Colin said and got into the car. Trish and I squeezed into the back of the cab. Billy looked at me. Y'all right back there? What? Billy did his best to slow down his words. It didn't help me out a lot, though. Y'all aight back there? We're fine, thanks, Billy. Well, alright. He laughed and then put the truck into gear. Trish sighed and looked her gun over. Poor Rags. What does that inscription mean on it? I asked. She groaned in response. It's from the original owner, I guess. A friend of mine passed it on to me when they couldn't use it anymore. She tried to spin the cylinder, but it clicked and ground to a halt. Fucking sand. Young lady, if you need that iron fixed up, Tanner down there is your man. No, not too far out of the way, Billy said. Colin nodded to placate him. Sure thing. She leaned up front. Are you sure he could fix an antique like my iron, though? Billy glanced at it and whistled. Whoo, boy, Tanner gonna go nuts when you see that iron, man. Well, then I very much need to see Tanner. She smiled, sitting back in her seat. I guess being out in the country isn't so bad, she said. I had to find a specialist in Austin just to get the thing tuned up. She holstered it back under her jacket. I frowned. How is a gun like that still functional? Tender love and care, she said. After almost an hour, we got to a farm about 20 minutes away from my parents' house. That may sound far, but in this state, we're pretty much neighbors. Billy hopped out of the truck, then stuck both fingers into his mouth and whistled. Tanner, come on out here! Julius Tanner was a middle-aged man with a beer gut and the stench of a man who had worked on his farm for the better part of the morning. He stood a good 5'8", about Trish's height come to think of it. Billy, you old goat, what are you doing out in these parts? He walked over and hugged him. Billy was tall, but he was also as thin as a rail. That's the young lady with the iron I need fixing. Tanner looked over to Billy, then to me. I swear, Billy, I can't make out half of what you say on a good day. He laughed. Oh, you son of a bitch, I'm gonna make you. He laughed and gave Tanner a shove. She walked up to him. You fix guns? Tanner shook his head. No, young lady, I restore revolvers. Unless you've got a... Trish pulled out her pistol and gave it to Tanner, who just stared at it for a moment. 44 caliber 1847 Colt Walker revolver. He took it gingerly. Jesus, it's got a cartridge conversion in the damn thing. Colin raised an eyebrow. What the heck is a cartridge conversion? Tanner looked over to us. Boy, this here pistol is a black powder 6-shooter, originally. You'd need to preload the cylinders back in the day, he chuckled. But a cylinder is a cylinder, and this one can take a modern .45 Magnum, thanks to the cylinder upgrade. He looked over the inscription. And this was a U.S. Deputy Marshal pistol once to boot. She smiled back. Yeah, my friend said it was a pretty rare gun, but it never let him down. Colts don't quit, young lady. He shook it a little, sand coming out here and there. Don't help him much to get tossed in the dirt, though. She frowned. I know, it fell out of my holster during a car accident. Found it in a pile of dirt? Tanner nodded. Looks like the wedge of the thing here is backing out. Shit, I thought it was the firing pin. Is that going to be expensive to fix? Tanner looked at her and grinned. If this was some kind of replica, I would charge you quite a bit. But if you let me spend some time with this here lovely revolver, I'll just do it for the cost of parts. Thank you. Trish followed him into the house. The loading lever also sometimes pops loose after I fire. Do you think you can fix that too? I reckon I can, young lady. Tanner laughed. Boys, why don't you make yourself at home? I'll be in the house fixing up this lady's piece. I nodded. Sure. Billy headed inside. Tanner, you got a pot on? In the kitchen, you old goat. Milk's in the fridge, he said as he and Trish walked upstairs. Billy made a mock goat bleat, and we followed him into the kitchen. Colin sat down at the table. Where did she get a piece like that? I shrugged. She said a friend gave it to her. That thing belongs in a museum, Colin said. So do you. Har har, Colin said. I don't like her. Something's off about her. Billy sat down with his coffee. If you can't say it to her face, don't say nothing. Tain't polite to gossip and ain't polite to talk shit behind someone's back. Colin put his hands up. Okay, guilty. Sorry. Billy winked at us, took a sip of his coffee. Tanner's got some pop in that there fridge, why don't you both want it? I got up and moved toward the fridge. I'm worried about Mom and Dad, not answering their phone after all that odd conversation we had. It's concerning. I grabbed a pair of Dr. Peppers and handed one to Colin. He opened it up saying, Dad said to take our time. I'm inclined to believe him. Billy nodded. Fred's a good man, a stand-up fella. I'm sure he's just fine. He took another sip and then looked at me. How's the schooling? I sighed. It's okay, just still trying to figure out where I'm going. Colin laughed. You know where you're going. Billy leaned forward and said, Don't spend too much time looking at that map, son. You'll lose control of where you end up. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't understand a word he said. We shot the shit for almost an hour. Billy was regaling us with story after story. That's when my younger brother Jim, big man, oh, they called him Big Jim. He done clocked that bouncer. Not a soul not rest of this earth could swing like Big Jim. And then he scuffled with the oldest boy, too. Wronging at his shoulders, ended up on his paw. He leaned back. Pretend like father like son, huh? Colin and I gave our bemused nods and smiles, acting like we understood him. An abrupt scream came from outside, interrupting our talk. It was sudden, loud, and almost sounded like a woman being startled. In an instant, I was on my feet. My ring was warming up once again. Colin, what the fuck was that? I yelled. Colin got up on his feet, too. Billy laughed at the two of us. Tanner's goats got your goat, huh? He laughed, slapping his knee. Them goats make a racket. There was another horrid scream from outside. That one wiped a smile off Billy's face. Another one followed it. This one sounding more masculine, more horrified. We went to the window, and what I saw sent a good shiver down my spine. There were Tanner's goats, just as Billy had guessed. However, it was how they stood that unnerved me. Something got them to line up. All 18 of them were in 3 neat, orderly lines. Their eyes were wide, staring straight ahead. The only thing moving was their mouth. They were all screaming, at first one at a time, but the screams grew louder, more human-sounding, and I could make out more than just screams alone. Distorted, horrific cries of anguish were coming from the goats, cries of people. It sounded like people suffering horribly. Billy put his coffee down on the table and walked toward the side door. Billy, don't! Colin shouted. He waved us off. Damn goats ain't nothing to fret over. He walked out the door. Go on now, shoot! Get! In a single moment, every goat's head turned to Billy as he stepped out. Billy took a step back when all the goats turned to him, his cavalier attitude toward them vanishing. I ran to the door. Billy, get inside! He turned and ran for the door. Seemed like he wasn't going to make it. Colin and I grabbed him and pulled him into the house. A goat's head rammed the screen door so hard that the glass shattered inside at the base. The goat screamed in a tortured man's voice. It burns! Billy stumbled and pushed back against me. Go get the damn door! Colin rushed over to the main door and shut it tightly. As he did, more thuds of goats crashed against the door frame. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, Billy shouted, getting to his feet. Hell gotten into Tanner's goats? Colin stumbled. Something unholy. He turned to me, pulling the ring out from under his shirt, still dangling from the chain. So what are we thinking? I'm thinking 18 fucking demons to exorcise, and about 16 too many for the two of us. I looked at Billy. Does this old man Tanner have any rifles or anything? He nodded, scoffing. I don't Tanners, you know? He got to the gun case with metal bars over it and fiddled with the lock. Damn, I'm gonna need dang on combo. Billy shouted, Tanner, what's the dang on call for these rifles? The thudding now grew more frequent. I noticed that the door hinges were weakening. Billy, we should get a move on. Billy struggled to get a shortened rifle out of the rack, but when the hinges buckled from the door, we ran further into the house. Tanner and Trish were on the stairs. Trish had her pistol. What's going on? She asked. I pointed from the stairs to the door as it gave way and the goats piled in the house. Tanner shouted, What the hell's gotten into them? Billy yelled back, Dang on goats gone plumb loco, man. Colin grumbled, They're possessed by something. Trish narrowed her eyes and aimed the gun down the steps. I've just about had it with you. She looked to be pointing at Colin at first, but changed it and fired next to him, dropping one of the goats that was halfway up the steps. Sorry about your goat, Mr. Tanner. She apologized, firing at the next one that ran up. But at least the action is smooth as silk. Tanner grumbled. Betty. Billy pushed his way past us and ran into one of the bedrooms. Come on in, Tanner's awning. He opened up the window and pushed a screen out. We ran towards the bedroom. Colin slammed the door shut, being the last one in. Trish looked to me. Ladies first. Ha ha. You go. You get out of here. She held up her pistol. I have a weapon. You don't. I felt my ring again. It was hot. She gave me an exasperated look. Startled goats don't equate to demons. There was a slam against the door as the hinges began to give way, followed by another one in rapid succession. With each strike, the screams grew louder and were no longer distorted. Why have you forsaken me? Forgive me. I don't deserve this. Save me. It hurts. Oh God, it hurts. The screams were all rising in a crescendo. Tanner grumbled, Fuck this. He jumped out the window down onto his awning. Colin followed suit, with me coming out next. I turned to see the door start to splinter. Trish fired a shot at the opening, knocking another goat down. Trish was backing up to the window. Mr. Tanner, what the hell did you feed your goats? She climbed down with me, and we both slid down the awning to the ground. Billy was climbing out of the window. Tanner shouted, Hurry, you old coot! Tanner complained, I ain't as young as I used to be. Something shattered inside the room, and Billy started to shout in panic. A goat launched Billy forward out the window, sending him landing hard on the awning, but even harder on the ground. As Billy landed, a sickening snap resounded through the air, followed by Billy crying out in pain. Dang on knee, man, he complained. Tanner was running to the front of the house. I'll go get the gun rack unlocked. Trish and I helped Billy get to his feet, before shouts started coming from inside the house. Daisy, Tanner shouted in pain. No, girl, stop! Suddenly, a wet-sounding thud, followed by Tanner's screams of pain. We ran around to the front of the house just to see the goats had pinned Tanner down somewhere inside. From the window out front, we could only watch as cracks started to form in the glass, and the wood of the porch shuddered with each hit. Oh God, not like this, were Tanner's last words, as a final thud caused the window to gain a fresh new splattering of blood. Tanner's brutalized body fell to the ground from the doorway. One goat walked out of the house and stood on the porch, blood dripping from its horns. Colin turned to Billy. We gotta get to the truck. Julius, Billy whispered in mourning, as he pushed Trish and I away, handing me the keys. He turned to us. Get. Trish frowned. No, Billy, you can't. I said get, Billy shouted. Go on now, take my dang on truck and get. He staggered up to his feet, staring down the goat as he did so, when another one joined it. A third goat came out chewing on something, blood dripping out of its mouth. Colin was halfway to the truck by the time Trish and I had started following. She turned back once more, firing her gun 3 more times, falling 2 of the goats out front. Go on now, Billy shouted, standing his ground between us and the unholy herd. I got in the truck and opened it up. Trish jumped into the passenger seat, as Colin jumped in the back. The truck's radio started to blare country music as I put the key in the ignition. As I started it up, I watched one of the crazed goats hit Billy's knee, causing him to hit the dirt. He barely got to his hands and knees before one hit him on the side. He turned over to us, blood dripping out of his mouth. He screamed, Go, save yourselves! Before a goat struck him right on the head, knocking him out. I knocked the truck into gear and sped towards home. Trish shouted out, Fuck! What was all that? Mad goat disease? Colin leaned forward. You've got to be fucking kidding me. What else could it be, she complained. Seriously, explain that shit. I could, but you won't like it, I said. Demons? Really? She frowned, reloading her pistol. Everything is demons with you. Speaking of, Colin began, who are you? She narrowed her eyes on Colin. Don't rope me into your twisted little fantasy. You just witnessed a herd of goats kill 2 men while screaming the cries of the damned, I shouted. What more could you possibly want? Trish shook her head and placed the gun in its holster. I don't know, okay? But a logical conclusion will present itself. Logical conclusion, Colin laughed. What's it gonna take to prove it to you? A heavenly choir descending from on high and explaining the shit to me, she growled. How's that? Enough, I shouted. Let's just get home, okay? We can figure everything else out later. Like how we just got Billy killed and Tanner. Mom and Dad are gonna love that. We could call the cops when we get to your folks' house, okay? She said, starting to calm down. No, we open the doors to the Guardian Temple, where it's safe, Colin advised. No, we shouldn't. Not right away, I added. You two are delusional. Trish heaved a sigh, turning to me. Please, I get this is insane, but don't let it drive you further into your fantasy world. She frowned, putting a hand on my shoulder. I don't want to lose you in there, Trev. What happened to Sam? Colin growled. I thought he was your squeeze. Lay off of her, Colin, I shouted. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell happened back there. Something is drawing these things to us, he said. I think I might have an idea why they're following me. I examined my hand, confirming that the mark was still there. But what about Mom and Dad? What's happening at home? I looked back to Colin in the rearview mirror. Did you ask Timothy or anyone at the temple? He looked away. I tried to open the doors, but I think it needs both of us. I felt a shiver run down my spine. What do you mean you tried to open the doors? I did what Tasha taught us, to pray. The doors appeared, but they faded before I could touch them, he admitted. Shocker there. The magically conjured door wasn't real, Trish mocked. Colin got pissed off. Fuck off. The doors need both of us because we're mortal men. Mortal men can't open the gates alone. My fists were clenching the steering wheel in anger. Colin, how many times did you try? Why does it matter? He said. Colin, how many times did you try? He shrugged. I don't know, I lost count. I took a deep breath. So you're telling me that after everything that you know of, you kept trying to open the doors to a place where, the last time they were open, a demon lord came out of hell to find them? Trish scoffed. Talk about how not to summon a demon lord. Colin went silent for a moment. I didn't think they could, he trailed off. You might have just gotten Mom and Dad killed by flicking a fucking flashlight into the darkness and shouting, Here I am. Both of you calm down. Trish tried to diffuse the anger. Colin punched my shoulder, causing me to swerve. Kane, stop hurting your brother, Trish shouted, staring at Colin. Colin furrowed. What? I said, don't hurt your brother. Brother shouldn't do that. What did you call me? Colin said, perplexed. Huh? Trish asked. I frowned. You called him Kane. She looked out the window and was silent for a moment, then said, If the shoe fits. Oh, fuck you, Colin barked. Was that a Bible joke? She was silent for the drive. Like I would ever hurt Trevor, he added. I looked over to see Trish glaring hard out the window. Hey, look, I stated as we saw our house in the distance. We're almost home. The sun was about to set at this point, and I saw the house lights on. There was someone moving around inside. Colin smiled. Do you think Dad just let his phone die again? I pulled the truck into the driveway. Considering the day we're having, I don't think so. Trish got out of the car without saying anything. Colin followed suit. We were all standing outside in the evening air. Trish cleared her throat. I'm sorry. Colin turned over to her. What? I'm sorry for making that comparison, okay? She looked at Colin, her face falling. But you need to go easier on your brother. He's your little brother. You're supposed to look out for him. Instead, well... I turned to face him now. You fucked me up, okay, Colin? I fucked you up? He glared at me. I kept you on the straight and narrow. No, Tasha never said to do any of that shit. It was your decision for me, not my decision. It was the right decision. Look at you. You can expel a demon better than any priest, he shot back. That's because I helped guide you. Trish walked over to Colin and hugged him. Hey, what? He stuttered. Please stop torturing him, she said. He's suffering because of the things you did. Can't you see that? Colin frowned and then looked at Trish as she let go. Her hands were on his shoulders. Tell him the truth, Colin. Tell him the truth so he can stop suffering, okay? Tell him the truth, that all of this demon and angel shit was just something you guys did as kids, and now you're using it to control him. Colin frowned and then looked at me. For a moment, I felt my resolve slip. Could it all be in my head? Was this all something that Colin just did? Was she right? Did everything have a reasonable explanation? Before Colin could say anything, the front door opened. I looked over, and standing in the doorway was Tasha. My blood ran cold as I saw her. It was the woman who destroyed my life. Colin shouted, Tasha, you came to meet us. She walked over towards us. She was thinner than I recalled, and her eyes seemed to glow like a cat's in the darkness. I was about to say something when I felt my ring grow warm. Wait. Colin walked towards her, Trish right behind him. Tasha, I like the new look. The woman before us looked like Tasha, but she was wearing a skin-tight leather-like material. There were several knives tucked into holsters here and there on her thighs, arms, and hips. She was much thinner than I remembered, shorter too, but I discounted all that to the fact that I had grown over some 10 years. Trish pushed Colin aside and drew her pistol. No, Colin, don't. Trev, get away from her. I was about to say something when, in a blur, the woman with Tasha's face dashed past me and grabbed Trish by the arm and twisted. She cried out as something in her hand snapped audibly. Her pistol clattered to the ground. Well, since you know her so well, I'll ask you a very simple question. She twisted Trish's hand, which caused her to cry out in pain again. And the answer is something I will squeeze out of you, one way or another, she hissed. It was then that I realized there was a key difference in the woman's face. Tasha's hair is parted to the right, but this woman's hair is parted to the left. Her eye, the good one, is the right eye, as Tasha's was her left eye. My sister and I were born conjoined, I remembered her saying, as she pointed to her right eye, right here. Z, I whispered as I realized who the woman was. Z narrowed her eyes and pushed a foot in back of Tasha's head. I'll ask one more time. Where is my sister? She growled. Where's Tasha? Trish was struggling, but she didn't seem at all capable of dealing with Z. This became more clear as Z put a little more force into the back of Trish's neck with her foot. Fuck! What the hell do they feed you? Trish shouted. Blood, Z said. Now out with it! Colin shouted. She's in the temple! Colin, you idiot. He turned to me. She won't be able to walk in. He glared at her. Evil cannot enter that holy place. Spare me the religious nonsense, Z hissed. At least we can agree on something. Trish grunted as she kicked out Z's knee. Z lost her footing long enough for Trish to escape, and she ran towards her pistol with her good hand. The other one seemed to have dislocated something. Trish took aim at Z before she pulled the hammer back. Trish flew forward as she crashed against the side of the house. Z now stood in her place, glaring at her as she cracked her head on the wall. Trish staggered to her feet for a moment, but she was having difficulty lifting the gun before collapsing onto the ground. Z turned back to Trish, tougher than she looks. She turned away as I backed away with Colin. Now, where is the temple, and how do I gain access to it? With faith, Colin said. Z once again was a blur. She was now in front of Colin, lifting him up by his neck. I want to know how to gain access to it physically, you little zealot. Suck on this, you leech. My father's voice shouted as something heavy cracked against the back of Z's head. She flew forward and her face hit the dirt, a bloody mass on the back of her head. I looked up from Z's body to see my father, short gray hair, his beleaguered hazel eyes, wearing a white tank top and a pair of old work jeans with brown boots. He had a sledgehammer in his hands, which now had blood on it. "That won't keep her down," my father said, hefting up the hammer onto his shoulder. "Tie her up, boys." I hugged my father out of pure instinct. "I was afraid you were dead." He laughed. If Belial didn't kill me, this vampy bitch wasn't gonna do it. Colin was now trying to get Z's hands behind her back. "Colin, hog tie her. That bitch is fast. She might try to run away." My father turned back to the house. I glanced over to see my mother looking over Trish. Mom's hand had bandages and a splint on it, wrapped around her thumb. "She'll be okay. She'll have a hell of a headache, but she will be okay." My mom smiled when she saw me. "Trevor, oh thank goodness you're okay." She walked over and hugged me. "Barely," I sighed. I looked at her hand. "What happened?" She glared to Dad. "I had to dislocate my thumb since your father was too squeamish to do it himself. That crazy woman tied us both up, you know." Dad nervously looked over to Billy's white pickup. "Hey, where's old Bill?" Colin frowned as he got Z's legs all tied up. "He's, no longer with us." "What?" my father shouted. "A herd of possessed goats killed Billy. Tanner's goats," I explained. My father frowned. "Goats? Goats can get possessed?" My mother spoke up next. "Fred, help me get her to bed, okay? She needs some rest." She knelt next to Trish. My mom looked at me. "Who is this?" "That's my friend from college, Trish." I did my best to introduce the unconscious woman. My mom shot my father a look. "I told you!" My father shrugged. "It was possible. It's all I was saying." "What's possible?" I asked. "Your father thought you were gay," my mother chortled. My fist clenched up to the point where my nails dug into my palms. Colin's hands on my shoulders didn't help the matter either. "Nah, Trevor's always been into girls, Mom. Though Trish is just only a friend." He shot me a commanding look. Or so he says. My father picked up Trish and headed to the backyard. "With things as they are, we'll head into the shelter." He carried her toward the back where a large mound peeked out from the ground. My mother ran ahead as Colin dragged Z into the house. I turned over to Colin. "What are you doing?" Colin grunted as he pulled Z inside the door, shutting it. "Keep her inside until we can ask St. Timothy what to do with her." "I'm sure he'll be pleased that we knocked out and likely killed his half-sister," I pointed out. "It's not the good one," Colin said as he walked ahead of me. "He may reward us." Mom opened the door in the mound and we all headed down the long staircase, until we got into an equally large room. "Dad, how much did you add to the shelter?" My father laughed. "It's 4 converted storage containers, reinforced from the outside, 2 living quarters with 3 bedrooms, a storage room, and a grow room for food." "A grow room?" I asked. Dad nodded. "Yep, solar powered. It can simulate the sun with these special UV lights. The best part is when the grow room really gets going, it can give us clean oxygen down here if the vents get blocked. Not to mention the solar panels outside and the geothermal power underneath that can power everything else." Mom complained. "Pretty much no mortgage left. Your father went way too far with the money to do as he pleased." She crossed her arms in a huff. "We could have moved to Cancun or bought a bigger house, but no, we had to make the world's greatest shelter." Dad laughed. "Yep," he walked into another section of the large room, which had a kitchen, TV, and a couch, even a full dinner table. "She can chill out on your bed for now, Trevor." My father shouted from the other section of the shelter. Colin nudged me in the ribs. "Come on, man. You said they marked you. We have to go to the temple and get you unmarked, and put a stop to all this madness." "I doubt that will make any difference," I frowned. "Didn't make a difference to Billy or Tanner, and all they did was try to help us. Now look at them." My father looked on to the 2 of us. "Listen, boys, I dealt with this over 10 years ago. I had hoped by the time it reared its ugly head again, I had died from old age. But this is serious. What if you get killed? These demons don't mess around. Please stay in the shelter with us." Colin shook his head. "Dad, we can't just sit by and do nothing." I hate to agree with Colin, but he's right. I looked at my ring. Something has to be done. My mother hugged us both. "Be safe." My father did the same. "Lock the door on your way out." Colin and I headed to the backyard. I took the opportunity to light up a cigarette. I felt like it had been forever since I had one, and this stress was demanding that I smoke one at that moment. Really, man? Now? You better not light up one of those in the temple, Colin complained. With a deep inhale, I pulled my cigarette away from my mouth, the filter in my fist, when I turned to Colin, simulating a middle finger with a "fuck you." Colin stopped and knelt on the ground, turning to me. "Put that thing out and pray with me. Together we should both be able to do this." I looked around at the empty yard, and deep down I thought the words Trish had always said, about it all being make-believe and all of it being in my head. "Trevor, come on," he shouted. And then to my ring. "You're wrong about what Tasha told us, just to clarify." He glared back at me. "You need to have faith in what she taught us. She's a saint. We have to trust her teachings." "She's not a saint," I glared ahead of me. "You can't trust her or her words." I held my right hand out. The ring began to glow. "You want to put your faith in something, Colin? Put it in God and let him do the rest." His face softened up a bit. "That's how I cast out demons." I closed my eyes, imagining the door appearing. "You put your faith in God and pray to him. No one else." I opened my eyes to see that my ring had returned to its normal iron color. The doors had appeared before me. I turned to Colin. "I've been waiting for this for a long time." I got up and moved towards the doors. I can put everything that had been torturing me to bed. I threw what was left of my cigarette on the ground and crushed it underneath the ball of my foot. Colin got to his feet. "And when we see Tasha, you can apologize for insulting her." He looked at me. "Tasha's a saint. I know you trust God, but she is my pathway to God." He grinned. "Besides, she's my sin to keep me grounded." "I'm sorry. Your what?" I asked, turning to Colin in shock, my hand on the door. "My sin is lust for her." He turned to me. "Every one of the Palatine Guard have a single sin. I lust after her because I can't have her. She's celibate." I shook my head and pressed my hand against the door. It was real. I was certain now. It was real. What I thought I was going to see was the same darkened halls and marble flooring. But what we did see nearly blinded us both. It was the same room, but illuminated in a bright white light coming down high from the ceiling, filled to the brim with light that I didn't remember. Before us stood two statues of angels, one of Saint Dina, Timothy's grandmother, just as I remembered, the other of an angel with its face covered by a cowl. In the brightened room, the face of the second angel was still hidden. I looked around in awe of the differences and the familiarity. "Holy shit, it's real," I said as we walked in. It's real. It's not a dream that I had." Colin chuckled. "I told you, brother, don't lose faith." I grumbled under my breath. I didn't lose faith in God. I lost faith in myself, thanks to you. A shiver ran down my spine as Tasha's voice shouted happily. "You boys came back," she said, laughing as she ran towards us. While seeing Tasha again did have me unnerved, it was Timothy off to the corner of my eye. He was standing there dressed similarly how I remembered, though he had gotten a new coat. Timothy didn't unnerve me either. The source of the shivers running down my spine and the uneasiness in my gut was the woman standing next to him. She was small, sure, but maybe she was an inch or two shorter than Tasha? Some kind of Latino complexion, long light brown hair and a blindfold on. She had 3 sets of wings, 6 in all, each pair a different color, descending from white to red, then black. Despite the blindfold, she was looking right at me, looking me in the eyes. I could sense her looking at me, like she was staring deep into me. It left me feeling naked, violated, and bare in front of her gaze. As Tasha approached us, Colin's eyes were wide with lust. "Tasha, okay, I thought it was all a dream." He grinned stupidly and walked towards her. I shook my head. "She hates when you compliment her looks, remember, Colin?" I said. She hugged him all the same. "Oh, how I've missed you." The blindfolded woman was speaking to Timothy. Timothy and her were standing away from us, but her gaze never left me. Colin hugged Tasha back, grinning wide and looking her over. Tasha's smile faded a bit, then she turned away from Colin to me. "Trevor, you've grown so much." She beamed at me as she moved in for a hug. I took a step back. "Yeah, that happens over time." Her face fell away. "Trevor, are you okay?" "No," I said plainly as I shut the door behind me. "No, I'm not." "What's wrong?" she said with concern. "The boy bears the mark of Cain. drawing demons towards him, the blindfolded woman said. She walked toward us when Tasha was distracting me, startling me with her sudden announcement. The mark of what? The mark of what? Colin said. That's only partly why I said I'm not okay. Show us the mark, Tasha urged. We can remove it. I narrowed my eyes. I don't want... My hand was suddenly being moved by an unseen force, forcing it to open up. The blindfolded angel smirked towards me. She didn't ask you. I shouted, let go, as I struggled against the unseen force. Sophia, enough, Timothy shouted, placing his hand on the shoulder of the blindfolded woman. Stop it. Let him explain. He looked troubled. Sophia smiled at me. As you wish, my love. My hand was free, and I felt my wrist, looking to Tasha and Timothy, keeping my distance from Sophia. Timothy cleared his throat. Trevor, Colin, I'm glad you're both here. He smiled at us. Let me introduce you to my fiancée, Sophia Vasquez. Sophia nodded at us. I apologize if I was forward to you. She pointed to my hand. But we must remove the mark. It's like a beacon to the damned. I'm sure Trevor wouldn't mind it removed. Colin looked at me, angrily. He's likely just overwhelmed by seeing the temple restored. And, well, all of you again. To my shock, Tasha was the only one to push Timothy and Sophia away from me. Why don't you two go prepare a room for each one of the boys, and I'll get them settled. We're crowding them. Timothy nodded. That's probably for the best. Sophia, can you show me how to do that? Sophia smiled lovingly to Timothy. My love. She took a hold of his hand. We'll get those eyes opened yet. The two of them walked off. Tasha turned back to me, concern washing over her face. Trevor, what's wrong? I clenched my fists tightly, and I did my best to hold my voice even. I had dreamed of what I wanted to say to her for so long. You're what's wrong with me. Because of you, I suffered for years. Tasha's face grew troubled and concerned. Because of me? I had imagined calling out a pious, overconfident zealot who would vehemently defend their teachings and actions, despite the clear flaws in their approach. Yet, here was Tasha, looking contrite, confused, and almost beyond hurt. Trevor, how could I hurt you? She asked. I pointed to Colin. Because this one took what you taught us as law. I turned back to her. And since I lost my brother and got nothing but sheep chasing after what you filled his head with. Tasha turned to Colin. What is he talking about? She looked at his hand. And where's that ring I gave you? Colin pulled his ring out from under his shirt, still attached to the chain around his neck. I never lost it, but it won't stay on my finger anymore. He shrugged. Tasha looked to my hand and then to Colin's. What did you do? He smiled. I kept him pure. Tasha's hand went over her mouth in shock. How? I lifted my shirt, revealing the scars from Colin's beatings. This is how. She gasped. When I was in high school, I found a girl that I liked, but Colin figured that it would make me impure. I glared at her. So he sullied my name and he beat me for nearly ruining myself. I had to, Tasha, he said, his face falling as he watched her reaction. I know it was cruel, but I did my best with the best intentions. He can cast out demons now without even performing an exorcism. Tasha's gloved hand touched my scars gingerly, but I still pulled back from her touch. The worst of atrocities are done with the best of intentions, she whispered. I let my shirt fall. A tall black man approached us. He wore a military uniform. I think U.S. Rangers. His eyes looked like Timothy's, but they glowed an amber-like yellow, far different from the yellow of Belial's eyes. These eyes seemed to comfort more than anything else. He was bald to the point that I saw the light reflecting off the top of his head. Tasha, you alright? She turned to him and then hugged him tight. Oh, Damon. No, not really. She turned to us. Boys, this is Damon. She then narrowed her eye at Colin. My boyfriend. Colin's eyes went wide. Wait, what? Damon raised an eyebrow. Problem, kid? I couldn't help myself. I started to laugh. Tasha faced me, dismayed, as I tried to help myself, but I couldn't. The laughter was hurting my stomach, reminding me of the scars. I tried to cover my mouth, but that didn't help at all. I just kept laughing. What else could I do? Colin beat me to remain a virgin, like Tasha. And she had a boyfriend right here. Even more hilarious was Colin was lusting after her. And this huge black guy would likely rip Colin's head clean off his shoulders if he knew. Trevor, stop, Colin shouted. Between tears of laughter, I chuckled. She's got a boyfriend. Your perfect saint of chastity has a boyfriend, I shouted. My laughter finally died down a little bit, as tears started leaking out of my eyes. My laughing shifted to crying. I barely got a hold of myself before Tasha was standing right before me, tears streaking down her face. She placed her hand on my cheek, regarding me with compassion in her eye. Sorry, it's just... Before I could finish, Tasha sank to her knees before me, and then bowed her head so low that her horns hit the floor. Trevor, please, forgive me. I led your brother astray somehow. Please, I beg of you, forgive me. This was not the reaction I had expected at all. I expected to argue and fight. Not this. Desmond frowned to me. Tasha, get up. You don't have to. Yes, I do, Damon. She looked to me. I do. I closed my eyes, recalling the pain. I can't. I'm sorry, I just can't forgive you, Tasha. Well, then tell me what I can do to earn your forgiveness, she asked. Damon eyed me suspiciously. Nothing funny, kid. I glared at Colin. Straighten him out. If he doesn't have your teachings down, which is clear that he doesn't, then teach him right. My fist clenched up. And give me my brother back. Tasha was on her hooves pretty quickly and marched her way over to Colin, who she grabbed by the ear. You and I, young man, have a great deal to discuss. Colin whimpered. Wait, I was just trying to do as you said. That's the problem, she scolded as she dragged him off. I don't think you heard what I told you. I couldn't help but smile as I saw her drag him off. My opinion of Tasha was starting to shift. Damon regarded me next with a firm tone. I'm a little out of the loop here, but I can tell you this. That woman wouldn't harm a fly if she could help it. Whatever she did to you, it was not intentional. I looked him over. I'm not trying to hurt her. I just can't forgive her. Damon looked me over. You okay then? I'm better, I guess. I offered up my hand. Trevor Macchione. Damon shook my hand. His grip was firm. Everything about this guy just screamed alpha male. Sergeant Damon Winter, he said, officially. Staff Sergeant, Timothy chimed in from behind, assuming my recommendation goes through. Damon saluted Timothy and stood at attention. Sir, thank you, sir. At ease, Timothy smiled, shaking his hand. I've seen you met Trevor. Yes, I did, Damon confirmed. How are your folks? Timothy asked. Well, they could be better. They had a run-in with your sister. Timothy's eyes went wide. Z? I nodded. Timothy turned to Damon. Sergeant, you're in command while I'm out. Tell Captain Sophia that I had to attend to something outside. She'll understand. Damon saluted but frowned. Sir, shouldn't Captain Vasquez be in command, considering she is the senior officer? Timothy's face fell a little bit. I can't trust her. Not at the moment. He frowned. Just monitor her, okay? I'm worried, to say the least. Damon nodded. I'll keep a wary eye out. Don't you worry. Timothy turned to me. Where is Z now? She's tied up in her house, I said. Well, we need to hurry then. She won't stay tied up for long. With that, he rushed over to the door. We walked into the house to find Z laying motionless on the living room floor. Timothy looked around at the binds. We might have to wait until morning. She'll have the advantage over us during the night. What is she? I asked. Timothy was looking over her head. I realized that, while there was blood, her head seemed fine, like a wound on the back had healed. Z is an undead. She's vampiric, very much unlike Elon. He stood up. You'll meet Elon later, I hope. Well, if you need sunlight, my father can help with that. Timothy turned to me, raising an eyebrow. How so? A few moments later, we were inside of the shelter, my father leading us down to the lowest level. Long time no see, Timothy, he laughed. Don't tell the missus I let you down here. She's still pretty ticked off about the whole "I told them never to show up here again" thing. Timothy nodded. I understand, Fred, but if I can use your grow room, I would really appreciate that. He was carrying Z in his arms. He even had her blindfolded for some reason. My father got to a large door and then cracked it open. It was much farther down than I expected. Flicking on the light revealed a few separate tables, and a few more separate compartments that were like small greenhouses. There were 6 in total. 5 plants were already growing inside, though it was hard to make out what. Each room's walls were semi-transparent, so you can only see the content silhouettes for growing different food. I have a few little rooms for each kind of plant. There's one just not being used yet. Haven't figured out what I want in there. Not too shabby, huh? Timothy smiled. I should set something up like this at the temple. It would save us on grocery runs. He smiled, but it didn't last. Fred, I would ask you if you could please close the door behind you on your way out, and not to come down here no matter what you hear. My father nodded. I won't hear anything once that door shuts. The amount of insulation in this compartment renders it soundproof. He pointed to a small intercom on the door. Just use the intercom. I have them wired all over the shelter. Timothy nodded. You're a very thorough man, Fred. Well, I've had 10 years to prepare, my dad laughed. Also no mortgage, so it wasn't too hard to pay for. He motioned to me. Come on, Trevor. Let's leave Timothy to do whatever it is he needs to do. I nod. We both headed for the door. I heard Timothy call back to us. Hey, wait. We turned around to face him. What's up? My father said. I need Trevor, he began. I can't do this alone. A slap on the back sent me stumbling forward. Sure thing, Timothy. My father smiled at me. Before I could even object, my father had left the room and locked the door. I turned over to Timothy. What do you need help with? I asked. He was trying to tie her down to one of the empty tables in the grow room. He was using a steel cable of some sort, and it firmly tied down her arms and legs. Until I was about 15 years old, Z was one of the women who helped raise me, other than my mother, he began. She's my older sister, and I love her. He turned to me. But she is an agent of my father, and she's loyal to him. And I have to find out how loyal she is to him, or if we can trust her at all, and if she might join us. I need to make sure of any of this, because my father thinks I'm dead, and I can't reveal that I'm alive to anyone who might inform my father. It's why I use a fake name in public. It's why my name is not on any of the military documentation. If my father discovers who I am, he can use the tools at his disposal to determine what I'm planning next. And if he does that, we're all doomed. A shiver ran down my spine as I tried to process what he was trying to ask of me. I cannot stomach this task alone. I might hesitate, but we can't risk that. He looked to Z, who still laid motionless on the table. Hesitate with what? I asked. He pointed to the grow lights hanging over Z's body. He then fixed his gaze on me. With a stern glance, he said, I need you to help me interrogate Z. As I stood outside the small room, my jaw hung open in shock. You want me to help you what? Timothy frowned to me. I need you to help me. I'll ask the questions, and if she resists, I need you to turn the lights on in the room. The UV should be enough to burn her skin, and it'll help me interrogate her. Timothy checked behind him to ensure Z was still out. Why me? Timothy sighed. I could get Colin, but I'd prefer not to involve Fred. Why? He has enough on his soul already, he admitted. Oh, and what? My soul is good enough to dirty? That's a fair point, Timothy said. But we have to do this. There's too much at stake. He motioned to Z's body. Again, trust me. If I had a choice, I would not do this. You do. You do have a choice, I pointed it out. Timothy shook his head. No, Trevor, I don't. I have to lead the temple. It's my task. He looked over to Z wistfully. My father gave me a great deal of wisdom before I discovered he was a monster. He taught me, a long time ago, that inaction is agreeing with the current state of affairs. He turned back to me. I can't stand by with things the way they are. I will not allow my father to do what he plans to do. I won't let these forces of hell use him as a pawn in their game. That's a heavy burden to carry, I sympathized with him. It is. It's all the weight in the world. Tim leaned against the wall. Trevor, you have a choice. You can help me or you can walk away and live your life. I shook my head. My brother hasn't been letting me do that. He hasn't been letting me do what I want. Timothy's eyes pulsed, a more intense glow re-emanating from his irises. He forced you here? I nodded. The whole way. He forced me to open the doors because he couldn't do it himself. The temple doors only open to those who are worthy. Timothy's eyes were burning an icy blue right now. And if that's the case, Colin is not worthy to aid us. That's why he wants me to do it. He feels I'm his greatest achievement. I look down at my ring. I don't have a choice. I'm just a weapon. He points me at something and expects me to do what he asks of me. Timothy's head rested against the wall. I am not where I ought to be. How so? I asked, trying to stall. Timothy looked back to Z. I have had 10 years and every guardian on that list you gave me, we found him. The rest? We only found the first by complete accident. And we were lucky. He was the son of the chosen guardian angel, and righteous enough to become the avatar of Michael. Wait, the realization hit me as I asked. That list of people, they're supposed to be angels? Timothy nodded. Yes, and we have 2 out of the list. His eyes dimmed up. Each one of them died valiant and noble deaths. They died defending their beliefs, their people, or trying to save as many as they could, rushing headlong into disaster with no regard for self-preservation. He smiled. They would have made great additions to the temple. You couldn't find them before they died? I asked. Timothy pushed off the wall facing me. They were all long dead before we even got the list, Trevor. A grave expression came over him. I think that's because the people down below knew the list, just as we did. They just knew sooner. It was an ominous statement, and I did my best to digest it. I glanced at my left hand, where the mark of Cain still stained my palm. Timothy turned back to Z. You have a choice, Trevor. You can help me now or walk away. He glanced over to me. You have a luxury I can't afford, and I won't rob you of it as your brother has. A choice? A choice? I've never had a choice in my entire life. I looked Timothy in the eye. Promise me you'll keep Colin off my back if I help you. Just this one time. And then never, ever call me again. Timothy turned back to me, and he put his hand out to shake. Agreed. I would hate to lose you, but I respect your decision. Trevor, after this, you're free to go and do whatever it is you do. I shook his hand. Okay, fine. Timothy walked into the grow room and turned to me. When I turn to you, hit the switch. Leave it up for as long as you feel like it. If it helps, try to think of some way to dislike her. She knocked out my friend Trish, I said, my hand moving to the switch. So, a little retribution would be nice. Timothy nodded, then adjusted the collar on his shirt. A silver bubble enveloped his head, and then it turned opaque. It looked like his head was a silver egg. No, nothing, just a nice mirror finish. Timothy spoke, and as he did, his voice sounded strange, modulated. But not a single modulation. It ranged from male to female, and pitching changing erratically. Thank you for this. As he thanked me, he put a hand on Z's shoulders, pulling a needle out of his trench coat. Something red filled the needle. Probably blood. After he injected it, Z's eyes shot open and she gasped, "Who are you?" She struggled against her restraints and the table shook and threatened to give way. Timothy glanced at me. I flipped the lights on. Z's skin turned white and pink and began to smoke as the light touched her. She screamed in pain, her back arching as her head rocked back and forth on the table. After about 10 agonizing seconds, I shut the light off. Z gasped and struggled against her restraints weakly. What did you do to me?" Timothy said in his modulated voice as he held up the needle. "Blood of the deceased. As you pull attributes of the blood that you imbibe, the blood of the long since dead renders you weaker." Z growled. "So, you know how I work. Who are you? What do you want?" "Who I am is Major F, an adversary of your father," he began. "I want some answers to some important questions, such as, what is your mission? Why did your father send you?" Then Timothy asked, "What means will you take to reach this end?" Z spit at him. "I won't tell you anything about my father's plans." Her spit hit his mirror-plated dome, dripping down the smooth surface. "I believe it is in your best interest to inform me of what X-Files' plans are for you. I'm already well aware of his other dealings." She hissed at him. Timothy turned back to me again. "Okay, the tanning session is starting," I taunted as I flipped on the switch. She screamed, this time her skin turning even redder. More smoke filled the room. I hit the light after about 5 seconds this time. Z shook her head and whispered in pain, I won't. I can't. Timothy wavered. I could tell by his body language, but I did my best to help. Why are you looking for Tasha? I asked. Z whispered, No, you monsters. You're the ones who are going to hurt her. Timothy began. I am in league with Lady Tasha. I can assure you she's not in any danger from me. He moved to stand over her, her face reflecting off the mirrored dome. But are you a danger to her? Z growled at him. I would never hurt her. Oh yeah? Then why are you seeking her on your father's orders? Timothy asked, now getting back on track. Z furrowed her brow. I can't trust anyone with... Timothy looked at me again. Before I even had my hand on the switch, Z began to plead, No, wait, I'll talk. I frowned as I learned how effective that the torture had been, how much pain she had experienced when I turned the lamps on. Z looked at Timothy in the metal dome. I'm trying to defect, okay? I can't take him anymore. My father's zealotry was one thing when we were far from his objective, but he grew more obsessive, and even madder now that we're even closer to his goal. How has that affected you? Timothy asked. She pursed her lips as she looked away. I'd rather not say. Timothy looked back to me as I flipped the switch on. Z's skin began to bubble as she screamed. She pleaded, and she screamed in pain. Please, I'll tell you, stop, please. I stopped. The lights were only on a few seconds this time. Hopefully, it was the last time I would need to use them. Tears streaked down from her eye. My father, he killed a man I was having relations with. Why? Timothy asked. I had an arrangement with him. I would drink his blood, he'd get a good fuck. It's a win-win scenario. And Zephiel took offense to this? She choked back tears this time. He called me a failure, a whore. She was almost bawling now. He slit his throat right in front of me and made me watch him bleed out. Timothy took a step back from the table and turned to exit the room. Z shouted, I'm trying to find Tasha because she escaped, and my father never found her. I need to disappear. Timothy looked to me, opened the door. I hit the intercom. Hey, Dad, let us out. The door buzzed. Timothy and I walked out. Timothy shut the door behind us and pressed something on his collar. The metal dome vanishing. It shocked me to see his face was pale. His eyes looked gray and he was hyperventilating. He collapsed against the door and leaning against it, sank into the ground. What have I done? I knelt next to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He was shaking. The angel who saved me and my family when I was young was shaking like a leaf. It's been a rough 10 years, huh, Tim? I asked. I've tortured my sister, thinking she was acting on the behest of my father. My fiancé has gone mad because of some ancient rogue angel, thanks to me. Timothy turned to me, as if he just noticed I was there with him. I'm destroying everybody I love. I held out my hand. Let me help you. Timothy took my hand as I pulled him to his feet. She only wanted sanctuary, and he pressed his head against the door. She'll never forgive me. Do you ever feel like God put you in a place for one specific purpose? Like there was one thing that you had to do? The entire series of events put you in the position just for the sole purpose? I've realized, right here, when Timothy is at his lowest point, I was the one that had to be there with him. Tim, listen to me. If you go to her and you explain everything, explain why you did it, and that you wish that you didn't do it, admit you were wrong for doing it, I know she'll forgive you. He turned to me. How can you be so sure? Because that's what I want Colin to tell me. I sighed, lifting my shirt. Colin hurt me, scarred me, and he never apologized. All I want for him to do is just say that he was wrong and that he's sorry and that he'll never do that again. His eyes regained some color. He looked to the door and opened it. I followed him. Z's sobbing had stopped and she was now struggling against the restraints. The wires that Timothy had tied her down with were starting to give. She hissed, When I get out of these things, I'm going to... When she saw his face, she stopped. Timothy took off his trench coat, revealing his silvery wings. Hey, sis. She was still. Her expression was fixed on him. In a rapid motion, she sat up, snapping the steel wires like they were tether. Timothy? He walked over and undid the restraints on her feet. Yeah, it's me. Z got to her feet. She was a good foot shorter than him. She hugged him, burying her face in his shoulder. Timothy looked at me, and all I could do was shrug. And that's when Z slapped him. "That's for burning me." He winced. "Sorry, Another slap interrupted his sentence. "And that's for never trying to contact me." Timothy placed his hand on his neck. "I think I deserve that." "Where have you been?" she shouted. "I was at the Guardian Temple. I began restoring it." He picked up his trench coat. Z frowned. "Oh, Tasha has gotten to you." He shook his head. "No, the doors opened for me. They showed me the destruction that my parents left in their wake." He heaved a sigh. "They showed me the truth, that they were monsters, so I ran away." Z launched another slap. "And you didn't take me with you?" Timothy winced. "I didn't know if you would tell father." "I would have told your mother, not our father." Z looked at the table, then back to him. You're gonna try to fight them, aren't you?" Timothy nodded. "He might go down, Timothy, but your mother is unstoppable." "I have something to stop her," Timothy said, looking away. Z looked to me, then back to Timothy. "That's your mother. You can't, can you?" "Unless we can reason with her," Timothy said as he put on his trench coat. "It's possible. Unlikely, but possible." Z frowned. "Okay, so take me to this temple then. I might not do much, but I'll help the best I can." "Can she even enter the temple?" I asked. Timothy looked Z over. "It depends how much faith she has." She exasperatedly sighed. "Whatever." I looked at my ring. It wasn't hot or glowing. Without much thought, I put my hand, ring and all, on her wrist. Z looked at me, then at my hand. "Remove it, or I will remove it for you." I let go, turning to Timothy. "If that didn't hurt her, I think she'll be okay." I shook Timothy's hand again at the door of the shelter. He turned to me and said, "Are you sure I can't convince you to join us?" Z was wearing a heavy black blanket in the morning light and grumbling a bit. "I'm nervous in the sun, Timothy." She frowned. "Are you sure the others, outside of Tasha, will be okay with me, being undead and all?" Timothy laughed. "You aren't the only undead person there." She turned back to him. "What?" "I'll introduce you to Elon when we get there." With that, Timothy started walking toward the backyard. As I leaned against the shelter door, glancing at my ring, twisting it on my finger, I asked, "Just up to the sky. So, what now?" "Stop asking clouds for answers," Trish said from behind me. I smiled as I turned to face her. "You're okay." I hugged her tightly. She grunted. "Yeah, I have a headache, but I'm fine." She hugged me back. "What are you doing out here?" Just saying goodbye to an old friend," I said to Trish. "Where's Colin?" she said, looking around. He's talking to a priest. I went off on him, told the priest what happened, and now he's getting a lesson or two." She smiled, holding up a hand for a high five. "Nice." I high-fived her and winced. "That's your bad hand, isn't it? I thought Z broke it." She shook her head. "Nah, it's just twisted and the joints cracked. Your mom fixed me up good with some painkillers and stuff like that." She laughed. "I didn't know she was a nurse." "Yeah, it's good to have around. I'm glad you're okay." "Well, what happened to the nut job?" she said. "She's, being handled by the proper authorities." I looked to where Timothy had walked off to. "So you're not going to claim she's some demoness coming to rip out our souls or anything, are you, Trevor?" She gave me a look. I thought about how to phrase it. "I'm done with that. It's too much trouble. I'd rather just start over, chill with you, and maybe get hooked up with that friend of yours." She smiled, punching my shoulder. "You don't understand how happy I am to hear that. Seriously, you need to hear yourself, Trev. You were sounding pretty crazy." As she called me crazy, I got a little twitch in my neck. This was the last straw, and my last chance to show her, and Timothy owed me one. So I grabbed her hand. "Okay, no more disbelief. I need to introduce you to somebody." With that, I dragged her out of the shelter, running after Timothy, hoping to prove to Trish that I wasn't insane like she thought. "Ow, slow down," she shouted. I ran toward the back of the house, seeing Timothy and Z were still walking in the backyard, both still here. She looked at Timothy and Z. Who are they? I laughed. "You'll see." I shouted, "Hey, Timothy, I need a huge favor." He turned to face me, looking confused. "What?" Before I could say anything, the doors of the temple appeared behind him. Bursting out of them was Sophia, with no longer attempting to hide her wings or any angelic features. She barreled out of the door and ran at Timothy. I noticed that she had her blindfold off, and that her eyes were milky. It seemed like she could see, though her irises were strange. I couldn't figure out what color they were as she tackled Timothy. "Tim!" she shouted, all 6 of her wings flicking, flapping, and fluttering as she collided with him, hugging him tight. I'm so sorry." Timothy caught her and smiled widely. His eyes were glowing brightly. "Sophia? What?" "When Samael took me, I fixed my broken body but not my mind. It was still all scattered from him. Elon slapped some sense into me." Then she paused. I mean, he didn't slap me, but he told me off and I realized that I was acting like a psychopath." Timothy smiled wide, his eyes pulsing with a bright blue light as he kissed Sophia. His wings opened up under his trench coat, popping out of the sides. Wing boner. I turned to Trish, a shit-eating grin on my face. "So, yeah, who's crazy now?" Trish's eyes were locked on Sophia. Her hands were shaking. "Trish?" I said, confused. She took one step forward. "Who?" Her voice cracked as soon as she spoke. "Is that?" Sophia. She's Timothy's fiancée." Maybe it shocked her to see a real angel. At least, that was my thinking at the time. Timothy is the angel who saved my family and I from, the fire. I tried to snap her out of it, but she had a look of shock. "I told you I'm not crazy." Timothy spun Sophia around. "I thought I had lost you." He hugged her and kissed her tightly again. I smiled at the pair of them, hoping I could find something that pure at some point. Sophia seemed different from when I first met her. I couldn't place it, but I got no ominous feeling from her as I waved at her. Sophia's smile was wide until she looked at me, her face falling and her eyes widening. In a panic, she shouted, "Trevor, get away from her!" "Who?" I turned towards Trish, unsure of who Sophia was talking about. Trish's hands were still shaking, but it wasn't her hands I was looking at. Her recently purple hair was floating over her head, the color rising out like a steam. Her hair was turning red, a deep crimson red. It grew wild as it floated there, twisting into dreadlocks. "Who is that whore?" Trish said through gritted teeth, ambling forward. "Get away from her, Trevor," Sophia said, pushing herself out of Timothy's arms. "Run!" What's going on? Why is Trish's hair floating? I saw her stumble as she walked. At first, I moved towards her to stop her from tripping, but I realized that something was wrong. Trish's skin had darkened, now looking pitch black. Her boots fell away from her feet, and her feet vanished, replaced by a lengthening black snake tail that was now longer than her denim skirt, replacing her legs next. Her black leather jacket fell off on the ground, as black feathered wings spouted out from her back. Now her tail at full length, she sped forward at Sophia with some kind of inhuman speed. Timothy got in front of her, pulling out a knife and staring her down. "Don't you dare. Stay out of this, mouthpiece," Trish shouted as she shoulder checked him out of the way. Timothy grabbed her wrist and tried to stab her. Trish pulled his hand away, hissing at him, baring fangs and moving to bite him. While Timothy tried to avoid her fangs, her tail snuck up behind him and swept out his legs from underneath him, sending him straight to the ground. With Timothy on the ground, Trish resumed her mad dash at Sophia. Sophia stood her ground, even as Trish grabbed her throat, sliding her tail up to make her tower a good 3 feet over her. "Who the fuck are you, you little bitch?" Trish hissed, glaring daggers at her. Sophia locked her eyes on Trish's, and grabbed her hand as it was wrapped around her throat. "What are you doing here?" I fell to my knees in complete shock, unable to make heads or tails of what was unfolding before me. I rubbed my eyes, I pinched myself, I checked my ring, but it was still cool to the touch. Something was off. This had to be a nightmare, a fever dream of some kind. I had been losing my mind. That had to be it, because somehow, right in front of me, Trish had transformed. My one little island of sanity had sunk down into the black abyss, and what was left was whoever was standing there. My world absolutely fell apart when I heard Sophia call Trish by her true name. Lilith? My one island of decency in this terrible shit-filled ocean that is humanity. Trish reared up higher on her tail, glaring down at Sophia. "Answer me, you little bitch!" Timothy got to his feet. "Sophia!" "Trish is my closest friend." Sophia held her hand out to Timothy, causing him to come to a halt. "Trish is the little drop of sanity in my otherwise insane life." "Lilith," Sophia began. What are you doing here? Lilith. Lilith? The first wife of Adam? Adam? Right, she said she had her boyfriend. The first one, it was Adam. Samael's stink is all over you. Lilith? Or Trish? Trish. Yeah, Trish. She yelled. Samael? Oh yeah, Sam, her boyfriend. I guess that would explain why she's so mad. I'd be mad too, I guess. Trish lowered herself down, her temper cooling. Samael doesn't have an avatar. Father won't allow it. Father? Right, God. God's her... Oh, shit! I fell forward onto my hands and knees, looking up at the scene. My heart was in my throat. I'm certain I haven't wrapped my head around the scene yet. It was just unfolding before me. Now it's hitting me, and even with the merest realization of what's going on, something in my heart cracks. Well, he did, Sophia shot back, glancing at me. Your project over there is having an issue, it seems. My project? Trish scoffed, turning around to face me. She looks down at me and gasps, Trevor! I try to find something, but no words come out of my mouth. Trish or Lilith? I don't even know anymore. She slithers over to me fast as lightning, scoops me up in her arms, supporting my head on her tail. It's not slimy or anything, it's smooth. And to be honest, it's kinda comfortable. Her coils are soft and cool to the touch. I'm not all there. Not at the moment. Trish looks down at me. Oh, Trevor. I never meant for you to find out. Please, calm down, okay? I stared at her, looking at her wings and moving to her face. She genuinely looked concerned and downright fearful as she looked at me. Why? I asked. Trish hugged me to her and whispered to me. I track down any sex offender at colleges. I keep my eye on him and mess him up if I can. Sometimes I go worse. She let go, looking me in the eye. I realized right away that you weren't a predator, but when you told me the truth, it felt so familiar to me. Trish was the only one who gave me a chance. I was at a house party, or rather a party in a room, chilling in the corner with my roommate when Tom approached me. Holy fuck, dude. He looked down at me. You're a kid fucker? I closed my eyes and sighed. No? What the fuck? Girls over there explained that they got a tip from someone to check the sex offender registry. And you're on the fucking list, dude. Listen, I can explain. It's all I got out before Tom interrupted me. Aren't you, like, obligated to tell someone about that shit? Isn't that the law? I sighed. Only if there's a child in the situation. And there are no kids at college or near the dorms, so I don't need to, I said. Jesus, fuck. I got a room with a pedo. Tom shouts to all the girls and they all laugh and give him sympathy. I walked out and leaned on the steel steps of the dorm and lit up a cigarette. Those'll kill you, you know? I heard Trish's voice for the first time. Oh no, you don't say. I mocked shock back. She laughed. Yeah, so you're the talk of the campus, huh? All my friends say to stay away from you. She leaned against the railing next to me. I swapped my cigarette to the other hand and moved further away from her as a courtesy. Yep, you can thank my fucking brother for that shit, I scoffed. You have an older brother? She said, turning to face me. Yeah, I looked to her. You don't want to hear it, and you're gonna call me a pedo and walk off. She turned against the railing, leaning back. No, go ahead, vent. She gave me a sympathetic look. I told her all about my brother, the beatings and the dick pic bullshit. I hate him. He fucked up my life. And why did he do all that shit? I looked up to the night sky and I said, he thinks God wanted him to. You know, you remind me of Abel, she said. Abel? Can I handle this? I don't think I can. No, I can't. What is this? Who is holding me? It's Trish, but it's not. My heart was pounding in my ears as Timothy and Sophia filled my peripheral vision. Trish didn't notice them, that was for sure. Her attention was still on me. Why me? Colin reminded me of my son, okay? I thought if I could stop him from hurting you, maybe it could patch the two of you up. Maybe it could make up for what Cain did, she explained. Cain? Like Cain and Abel? What about me reminded her of that? A memory of Trish screaming at Colin in the car flashed before my eyes. Cain, stop hurting your brother. I looked at her. So, you want to make what happened with Cain right? She shook her head, her long red dreadlocks shifting back and forth. At first, yeah, I wanted to make up for what my boy did to Eves, but Trev, she smiled at me with a mouthful of sharp teeth. You accepted me. You weren't trying to just get in my pants. You actually respected me. And I like you, okay? I never wanted to hurt you. My head started to spin again. What her boy did to Eve's. What does that mean? Wait. Eve's, yours? You have a son? My vision was blurring by this point. Cain, she explained, frowning to me. He was me and Adam's. Abel was Adam and Eve's. Her wings folded behind her. I didn't become this until I carried my first son with Sam. After that, I gave Cain back to Adam and Eve to raise. I didn't want him to fear me. Should I fear her? She's some kind of monster, right, but why is she holding me like a child? Why am I at ease? Stop it, it's Trish. This can't be real. I shouted, You're Trish. You're not Lilith. This is crazy. She frowned. I change my name every few years or so when I go to a new school. No one ever asks what classes I go to. I just say psychology. I memorize a few of the psych staff and nobody seems to care. Her tail slithered behind me, adjusting me to sit up more. If this were true, you would be thousands of years old, I snapped. This isn't possible. I never ate the apple, so I never became mortal. She frowned. Trev, please calm down, please. This whole time? I reached my hand out to her. She took it, looking at the mark. The mark of Cain. She knew what the fucking mark was. It was on her son. You recognized what the mark was the second you saw it, and you still tried to deceive me. I shouted, trying to get my anger to stop the dizzy spells. Yes, I recognized the mark of Cain on your hand. I found it when my son was still wandering the wastelands. He had put it on his forehead, and it was a sign that if anyone killed him, they would suffer the damnation 3 times the amount that God was putting him through. The demons like to mock the symbol, and they use it to mark people for a bounty, she explained. What the hell are you? I demanded. I'm a woman, she shouted. She narrowed her eyes at me. How about you birth the spawn of an ancient angel of God and see what it does to your body? Carrying Asmodeus did this to me. Cain had the same reaction when I came to him. I frightened him like I thought I would. I took on a human form to make it easier. Perks of being the host of an ancient angel, right? Sophia grabbed her shoulders. I guess the snake body made laying thousands of demon eggs easier, didn't it? 1,000 eggs? 1,000 demons? Asmodeus? Why is this so familiar? A flash of swirling green eyes against the darkness appeared before me. That harlot won't save you. The voice echoed. Mark these words, petulant boy. Do not think her protection can save you from me. Protection? From a demon? By its mother? Vengeance. The voice from the green wisps burst into my ears. My vision grew dark around the edges, and every other sound began to grow muted. Sophia pulling Trish away from me was the last thing I saw before I passed out, likely as a method of coping with the madness going on around me. Trevor! Trish shouted. You've done enough to this poor boy, Timothy said as everything turned black. Listen, Lilith, we have some... Darkness was all around me. I glanced at my hand to make sure it was still there. I was floating somewhere in a dark void. Hello? I asked. Hundreds of swirling smoke-filled eyes appeared around me. They were all assorted colors, but the largest ones were green. I tried to scream, but they all closed at once. What the hell? One giant smoke-filled eye opened up, before it turned into the silhouette of Trish against the green swirling smoke, a tail and wings included. The figure moved towards me. Light shone on her body from seemingly nowhere. Her hair had turned to snakes, and her skin was covered in scales, and she had these huge fangs. She hissed at me, dropped to the ground, and rushed towards me. I turned and ran for my life. More eyes opened up from the void. They all lacked pupils and irises. They were just all white. I turned and I ran. They were gaining on me. She was gaining on me. You cannot run forever, boy. The booming male voice shouted over the eyes. There is no escaping us. As I turned ahead, however, there was a massive blank white eye in front of me, blocking my path. A red burning iris rotated down from the top, and a booming man's voice echoed through it, causing it to shake and tear itself apart, the white staining the surrounding darkness.
Lo,
shameful son of mine. As the voice echoed, the darkness was pushed back. To represent thine own mother in such a way, begone, back to your fallen master, you bastard child. There was a roar out of the darkness. Trish froze in place. The voice called to me. Thou shalt know it. She could never harm thee. Shall I update this representation? I turned over, and the Lilith creature had lifted up into the air. The snake tail and wings had vanished. Her skin color had changed from a dark black back to her mocha color. A white light surrounded her, and she wore a tattered white robe and a wreath of wildflowers around her head. From behind, a pair of masculine arms wrapped around her waist. She smiled and tilted her head back, kissing the face of a man, a curly-haired man wearing a blindfold. Behind them, both had a pair of massive white wings. My Lilith, as I've always remembered her. The voice echoed. Trish vanished, and the room changed. The darkness vanished, replaced by a pure white void. The blindfolded angel landed his bare feet in long white robes around him. He approached me. I normally drive a man mad. Those marks first brought you back from insanity. Who are you? I took a step back. This angel, despite looking like a stereotypical angel, did not give me that safe aura I got from Michael. I'm sure thou hast heard of me. Yes, at least in passing. He grinned. I am Samael. A shiver ran down my spine. You're Trish's Sam, right? He approached me. Lilith's Sam. Right. I staggered back before Samael's hand went forward, grabbing me, dragging me towards him. Thou art quite lost in thy own mind, art thou? He grinned. Thou hadst suffered through a great trauma, and used my Lilith as thine anchor. Now without her. The air grew dark. I felt like I was drowning. I realized we were underwater. I looked up and began to swim towards the surface. Samael's voice continued echoing around me. Thou art drowning. I did my best to make it to the surface, my lungs burning as I swam upward. Samael's voice cracked from behind me for a moment or two. Oh ho ho, I suppose Lilith not wish I torment you so. He was now powering me towards the surface. But what better way to bring back one's wits? We burst through the water and I gasped for fresh air. She cares for thee. That is of no consequence. Thus thou is her only living compatriot, Samael confirmed. As he spoke, I was glad to have taken a few classes when we talked about Elizabeth in English. The surface of the water began to harden, then it turned white. I got to my feet looking around, but there was nothing but Samael standing before me. So, what is this? I asked. It seems thou hast put thine faith in the wrong place, he said to me. It's just that, in the back of my mind I had hoped this was all some sort of fever dream. I shuddered as Samael was behind me in an instant. She was thy link to normalcy, he said as he touched his hand on my shoulder. I stepped away from him and turned to face him. Okay then, what are you here for? Ariel is occupied with her newest avatar and his younger sibling. She should piece thee back together, but in her absence, it falls on me to restore thy mental fortitude. He chuckled. I shall repay thee for bringing my sweet Lilith back to the temple, where she can hear me once again. And how do you plan to repay me? I asked. Without saying a word, Samael grabbed both of my hands and held them tightly in his. Simple. Free thyself from mine grasp. Resolve to conquer this trial, and in doing so, thine mind may find itself restored. I struggled. It was like my hands were encased in cement. You're too strong. Thou must use thy wits to escape. He grinned. Sophia offered quite the innovative answer to this puzzle. After that, then what? You're gonna make me like Sophia? I grunted, struggling. He glared at me. Do not compare thyself to Sophia. He narrowed his eyes. She remains the only mortal to look deep inside my grandeur and return even half of her wits about her. He chuckled. I am giddy to witness what echoes of mine power resonate within Sophia. I kept struggling. That's all well and good, but how did she do this? Oh ho ho ho. He grinned wickedly. I would not give away the game so simply, boy. I heaved a sigh and then looked at him. So the point is, I can't do this on my own. I narrow my eyes at him, and with the shock of Trish being some demi-demon, Samael's smile faded as I said that. Yeah, I guess I lost my faith a bit. I clenched my fists, but I know how to deal with things like you. I felt my ring growing warmer, and I smiled by putting my faith in God. He let go and stepped back. My ring was pulsing with a white light that was surrounding me. The martyr. He whispered and knelt before me, his head hanging low. He still had a smile on his face. You can piss off now. I'm aware of what I need to do, I told him. Samael's face looked to me, and then the sightless eyes were opening all around us. Do not think thee superior merely because you hold God's favor for the moment. His wings opened up, and then hundreds of other wings opened up behind him, wrapping him around. Farewell, young Trevor, favored by my love. He rose into the air. Pray we do not meet again. And with that, he vanished, and the room began to dim, the eyes vanishing. A soft presence pulsed in its space. Oh my! I had not ever seen Samael be so contrite. A thin angel appeared before me, wearing robes very similar to Tasha's. The body was difficult to discern if it was male or female, and as it turned to me, I noticed it had iridescent eyes and a nose, but didn't have a mouth. This angel had so many wings fluttering around it, I couldn't even count them. I tried to, but I couldn't wrap my head around the number. As I got higher than 10, I'd lose count. Start at 20, then go back to 100. I'd have to give up as the world started to spin around me. The angel approached me. Thou art quite the special one, aren't thee? Perhaps a prophet of sorts. Oh, we have not had one of those in so very long. Even its movements reminded me of Tasha. A much taller, much thinner, and lithe version. Who are you? I asked, unsure of whether or not I could trust this angel. I protect the line of Enoch, the angel said as they knelt before me, bringing themselves to eye level with me. Thou art well acquainted with my avatar, though thou were rather harsh with her. Tasha, I frowned. You move like her. Vice versa. The angel's eyes closed in a smile, and without a mouth. She has been mine much longer than most are aware. A chuckle came from nowhere, and that child, Belial, thought she was his? More laughter came, followed by a melody of sighs. But I digress. The angel held out their hand to me. It is time for thee to join the waking world. I reached out to grab their hand. What now? Now, the angel smiled. Thou shalt learn a lesson in forgiveness. My head hurt and I blinked the sleep out of my eyes. I was in a room with a white light and tan walls and a ceiling. As I sat up, my mind was reeling from the ordeal I had gone through. I realized I was in a bed of some kind. I placed my hand on my forehead and looked at Colin, leaning over the foot of the bed sleeping. A swift kick to the head woke him up. Huh? He turned to me, jumping at me and hugging me tightly. Trevor, you're awake! He pulled back, looking into my eyes. You are all there, right? I shoved him away from me. Yeah, no thanks to you. He backed off and nodded. Yeah, I know. He looked down. I fucked up. A weight lifted from my shoulders as soon as he spoke. You don't have to, but this sucks and I suck at this. It's gonna sound like it's not sincere because, well, you think I'm doing it just because Tasha said so. I sat there listening, just listening to him ramble. Everything I did to you, I thought I was helping. It wasn't. He sighed. I'm only here because of you. Timothy asked me once you recover to leave and to never come back. His face fell, and I don't blame him. Now I frowned. As much as I didn't want to be here, I knew that it was all that Colin wanted. I thought the ends would justify the means, but I'm sorry, and I just can't say it any other way. He looked at me. I'm sorry I hurt you, beat you, fucked up your love life, and drove you into the arms of that crazy psycho bitch. Watch it, I interrupted. You were doing good, just don't talk about Trish. He cleared his throat. Sorry. Bro, I'm sorry. Where is she? I asked. Colin glared at me. Dude, I'm being sincere. And I'm supposed to what, just up and forgive you for all of that? I got out of bed, grunting and steadying myself. It was some trailer park bullshit that you put me through, you know. I know, he shouted. I struggled to balance myself as I found my footing. With my balance restored, I ambled over to the door and pushed it open. Through it, I noticed that we were in the temple. Damn it, I can't escape this place. Colin was behind me. Wait, you might hurt yourself. You were out for like 2 days. I'm fine, I need a smoke, that's all. And I patted myself down and found my cigarettes. Really? Even in here? Colin protested. I glared at him. What has got against smoking now? He pointed at the stairs. You can smoke if you go to the expanse. Just blow the smoke over the railing. I managed down the steps, begrudgingly taking Kyle's offered hand at some point. When we got to the expanse, I saw there were railings and a telescope added. Even the floor seemed repaired, no longer shattered and broken. Well, isn't that an improvement? I said as I lit up my smoke and leaned against the railing. So, listen, please. No, I cut him off, turning to him. You fucking live with it. I want you to live in that fucking shelter with Mom and Dad and think about what would have happened if you weren't a piece of fucking shit, Colin. Dude, let me off the hook, okay? I feel bad enough. I don't want you to hate me, man, Colin shouted. I love you. No shit, Colin. You're my brother and I love you too. But that doesn't mean I can't fucking hate your guts. I pointed as I took another hit. Word to the wise. Don't mess with the guy who's been 2 days without a cigarette and just woke up from a mind-bending series of visions. I was in a pretty bad mood. That doesn't make any sense, you psychopath, he shouted. I get that I wronged you, but you don't have to be a dick about it. Fuck off, Colin, I said as I blew my smoke over the railing, noticing how it hung there and floated off into the blackness of space. Oh, fuck you, Trev. I'm glad I won't be coming back here, he huffed. I turned to face him before something blocked his face from mine. From the looks of it, it was a scythe. But it wasn't physical, or not at least completely. I could see Colin through it. He was an older man, tired, alone, and with a bullet in the side of his head. I stopped and looked to the side to see if he was okay. What the? Brothers shouldn't fight. A voice spoke out to my left. I turned to see a black guy with a short haircut and a military uniform unlike Damon's, with a stern look in his blue eyes. Brothers should look out for each other, he continued. Where the fuck did you come from? Colin said, looking disturbed as I was. Did he see something similar in the scythe? I've been listening to you two bicker since you came down here and interrupted me. He pulled the scythe away. It vanished. I was meditating. He pointed to the far wall. You two are loud enough to wake the dead, he said with a smirk. I noticed his skin had an ashy complexion, and the guy hadn't blinked once. As I looked him over, I realized he wasn't breathing either. At least, not until he spoke. What are you? I'm a Reaper, he grinned. He held out his hand to me. Sergeant Elon Winter. A Reaper? I asked as I shook his hand. He was cold to the touch. Wait, like the Grim Reaper? Colin said, looking at my hand. I pulled my hand away. Well, not the kind that dual-wield shotguns, he laughed. But yeah, I ferry souls from the living world to the other side. So that explains the scythe, recalling Colin's image with the bullet in his head. What was that we saw in the reflection? Colin said. Elon shrugged. I'm not sure. You tell me. I faced Colin. I saw Colin maybe 10 years older, with a self-inflicted bullet wound to his head. He looked lonely. Colin frowned. I saw your head on a spike. Belial was holding the spike. You've seen Belial? I asked. He nodded. Yeah, he haunts my dreams from time to time. Sounds like the most likely way the two of you will die if things keep going the way they are, Elon said as he leaned against the wall. What, so you showed us our own deaths? I asked. No, not me. The scythe. He held out his hand, the scythe appearing in it. The scythe was translucent and taller than he was. It appears as if someone or something 3 times Elon's size should wield it. He smiled at it, then looked at me. It showed you the end of you two if you likely remain apart. Then he released his hand. The scythe vanished. Brothers shouldn't fight. They shouldn't hurt each other. He walked over to us both. It's the world against the pair of you, after all. You can't have the two of you going against each other. Colin turned to me, a frown on his face. I thought of the image of Colin alone, dead. I wondered what would happen next. What could Colin do without the temple? He lived his whole life hoping to get here, and Now he's being expelled from it forever. Elon stood there like a statue, not even breathing, not even blinking. He just looked at the two of us. I watched him for a moment or two. His lack of breathing was pretty unnerving. Hey, are you okay? He finally took a breath. Yeah, why? Oh, ha, yeah, sometimes I forget when I'm not doing anything, I kind of freeze up. Do you drink blood or eat people? Colin asked. Only if they keep asking annoying questions, he smiled back at him. Colin looked to me, still looking contrite, almost sad. My brother Damon would die for me, he began, and I'd give my life, body or otherwise, for him. Colin looked toward him. The big guy, Damon, he's your brother? Elon nods. Yeah, you've met him? He smiled widely. Did you piss him off? Yeah, I met him. He had some stern words for me about how I handled the whole Tasha thing. Colin cleared his throat. I think I pissed him off. Elon laughed. If your description of him is the big guy, I don't think you got under his skin too bad. What happens if Colin pisses him off? Elon grinned. You don't want to know. I looked over to Elon. Do you know your way around this place? I'm looking for someone. He smiled. I've explored this place for eternity from top to bottom, from the top of the spire down to the underbelly. So if you want to find something in here, I'm your man. Someone, I glanced at Colin, who was worried about what I was asking about. Trish, or, well, Lilith. Where is she? Lilith? Like the mother of demons, Lilith? Elon said. All I could think to do was just nod. The Major did mention something about a prisoner. She looked like a nega or something. Elon's smile faded. If Timothy or Sophia had locked someone up, they'd put them in the underbelly. It's down past the fountain, lower than the catacombs. Catacombs? Colin asked. Elon gave us a grave expression. I had been working on the catacombs, building mausoleums and memorials for fallen guardian angels. The ones who were killed by Raga and Zephiel. He narrowed his eyes. Do not go in there. While I have quelled the spirits, the bodies of the dead are not to be meddled with. Listen, man, I'm not after anyone but Trish, I explained. I need to talk to her. Elon faced Colin now. I mean, do not go in there. He motioned to the stairway behind us. If she's your friend, don't try anything funny. Timothy and Sophia are the only people who can open any of the jail cells down there. Elon paused for a moment. To be honest, Sophia can do whatever she pleases with anything or anyone within the temple, come to think of it. Elon addressed me again. Don't get any funny ideas about breaking her out. Dude, I just want to talk to her. He nodded. All the way down the steps, and I mean, he emphasized, all the way down. He took 2 fingers and pointed at his eyes and then to us. I'll know if you mess with anything in the catacombs. Steer clear, okay? He then turned and headed back up. Mortals are not to tread in there. I started down the stairs, Colin in tow. Why do you need to see her? He said. I don't mean to hit you with the I told you she was off, but I mean... I don't want to hear it, Colin, I grumbled. I need to ask her a few questions. Why did she latch on to me? Why did she lie? And I motioned to my ring. And why didn't this work? I would like the answer to those questions too, Colin added. I've seen what happens when you use that ring on a demon, so I'd like to know how she's immune. Colin sighed. I blame myself. If you weren't so desperate for some kind of shoulder to lean on, you would have never found her. Colin's statement wasn't wrong, but it made me question a lot as we descended the steps past the fountain. If Colin didn't do that, Trish would have never found me. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? Would I have survived when that demon found me in the street? Would I have survived Tanner's? Had she been helping me? I mean, she had to have, right? I don't know. Maybe you're right, I said as we walked down the steps, lights illuminating the wall suspended in midair as we passed them. But that doesn't change the fact that she came to me. I need answers. As we passed one in particular doorway, the lights changed. I stopped and looked as the blue lights, almost like flames, began to ignite all along the walls in a pitch-black room. Inside were these huge stone sarcophagi. As the lights continued onward deeper and deeper, it illuminated one massive statue of Saint Dina from the front. This one, however, was not her standing, but kneeling. Whoa, Colin said, moving inside. I grabbed his shoulder. Elon said we shouldn't go in there. He frowned. Why, can't I pay my respects? This guy is the embodiment of death. He ferries the soul from this world to the next one. Let's not do the exact thing the Reaper told us not to. Okay, fair point. He looked back at me, then back to the massive catacombs. But I'm being exiled out of here anyway, so what else are they going to do to me? With that, he walked into the catacombs. I grumbled and followed him in. Colin, we are doing the exact thing Elon told us not to. There was a sound, not unlike a falling stone. I turned to see the doorway closed. Do. Colin winced, turning to me. Sorry. We were next to about 4 sarcophagi, and over them, blue images wreathed in flame appeared. Each image was a portrait, but something had animated the portraits. Colin approached me, reading the name. Dolph Meriden, Avatar of Barakeel. Colin smiled. The lightning of God. The image spoke. Doth thou find that amusing? Colin staggered backward. What? Dolph's image looked to the doorway. The Reaper and the Sword of Samuel were here working in this place. He turned back to us. You pair are unfortunate to arrive when you did. These tombs are not working as intended. A woman's voice came from behind me. Yes, by being here, you're communicating with the dead. That is not what the young Reaper intended at all. Unclean ones. Sorry, we're working on leaving, I said. My nerves were getting the better of me. My ring wasn't reacting at all. It was bothering me to no end. I turned. The face looking out at me shook her head. You both still have sin on you. I'm sorry about intruding. I glanced at the sarcophagus, reading the name. Reba Yensi, the Avatar Turiel. Wait, both of us? What did I do? Colin took a step to the side, moving deeper. Another pair of images lit up. Shit. Dolph sighed. You're now waking the rest of them, I see. Colin, come on, man. I shouted at him. As I did, hundreds of portraits lit up and all their faces, blue and translucent, were staring at us. Unworthy. Sacrilegious. And one shouted, How rude. The large statue at the end of the hall caught our attention. Where previously it was an inanimate object, we watched blue and white flames engulf the statue. All of the other portraits faced it as the flames rose. Enough, a woman's voice commanded from the giant statue. A few of the portraits disappeared as she spoke. Whoa, Colin shouted as he backed up next to me. His necklace was floating, the ring about it being pulled. What's going on? An image rose up from the floor at the far end of the hall. It was a woman. Her body was translucent like the others. Her wings were wide open. She wore these ornate robes. She seemed to make a motion for us to approach. Before I could react, something pulled my hand forward, my ring flying off my finger. Shit, wait! I shouted as I ran after it. Colin did the same, his ring flying next to mine. We both stopped before the fiery image of Dina standing before her statue. My, you two are a couple of troublemakers, she said, smiling, both hands held out. My ring on her left hand, Colin's on her right. Colin swallowed hard and got to his knees. I didn't mean to intrude. You very much did mean to intrude, St. Dina said, looking down at him. Colin looked at me. Kneel, man, look who it is. I turned to St. Dina's image. If you don't kneel for my grandson, do not kneel before me, she said warmly. You can stand. Colin got to his feet. I'm sorry. A good start, she nodded at him. Why did the door shut? I asked. She smiled. Oh, that might have been me. You two have been gallivanting around this temple causing quite a stir. I figured if you walk into the only place I have any shred of influence, I should help. Colin frowned. Again, I'm very sorry to have disturbed you. I just wanted to pay my respects. I turned to him. Colin? He continued. St. Dina, I've worked with the church and we all feel your absence. St. Dina nodded to him, listening. Every day we see atrocities in our own walls. War, famine, hate. I just want to help bring this place back, so the angels can come back. That's all I wish to do. St. Dina's smile grew wider, and the stares of the others grew less accusing. Young Colin of the Palatine, my grandson reached out to your father all those years ago. Your father helped him restore this place far more than you can ever understand. I thought that it was Timothy who helped my father, I asked. A few chuckles came from the portraits. Dina turned to me. Yeah, Timothy guided your father into casting out the demon Belial from this world. But without your father, Timothy would have never gotten the guidance he needed to help your father. Who? Colin asked. His name was Jorge Chavez. Jorge? It surprised me. Dina nodded. Without Jorge, my grandson would have been lost. Jorge guided Timothy to God, guided him to find himself, his true purpose. Jorge was committed to aiding Timothy in every spiritual endeavor he faced. Colin and I turned and looked at each other in shock. But it was your father who brought Jorge here, she said, looking at the rings. Speaking of guidance, I will offer you some of my own. Each one of our rings rose into the air. Do you know what these are, young men? She asked. Colin spoke. They're made from the nails that drove Christ's hands into the cross. Wrists, I corrected. They nailed his wrists. Dina nodded. Much in the same way that I asked you, what is a river? If you said water, yes, you are technically correct. The rings floated to each one of us. But why was Christ put on the cross in the first place? I frowned. They betrayed him? She shook her head. No, he was not betrayed. Colin raised an eyebrow at this. What do you mean? Ask yourself, was he betrayed by Judas or telling him to betray him? Why would he ask Judas to betray him? I said. So they could execute him alongside sinners, she said, and so he could sacrifice himself to bring about a new world for humanity. Do you know what that new world entailed? Colin and I were at a complete loss. It entailed forgiveness. He died, and even as he did, he forgave them for all the wrongs humanity did against him. The rings floated downward. Colin and I each took them in our hands, but they had shrunk. Try as I might, I couldn't slide it onto my finger. I looked at St. Dina. Trevor, then she turned to Colin. Colin, to forgive a grievous wrongdoing is no easy task. It must come from the heart because it must come from a place of love. She smiled. He loves all of us, and so as he died, he forgave all of mankind. Her hand touched each of ours. The sensation was like a cool mist on my fingers. A blue flame danced across my palm. I looked at the ring, then to Colin. I placed my free hand on my stomach and heaved a sigh. Colin, I forgive you for what you did. And I wanted to before, but I was just trying to make you suffer. I looked to St. Dina. That was my sin. Colin smiled at me. I'm sorry I made this hard for you. We should have been in this together, like Elon said. The ring grew in my hand and I slipped it on. I noticed that Colin had put his on too. There was clapping coming from a few of the portraits, each one vanishing one at a time. Only one remained. She leaned over, a sweet smile on her face. My patron, Shekinah, would love to find new avatars. You two are pretty excellent candidates. With that, she vanished. I turned to St. Dina. Who is Shekinah? She smiled. We call her the Angel of Duty. Mary Magdalene, Avatar of Shekinah, Colin said, reading the text. Bride of the Lord? St. Dina smiled, and her fire vanished. She left us in a dark room. Soon we heard stone sliding against stone as the door of the catacombs opened. Colin and I were right next to the door, as if we never stepped deeper inside. None of the lights were on. Tasha stood there beaming at both of us. Standing next to her was Elon. You tell someone not to do one simple thing. Elon laughed as he grabbed Colin, pulling him out. You're an easy read, kid. I walked out, looking at Tasha. Tasha continued to beam at me. It's nice to see that you two made up. What was that? I asked, looking back inside. Elon chuckled. Tasha said if we shut you two in a closed-off room, you'd be more likely to make up. Why? Did something weird happen? I turned to Colin, and we both looked at Tasha, who was chuckling under her breath. No, just... I turned to him. I found my brother. Cheesy, Elon grinned. But good, don't lose him again. Otherwise, we'll lock you in the catacombs for a week. Colin shook his head. Nope, not doing that again. He cleared his throat and turned to me. You still want to talk to Trish, right? I looked to the right, the stairs continuing downward. Yeah. Elon, why don't you take Colin to Timothy and explain to him why I think he's more worthy now? Tasha asked. Who knows, maybe Timothy will just let him stay with us. Colin's eyes lit up and he pulled back with his excitement. Really? Tasha nodded. Yeah, I think Trevor needs to handle this next trial by himself. Elon slapped Colin on the back and started escorting him up. I gotta ask, what was your plan if you couldn't get out? Honestly, Colin chuckled as they both walked up the steps. I have no idea. Tasha faced me. After you. I nodded and made my way downward with her. Is Jorge still in the temple? Oh, he always is. He's always here. Yeah, he's the curator, she informed me. Is he an angel now? I'm just curious. Tasha shook her head as we reached the bottom of the stairs. No, Jorge serves best as a mortal man, and he prefers it that way. He is a man of faith and a very diligent man. One of my closest friends, to be honest. At the bottom of the staircase, the room lit up again with white lights. Countless cells lined either side of the massive corridor. All were dark except one, a few rows in. Tasha smiled at me, pulling out her staff and leaning on it. I'll let you go from here. When I saw Samael, I saw another angel. I turned to her. They said you were their avatar. Who were they? Tasha placed a hand on my shoulder. Did they speak their name to you? I shook my head. No, but you move like her. I frowned. Are you her? Seraphil is not a woman or a man, she explained. Not every angel assigns or prefers a particular gender. Saint Michael prefers to be male because he favors strength and power over grace. Ariel prefers to be a female. She feels it helps her connect to nature. She feels more motherly, so to speak. So when did Seraphil come to you? I asked. Tasha looked down the cell block again. When Belial was trying to tempt me, demanding I serve him, I asked God to send me an angel to save me from his torment. She smiled at me. Seraphil came and helped me. I heaved a sigh. I can't ask an angel to help me now, can I? She smiled. Your angel could be waiting in that cell for all you know. I cracked my neck and rolled my shoulders. I wished I could light up a cigarette before I walked down the hallway. The sounds of broken glass emanated from one cell. As I got towards the cell, I saw Trish, Lilith. She had her tail curled up under her. Before her was a small vanity. She shattered the mirror on it. Under her was some kind of bedding. She was toying with the broken pieces of glass, looking bored. Trish, Lilith, ? Had her black wings tucked up against her back. Her hair was a little less wild, but still in dreadlocks. She must have caught me out of the corner of her eye, because she smiled at me, a rather sharp, toothy grin. Trevor! She's still Trish. I smiled weakly. So, hi. Trish Lilith grabbed the bedding under her and covered her tail, as best as she could, and slithered her way over to the bars. I'm sorry, I'd put my tail away, but this place removes illusions, I said, looking over to her wings. Can you fly? She rolled her eyes. With the tail, I can glide, kinda like a maple leaf. It's not graceful. I searched around for a chair but didn't see one, so I looked over her cell. Besides the vanity and the bed, there appeared to be a small alcove which likely had a toilet. She turned to the corner and saw that I was investigating. She turned back to me. Surprisingly, there's a shower in there too. Seems the accommodations in Angel Prison aren't too shabby. She sighed. Still boring. I wish I had my Switch. I nodded. Yeah. I fixed on her with a stern gaze. Trish, why did you try to break my faith? She winced at the question. This was the question that had been burning in my mind the most. I understood her keeping her knowledge. That made sense. Trish playing dumb also made sense. What made little sense was her trying to keep me from this temple, even before she revealed her excitement for me going back to college, when I had given up the endeavor to come here with Colin. But why? The ring didn't react to her, so she wasn't evil, right? I wasn't trying to break your faith, she explained. Just trying to keep you from coming here. And undermining my faith was a side quest? First off, if I can shake your faith, it's not that hard to begin with, she shot back. Fine, I grumbled. I got blindsided when I saw what you look like, who you are. I looked her over. Though I'm glad your personality is genuine. She shot me a toothy smile. So you're saying you can deal with my appearance? I nodded. Yeah, that I can get over. What I cannot get over, however, is why you didn't want me to come here. If you made it here, you'd die some heroic death. Her face fell. I didn't want you to see an opportunity to martyr yourself and poof, you're gone. She smiled at me. Despite all your best efforts, I enjoy having you around. I smiled back. Same Trish. She laughed. You realize that's not my name, right? It's Lilith. Kinda shocked you didn't figure it out. How? How could I have figured it out? I asked. Her face fell as she gave me a grave expression. Trev, I told you I liked Rey from Evangelion, because I felt like she was a part of me. Remember? I just stared at her dumbly. What? My entire dating history? I thought you would have figured it out. I kinda wanted you to, she chuckled. But you're kinda thick. Right. Thick. I need to pay more attention to Evangelion. Still, it doesn't feel right calling you Lilith, I pointed out. She chuckled. I'm sorry. She sank down, moving to a more familiar height. If you want to keep calling me Trish, you can. I thought about it for a moment. How about Lil? She pursed her lips and smiled. Jacob called me that. Did you like Jacob? I asked. He gave me old rags, she smiled. I like it. Okay, I said, leaning against the bars. So, I have a few questions. A few? That's all? She said, smiling at me. Yeah, I like Jacob now that you bring him up. What's the story there? She frowned. He saved me. How so? You don't really look like someone who needs saving much. No offense. None taken, she shot a glare at me. You're an ass, by the way. She flicked her forked tongue out at me. No offense. She hissed that last S out. Okay, right. So, Jacob. Right, Jacob. I want to say back in the, 1800s, Old West time. I worked the oldest profession, as they called it, and Jacob happened by. He was a U.S. Marshal, she smiled, but I could tell he was also an avatar of Regel. Just by looking at him? I asked. She nodded. You gain a specialized sight when you commune with the spirit world. He was lit up like a Christmas tree. I nodded. Okay. So, he was in town tracking down a killer. Some native fellow who killed the wife of an American. She frowned. I felt bad for him. The wife? She was native, shot by a native who felt that she betrayed the tribe. Huh. I kind of always thought we were the assholes in the Old West. She fixed me with a serious gaze. You were. At least he had a decent reason to shoot her. He believed she committed treason during the war by sleeping with the enemy. She waved her hand. But anyway, Jacob arrived to make sure that justice was served. The guy was facing trial by combat, and if they found him not guilty, Jacob had orders to haul him off to the U.S. court to face trial there. If they found him guilty, Jacob had nothing else to do. Just gonna leave it be. That doesn't sound like things turned out well, I pointed out. She shook her head. It didn't. The natives didn't like the marshals interfering. They opened fire on him before they even got to the courthouse. Jacob died later that day, but not before giving me old rags, as he called it. Why did he give it to you? Of all people, it doesn't sound like a guardian angel would give you much of anything as they passed, I pointed out. He told me that with the guardian temple in ruins, that was pretty much all this place had. He told me I could be more than what I am. She rose a bit, her face lightening up. And with that, I quit the whoring and started doing good wherever I went. Yeah? Like what? Well, I helped with a few little things. Freeing the slaves, killing rapists, hunting down killers, that kind of stuff. She explained, the truth be told, it's gotten a lot easier with the internet. That's another question I have for you. You act like a 20-year-old. Why? How? I mean, this isn't an act. This is how you are, at least before you try to rip Sophia's head off. Lilith rolled her eyes. As if I'm able to harm her. I thought maybe she's like me, but she's far worse. Samael's power runs deep in her. Extremely deep. Meaning what? I probed. Samael was messing with my head plenty, but I'm not sure what he can do. She narrowed her eyes at me. Oh, he was he? She scoffed. I'll have to have a word with him about that. I chuckled. He helped me get my shit together, so don't go too hard on him. I don't want to see him again. Few do. Moses freaked out the first time he laid eyes on Samael, and he's a prophet. You dodged the question, though. Shouldn't you at least be a couple of 1,000 years old? But you act like someone my age. Why? She sighed. You know, it's impolite to ask a woman her age. But I'm old enough to have stopped counting. She leaned against the bars with me. Do you know what the apple is? The one that Adam and Eve ate? The apple of knowledge? Knowledge, wisdom, mortality, and a wanderlust for more, and more, she began. Unlike Adam and Eve, I didn't eat the apple, and I find that I kind of, forget stuff that's not relevant. I have no desire to keep it. Out of the thousands of languages I've spoken over the years, I only remember 1 or 2 of them. Right now, I speak bad Spanish and decent English. So your long-term memory is crap? I asked. She shook her head. No, not really. I remember stuff I want to. People's, faces, places, events. But after a time, I don't care to remember every little thing. If I stop caring about something, it leaves and I don't fret over it. I frowned. Will that ever be me? Lilith reared back. No, never. I smiled. Okay. I looked her over, spotting the vanity. I see that the mirror isn't in great shape. She sunk lower, looking down. I don't enjoy seeing myself like this. I was born a woman after all. I thought God made you out of dust. She growled back at me. I need to explain to you when Enoch spoke the words of creation to humanity. They were simple people who thought the smallest object in the world was dust. They didn't understand DNA or the atom or how evolution worked. Hell, they thought the sun rotated around the earth and that the earth was flat. So, they were wrong? I asked. Yes and no. They wrote what made sense to them. The story of Genesis is primitives' man's way of hearing what Enoch transcribed to them, and doing their best to understand it and write it down. I was born in a desert land where there was dust and sand. I came from one tribe and Adam came from another. When I left, Eve was born after, from Adam's tribe. She explained, the rib of Adam, it's a strand of DNA, meaning that he shared a bloodline with her. She chuckled. Our tribes, by the way, hated us because we were the evolutionary leaps. God created us differently from them. What happened to them? I asked. She frowned. Remember the 1,000 demons Samuel and I spawned? I flinched. Ah, so, dead. She nodded. I had to kill the troublemakers too. Samael got punished in his own way, she sighed. How so? She cleared her throat. Well, God made sure that he could never sire children again. How? Castration, she whispered. Don't tell him. He gets testy. She snickered with that last bit. I shook my head at the terrible joke. Moving on, I continued. Why are you locked up? She frowned. Because, for now, Sophia doesn't think she can trust me. She'll speak with Timothy and said he would commune with God. I recalled what happened last time Timothy tried that. That usually doesn't end well. I looked at the lock and then to my ring. Unless we can find a shortcut and figure out if it is God's will that you be free, right? She laughed. Right. Listen, Trev, I'm flattered, but God's will isn't going to get me out of here. You gotta have faith, Lil. I grabbed the cell door, the lock undoing itself. A grin came over me. Okay, that's weird, she said as she slithered out. Oh, I've seen stranger, Tasha called from the stairwell. I turned to face her, standing there beaming at the both of us, holding onto her staff. Oh, Tasha, I forgot you were there. Hello, Lilith. Tasha motioned for us to go to the stairwell. Follow me, please. We have some business upstairs. Lilith whispered into my ear, Why are you chummy with the avatar freaking Seraphil? I turned to Lilith. That's Tasha. I told you about her. She hissed, No wonder I don't like her. Tasha grinned to both of us. Why is that? Seraphil burns people with holy fire, okay? She whispered. They burn sin away with it. She was shaking. It sounds painful. You have nothing to worry about. There will be no burning today. Tasha stood up and allowed us to pass. As I was leading us upstairs, You mind if I ask where we're going? To Timothy, she said. I could hear her smile. Lilith was slithering up the steps behind me, keeping her eye on Tasha behind both of us. You still don't trust me, do you? Tasha asked. I'm a little wary, okay? Succubi aren't the most trustworthy sort, she pointed out. You would be an authority on that, wouldn't you? Tasha said, still just smiling. Lilith turned to me. Why don't I feel insulted when I know I should? I don't know. She does that. It's hard to stay mad at her. I smiled at Tasha. She smiled back. Does that mean what I think it means? I nodded. Yes, I forgive you, Tasha. She squealed with joy and rushed up to me, past Lilith, and hugged me tightly. Oh, thank you! I grunted. You're welcome. Please, don't squeeze the life out of my friend, Lilith leaned over. Oh, right, you have an undead sister who's... Her brow furrowed. Scrubbing the floor? I looked to where Lilith was and I saw a Z on the top of the stairs. She was on her hands and knees, picking at the edge of the step. Tasha dropped me and walked over to her. Sister, what exactly, she said, smiling as her eye closed, are you doing? Her hands were wrung around the staff. Z spoke, but not to any of us. I'm pulling a sample. She grunted and a snap was heard. Ha! She grinned wide and put a little piece of the floor into a small vial. I've seen Sophia manipulate the matter of this place. It's nanites, psychokinetic, or some other technology I haven't even dreamt of. Tasha's eyes shut, a smile on her face, but she spoke through gritted teeth. My dear, dear sister, God made this place. Z scoffed. You're just as bad as our father. She turned, waving the small vial with a little sliver of floor in it. When Sophia gets back, I have so many experiments to run. I'll discover what makes this place tick. Lilith leaned over to me. Okay, I was faking disbelief, but she's in total denial. I heard that, you snake, Z spat. Who are you calling a snake, leech? Lilith shouted. Calm down, please, Tasha said, pushing the pair away from each other. I'm fine, I'm calm, Z said, turning her back to Tasha as she spoke. All of this technology is far and away more advanced than what I'm used to. Z turned to Tasha. And any technology this far in advanced will appear miraculous to those who don't understand it. Tasha calmed herself down, but still seemed peeved. Sister, you need to have faith. I have faith in what I can see, Natasha, Z scoffed, and with that she walked away from us. As soon as Sophia gets back, she promised me a lab I can experiment with. Your testing of the water failed, so you're moving on then? Tasha taunted. Z turned on her heel, glaring. It's just water. Why don't you just ask Jason or Ephraim? They'll tell you otherwise, Tasha rebutted. I have no proof they were human to start with, Z pointed out. But I will wait till later. Goodbye. She marched off. As I made my way up to the foyer, I spotted Timothy with Colin. Timothy was angrily chastising him. Sergeant Winter's endorsement, as well as Tasha's, does not just let you off the hook. I will serve in any way I can. Say, Timothy, please. I'm begging you, Colin said. His hands were clasped together as they got near towards the door. Timothy glared at Colin's hands. You aren't worthy to wield that either. He held his hand out. Give me the ring before you leave. Colin frowned. I am worthy to wear it. And just who told you that? Colin looked to the statue of St. Dina. She did. I went into the catacombs and she appeared before Trevor and I. Timothy's face shifted. The hard glare softened. His eyes grew wet. She spoke to you? Colin nodded. Timothy turned toward the statue. What did she say? She said that forgiveness is hard, but it comes from a place of love, Colin said. Timothy stared at the statue for a moment or two. I was about to walk over before Tasha grabbed my shoulder. She just shook her head at me and put her finger to my lips to shush me. Timothy turned to Colin. So you'll do anything? Colin nodded. You're a member of the Palatine Guard, yes? Yes, sir, Colin said, now on his feet. Timothy was in thought for a moment or two. Well, I instructed the Palatine Guard to stand guard over the seal to hell. It's the Great Seal of Solomon at the Temple Mount. I'll send you there. Protect it. Give me reports of what's going on, and I'll allow you to stay. Colin grinned. Can do, sir. Promise. Get ready to leave as soon as possible. Colin nodded, heading towards the door. He pressed his hand to it, and it opened up into our backyard. I've got to get my standard issue. Then I'll be back. He closed the door behind him as he walked out. Well, he's happy, said Tasha as she turned over to Timothy. Timothy groaned. Yeah, but I'm still on the fence. But if Dina trusts him... I clenched my fists and yelled, So, my brother who's done some bad shit in his life but still wants to serve God isn't worthy of being here, but your faithless vampire sister is? Timothy froze as I spoke to him, his eyes narrowing on me. Z has information that's valuable to us, and she's useful in other ways against FIL. Sounds like you're just grasping at straws, I said, walking over to him. Listen, just listen to me. I thank you for saving me, I really do, but don't think I'm gonna kiss your ass like Colin does. I turned around, expecting to see Tasha giving me an unapproving look, but she was beaming, as usual. I turned back to Timothy. He was silent for a good while before he responded. Colin is... Both of you and Colin, are unexpected additions to the fight. He grumbled. You're unknown variables. I don't like unknown variables. I know Z. I know how she can fight, and I know how she can fail. I know where I can put her on this game board against the fight against Zephiel. And what about the other enemy? You keep focusing on Zephiel, but I'm sure you've forgotten about the forces of hell are trying damn hard to get here. And they're doing some pretty heinous shit. We nearly died just trying to get here. Twice, I might add. Timothy's face dropped in disapproval. What do you mean? Explain. I looked over to Lilith. I think she can explain it better. Timothy looked to Lilith and Tasha, then to me, his gaze hardening. His voice was once again authoritative. Who let her out? Trevor did, Tasha said, defending, with his ring. Why? We don't know what she is, Timothy barked. But I do, I pointed out, and she can help. How? Timothy growled. Lilith slithered over to us. The goats that attacked? The demon Leonard corrupted them. Leonard? That's a shit name for a demon, I said, amusingly. Lilith gave me a sidelong look. Simple or not, it was Leonard. Goats are his thing, and monstrous animals chasing down and eating people. That's his trademark. That and, raping young girls and giving them stillborn children. Timothy stared at her in shock. What? I pointed to her. You have a walking encyclopedia of demons because, well, she's kind of their mom. Lilith pursed her lips, looking to Timothy. You also forgot that I had to kill a good number of my own children by God's order. I had the choice not to do this, but I did. I even asked for a system of the angels that I could put in place so I could tell the difference between a human baby and a demon offspring of mine. And you remember your children? Timothy asked. How could I forget? I might pick up what I care about, but no matter what, I remember my children, Lilith pointed out. Who was the big redneck who tried to kill us? I asked. That was just a servant. Could have been anyone, but it was most likely Bellafor, the fat slob. She turned to Timothy. These were all creatures that we ran into on the way here. I smiled as Timothy was getting that look on his face like the gears were starting to turn. What about the first guy? Lilith looked to the floor. Krakus. He's a servant of... Her eyes grew wet. The door slammed open and a brown-haired white angel walked in, dragging a priest inside. The priest was muttering and babbling. He was middle-aged and he had salt and pepper hair. He was wearing torn vestments and had bloodstains on him. Despite his muttering, I caught one word clear as day. Asmodeus. Tasha frowned. Father Thomas? There was a commotion outside before the angel lifted his hand and shut the door. He spoke with a thick Bostonian accent. Sanders is doing some nasty shit. I ran over to see if I could help. Father Thomas's eyes were wide and his face was pale. He sent his servants. They're trying to bring him forth. Lilith was now next to us, lowering herself to Father Thomas. You saw him, didn't you? You saw my Asmodeus. Father Thomas just nodded, tears running down his face. He showed me hell. He showed me horrors I still see when I close my eyes. It was him. Those eyes. I'll never forget those terrible, hate-filled jade eyes. Timothy turned and shouted, Irfan, we need you. He turned back. We could use Sophia, but, well, she's not here right now. Lilith rose on her tail, sliding away from Father Thomas. Tasha looked over the angel. Jason, are you hurt? Nah, he brushed off his jacket. Granted, Andy Stuggs weren't pushovers, but I managed. He looked at me. Who's the greenhorn? Tasha smiled. This is one of my old students, Trevor. You had students? What? Did he just graduate? Jason said as he approached me, offering me his hand. Jason Miller, nice to meet you. Trevor Macchione, I said. Jason smiled as he caught my New England accent. I never lost it from home, I guess. Oh, you better be a Pats fan. I nodded. Fucking A, yes! He grinned. I love Elon and Damon, but they're New Yorkers. We need some Pats fans. I'm tired of hearing about the fucking Giants. I had never heard an angel curse before, or pick a football team. I liked it. Another angel then rushed over to us. He had red wings, black hair, and looked Middle Eastern by my account. Father Thomas, he shouted, looking him over. Behind him was Jorge, who looked just as concerned. What happened to him? Father Thomas was still pale and scared out of his wits. He's coming, Irfan. Help me, please stop him. Tasha knelt next to him. He's not cursed, she frowned. What is it? Ifran picked up Father Thomas, looking at us. It is and is not a curse. He began to carry Father Thomas to another room, which I guessed was the infirmary. He's suffering from past trauma. Timothy heaved a sigh, holding his right arm as Ifran carried Father Thomas. I didn't get to him in time. Father Thomas was in hell for too long. Jorge placed a hand on Timothy's shoulder. You've never pulled a soul from hell before. And only few have ever done it. You saved him. He's lucky you pulled him out when you did. Any longer and we may have lost him forever. Lilith sighed, and I see my asmodeus did quite a number on him. She shook her head. What's to become of him now? Timothy turned to her. You keep calling him that. We all know him as Asmodei. Why do you call him Asmodeus? That's what Sam and I named him. She coiled her tail around herself a bit, before Lucifer got to him. Jorge turned to me. Trevor? Is that you? I waved a bit. Yeah, Jorge. Hello. He smiled and glanced at Lilith and the others. Do you mind if I borrow him for a bit? Timothy nodded. Sure, I have some things I need to discuss with Lilith. Jorge nodded and motioned for me to follow him. I walked after him for a moment. So you're still human. I thought you'd be an angel or something by now. He laughed as we walked into a room that I would call a custodian's closet. No, I am just a man. He turned to me smiling. You? Yeah, I'm staying a man. I don't think I'm cut out to be an angel. Jorge smiled and nodded. Sometimes that's for the best. A man is an important thing to have when we're fighting demons. A man of faith, all the more so. I smiled. Why? He chuckled back. Because when a man grows uncertain, he can grasp for a stronger faith and lose his way. He can always find his way back to God. His face fell a bit as he grabbed a dustpan and a broom. Have you seen St. Timothy distraught before? I recalled the first time that he spoke to God and got a shiver down my spine. That happens more times than I would like to admit. He doesn't recover from those moments of mental or spiritual weakness. Such is the curse of an angel. Special powers from God, flight and the ability to fend off demons. But if your heart is in turmoil, you are weaker than most men. If your heart's in turmoil, huh? I looked at my ring. I needed Saint Dina to guide me out the last time that happened. How is she? Jorge smiled. You've spoken to her? He grinned and nodded. I have spoken with many angels while I've been here the past 14 years. He chuckled. Time seems to fly on by. I nodded. Yeah, it does, huh? He started walking towards another room, filled with boxing gloves and all types of assorted weapons, and he began to sweep up. Have you seen angels, Trevor? Besides the one here on Earth? A few. They seem desperate for help, I added. Jorge nodded. They are now, more than ever. I looked at my ring. I wish I could do more. That alone is all you need, Trevor, he said, gathering up some dust from the floor and walked over to a bin, dumping it. Saint Dina said you helped guide Timothy, I began. Jorge nodded. All I did was light a candle in every dark room. Saint Timothy gravitated towards the right path once I illuminated it. Jorge, how do you have so much faith? My father told me about what happened to you, your family, the cartels, the carvings they made you make for them. How do you have so much faith? I asked. He chuckled. Because it's all I have, he smiled at me. A simple carpenter pushed up against great odds. I turned myself over to God, and here I am, among angels. I guess I have a lot to learn, I smiled. Would you mind teaching me sometime? Jorge smiled wide at me. I haven't been a teacher for a long time. His face fell a little bit. But if anything you need, you just ask me. As he swept up a little more, something made my heart skip a beat. A question bubbled up into my mind. Jorge, would you mind if I ask you one silly question? No such thing, he grinned. Unless you're asking about clowns. Those are silly questions. I didn't laugh or smile. Jorge sighed. What is it? Your parents, who were they? I asked, wondering if he could answer it. Jose and Maria Chavez, my loving mother and father. Why would you ask about them? He was still smiling. It's just, everyone who's come into my life has some miraculous purpose. I don't know, I thought you might be hiding something too, like you're the son of God or something. Jorge stared at me for a moment before bursting out with laughter. Trevor! He slapped my shoulder. I'm flattered, but I'm only a teacher at best. I nodded as Jorge left the room. A simple teacher, he said, and a carpenter by trade. He said as he walked out of the room. A shiver ran down my spine when I turned around and he wasn't there. I ran out of the open door to spot him walking down the hallway, broom and dustpan in hand. No, that couldn't be. Could it, Jorge? I shook my head. There's no way that it could be what I think it could be. I heaved a sigh. I had made it. I was in the Guardian Temple. I was mentally clear and ready to fight against an onslaught of demons, with angels by my side. This is normally where I would sign off, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention at least the last oddity that popped up. There was a sudden rumble from the temple doors. I ran to the foyer to investigate what was going on. The temple doors opened up, and what came through was a rather strange sight. The doors looked like they were staring upwards at the ceiling of a room, as if the doors were at the perspective of someone looking up. I heard a man shouting some language I didn't understand. Ieste nubuna femeye. Sophia's voice echoed. It's just as I said, just a trick. She was laughing a bit maniacally. Tasha frowned. Oh boy, that doesn't bode well. Lilith raised an eyebrow. Okay, she is Samael's avatar. The man who was shouting fell through the doors. He had messy blonde hair as he grew closer. I saw that he had green eyes with a rope wrapped around him, from his thighs to his shoulders. A backpack fell down through the door first, landing on the ground and sliding over to my feet. As he sped down through the doors, he came to a much more gentle landing on the floor of the temple, just sliding behind the backpack. Rose? He whispered. Sophia gliding into the temple, landing gracefully as the door shut behind her. The man struggled, tied up tightly in a rather rough-looking rope. By the end of the rope was Sophia's hand, as she released it, chuckling as it fell to the floor. You are crazy, the man shouted in some Eastern European accent. Or I am far too high. What the hell did that guy sell me? He looked to Lilith and Tasha, then me. Oh God, am I dead? Did I overdose? Is this hell? Sophia shook her head as she walked over to him. With the wave of her hand, the ropes went slack. Nope, you aren't dead. Timothy walked over grinning. Is that him, Sophia? She smiled. Yes, this is the chink in Zephiel's armor. I was hoping that if this guy was some sort of weakness, it might mean we have the upper hand. The man stood up, wearing a rather ratty-looking tuxedo. He staggered, his eyes looking bloodshot and tired. I keep telling you, I am nothing more than a simple magician. Timothy walked over. No, you're far more than that. His grin was downright wicked. Your Zith hero, Alexandrata. Here's just a little bit of gratitude for you, my amazing subscribers, supporters, watchers, whatever you want to call it. I've been kind of keeping this one under my hat for just a couple of weeks, making it so I can put it out on Christmas Day for all of you. Here it is. Merry Christmas from the gas station. By Gas Station Jack. Make sure you go to the link in the description is an Amazon link to go buy his book. Show him some support. Thank you. In case some of you have been following along with the events at the gas station on my blog, I apologize that my website has been taken down so abruptly. For some reason, the city council found my public record of local events troubling, to the point where they hired a really fancy Orwellian legal team to bear me and cease and desists. I tried fighting back, but as of last week, it looks like my entire website has been retroactively erased from all existence. Presumably, these are the same guys who had been scrubbing all mentions of our town from the internet. I know these are not the sort of people you're supposed to pick a fight with, but after what happened to Gregory Fitz, I feel I have some sort of responsibility to continue journaling, in one form or another. Some of you who follow my blog may remember Greg as the lawyer who volunteered to help out pro bono after I first started getting pushback from some of the concerned members of the city council. He drove all the way here last week just to have a talk with them. I'm very sorry to say that they found his remains yesterday in a hotel room, locked from the inside, of course. Officially, his death was declared a suicide, but before it was sealed, Deputy O'Brien got in to take a look at the police report. which claims that he died of blood loss while attempting to eat his own hands. Admittedly, I didn't know Gregory all that well, but that just didn't seem like something he would do. Anyway, until I can figure out things with the website, I've decided to continue chronicling the events of my day-to-day here. If you haven't been following my blog and have absolutely no idea who I am, that's okay too. Just let me say that there are 2 things that you need to know, and it will bring you completely up to speed. I work at the shitty 24-hour gas station at the edge of town. Weird things happen there. The owners decided to hire a 3rd full-time clerk. I don't know if it's because they're getting tired of all the part-timers mysteriously disappearing, or if it's because they finally decided to fire Jerry. Or maybe they just know that my time here is running out, and they're hoping I can train my replacement before it's too late. Her name is Rosa. Despite her eager optimism, I guess she's pretty cool. She's a couple of years younger than me. Smart, very capable, and she has exhibited a level of competence that I would categorize as not at all like Jerry, which is something I think the owners are really looking for in a new employee. The flip side, though, is that she is always asking questions that I really don't have the answer to. Why are there so many missing persons flyers on the bulletin board? What's with all the mold in the ceiling? Who's that guy in the trench coat that hangs up by the dumpster at all hours of the night? What's in these boxes labeled non-a-prior? The owners asked Rosa to start immediately. She would be my shadow for this week's overnight shifts. You might think that the owners would shut the place down for just a couple of hours during the holidays, but you'd be wrong. It took a literal court order just to make them close their doors for a weekend last month when they found a mummified corpse in the wall. But that's a story for another time. She came into the gas station just as the sun was beginning to set, and we started with the basics. How to clock in, how to open the till, how to turn on the pumps. And then I gave her the speech that I give to all the new employees. Look, there's a bunch of rules when working at any job. We're no different. Show up on time, wear clothing, don't feed the raccoons. The store phone is for paying customers only, 25 cents a minute, prepaid only, no exceptions. And, again, just like every job, there are unwritten rules. Here, that second list is a little bit longer. If something seems weird, you try to ignore it. In fact, the more you ignore, the better off you'll be. Don't keep track of time. Don't go off investigating weird noises on your own. Don't touch the garden gnomes with the green hats. Why? She asked. What's wrong with the gnomes and the green hats? Sometimes they bite. They've sent a few employees to urgent care to get stitches. Wow. What about the customers? Most of them bite too. Okay, what can you tell me about, She whispered this next part with a pretty sly grin. The animals. This is the moment that I first realized that Rosa's defiant and steadfast curiosity might become a problem. What about the animals? I asked. Well, I heard a rumor from Jerry that the woods out here past the edge of town are full of strange fauna, and that sometimes when night falls, the inhabitants of the forest get brave and wander close to the gas station. She said this whole thing in that spooky Vincent Price voice that you use when you're telling ghost stories to a group of first graders. Jerry, you idiot. Look, Jerry says and smokes a lot of things. I wouldn't pay him much attention. He also told me something else, she confessed. Is it true that you can't fall asleep? Yeah, that part's true. It's pretty cool. No, not really. Right on cue, Jerry walked into the gas station wearing nothing but a wife beater, jeans, and a camo trucker hat covered in snow. Some people like to go home when their shift is over. Some people even manage to stay away from their place of employment all the way until their next shift starts. But, as he reminds me time and time again, Jerry is not some people. You guys, it's colder than a stepmother's kiss outside. As usual, he didn't wait for any kind of response. He just grabbed a bottle of whiskey off the shelf, then walked up to Rosa and pointed at a pack of Marlboros. What are you doing? She asked. Aren't you freezing? Well, yeah, didn't you hear what I said? I'm colder than a witch's dick. Rosa handed over the pack of cigarettes and rang him up, saying, I don't think that's how the expression goes. You ever felt a witch's dick? It's pretty freaking cold. She chuckled. Does that pickup line ever work? You'd be surprised. She gave Jerry his total, but he just winked at her and said, put it on my employee tab, before turning around and walking back into the snow. Rosa looked at me with a confused expression. How do I ring up something on the employee tab? We don't have employee tabs. So, yeah, Jerry just robbed us. The night passed like most, boring and slow. The snowstorm had kicked into high gear, dropping the customer count down to a trickle, maybe 1 or 2 per hour. It didn't take long to show the new girl everything that there was to the job. Before too long, my brain was back on autopilot, and I was relaxing in a chair with an open book, a book about a hard-boiled big city detective. Rosa took the utterly pointless initiative to clean up the place a little bit. I think the dullness of the job was really starting to test her limits. The grind of long hours and the space between those events that form memories, it's where I like to hide. Where I can relax and wait and forget about all the things knocking at the door of my mind. How many days have passed since you last slept? I wonder what she who shall not be named is doing right now. She promised you would see each other again. Will your mind be intact when the disease takes you? Do you think she'll come to your funeral? Yep, take those thoughts and push them back into the vault, and focus on the shitty book that you bought from the library clearance sale. Around midnight, Rosa ran up to the counter with a cardboard box and slammed it down in front of me. I looked up to see an enormous smile on her face. Yo, check out what I found in the storage closet. Before I could even say no thanks, she flipped the box upside down and dumped the contents onto the counter. It was a giant ball of tangled Christmas lights, plastic garland and holiday decorations, and freshly dead mice. Oh, she said, her smile instantly evaporating. I didn't know about the mice. I put my book down and started refilling the box while she went and found some napkins to wrap up the rodents. About an hour later, the decorations were back in the storage room, and the mice were all stuffed together in an old shoebox. I was leaning against my crutches in the pouring snow, all while Rosa dug a tiny grave. There was something particularly cathartic about, well, watching someone else dig a hole next to the gas station. Thinking to myself that if she only knew all the things that happened with that shovel, I highly doubt she would be so gung-ho about putting her fingerprints all over it. I selected one of the few spots where we hadn't already buried something horrific, and once the mice were in the ground, Rosa gave a short eulogy. Christmas mice, oh Christmas mice, how we never knew ye. I'm sorry you died in a box in the supply closet, but I'm grateful that at least you didn't have to die alone. We pray that you don't haunt the gas station. Instead, may you find your peace in heaven, or whatever your mouse religion equivalent is. Probably Valhalla, I muttered. When they say not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse, we know it wasn't for lack of trying. She looked at me and asked, anything to add? My mind jumped to a short list of mouse-based puns, but instead I decided to go with this. Yeah, somebody once came into the gas station trying to be a dick. He told me that I was nothing more than a little mouse. I think he meant it as an insult, but I didn't take offense. She nodded. That was really nice. As we started making our way back to the gas station, I heard a voice from just beyond the tree line whisper, Hey! Rosa stopped and looked back. Did you hear that? The freezing wind carried with it a noise that almost sounded like children giggling as it blew against the back of my neck. Nope, I said. Let's get back inside. It was some time later that the phone rang. I had gone to the supply closet to grab a bucket of salt for the front steps, so Rosa was the one to pick it up. I could hear her side of the conversation, but didn't think too much of it until I heard the very last word. It's not too bad, I think. This is my first day here. Oh, I like it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Rosa. Yeah, actually, he's right here. Did you want to talk to him? Sure thing, I'll let him know. You too, Spencer. Then she hung up the phone. Oh shit. She smiled at me, That was a friend of yours. Spencer Middleton? I said with a sigh. Yeah. Once again, I watched her smile disappear. I guess she could tell from the look on my face that it wasn't good news. I need to make a phone call. Then, I think it's probably about time that I told you something. Back in high school, we pretty much all knew that Spencer was a certifiable psychopath. But growing up in a small, boring podunk town, we didn't really have the societal framework to process that sort of thing. Simply was just not a feasible option. And most people would have just said a prayer and called it done. At one point, the principal delegated the responsibility to the school counselor / gym coach, who tried talking to Spencer about his feelings. But all of that was the equivalent of putting a band-aid on a grease fire. There was a rumor going around at that time that Spencer was the one who killed all those dogs. But I remember when I told my mother about this, she just looked at me and said, "Well, then don't go near him with any dogs." After dropping out, he joined the army and worked his way up through the ranks until somebody recognized his, let's say, talents, and gave him a special assignment in a black budget program specializing in enhanced interrogation techniques, which is really just a flashy way of saying torture. There's no official record of any of this. The only reason I know is because he told me all about it one night to pass the time, while I dug my own grave, at gunpoint. I did manage to pick his pocket while he was distracted with the bloodlust blinders, and I sent an SOS text from his phone to Deputy O'Brien, who showed up just in time to arrest him before he could follow through. But Spencer escaped captivity somehow, only after a few days, and for the last couple of months, he's been a wanted but elusive fugitive. Sometimes he calls me at work, just to remind me of all the good times we had together, and to assure me that he'll be seeing me again soon. I don't know if it's luck that's keeping him from killing me, or if it's just the sadist in him, prolonging this intentionally. Tonight, he told Rosa to let me know that he was in the area. As for why Spencer wants to kill me, let me simply say that maybe I deserve it, and maybe I don't. And we should just leave it at that. The first thing I did was call O'Brien, but it went straight to voicemail. The second thing I did was tell all of this to Rosa, who listened patiently until I finished and asked the obvious question. "So you don't have a gun or anything, in case he comes back?" "Nah, I'm not really a gun guy. Ninja stars, bazookas, a flamethrower, chainsaw, any weapon at all? No." "Well, shit, maybe you deserve to be killed. We should at least lock the doors or something." "Yeah, that's the other thing. Spencer knows how to get in the gas station even when the doors are locked. He's done it a couple of times before. We've never been able to figure out how." "Shit, man. Is there anything else terrifying about him you want to tell me?" "I once saw Spencer get his head cut halfway off and bleed out on the gas station floor, and he still managed to come back without any lasting damage." "No, not really." The gas station door swung open, causing Rosa to squeak and jump. "Hey guys," said the inebriated man in the oversized fur coat as he staggered into the store. "Hi, Jerry," I said back. "Where you been? Y'all know that the roads are shut down?" he said, avoiding the question. It didn't really matter. I already knew the answer. Rosa asked, "What about the roads?" Jerry braced himself against the frozen drink machine and answered, "Yeah, it's been all over the radio." If he were a little bit closer, I probably would have smacked him. God knows he deserved it. Really, Jerry? The radio? We're not supposed to talk about it, but some time ago, Jerry started a pet project building a POW-style shortwave radio, just to see if he could. He uncoiled an old Brillo pad and wrapped it around a toilet paper roll for the inductor, went vulture on a bunch of electronics and storage, and eventually ended up with something that actually picked up a few low-quality AM country stations. It also picked up something else. The signal was always weak, but if we put the radio in just the right spot, we can hear a man with a Slavic accent reading and discussing news relevant to our town, in short, simple, choppy sentences. The weird thing is, he is always talking, no matter what, 24 hours a day without taking any breaks, and never repeating himself.
The temperature is 84 degrees. There are 3 more people in town than yesterday. The ratio of pig to human in the town is approximately 2.078 to 1. The mayor is asleep. The mayor's wife is asleep. The time is 20 hours and 16 minutes. The butcher shop is closed. The light is on at the high school gym.
He talks about people in town, what they're eating for dinner, how many pairs of shoes they own, their favorite colors and numbers, random facts, sometimes connected, sometimes not. We did a couple of experiments and learned that the radio signal gets stronger the farther we go into the woods. And once we get past the gas station heading into town, the signal drops to nothing. We listened to him on and off for a few days, just as a way to stave off boredom during slow shifts. But eventually, we started to get a little concerned. The things he reported on were always so specific and bizarre, and some of what the voice reported nobody should have been able to know. Who didn't love who anymore? What high school student was about to find out she was pregnant? Which local business was about to receive a random health inspector visit? How many days the milk at the grocery store had before it turned bad? And who was going to buy it and when? We had theorized that it was just an elaborate work of fiction. Until one day, the voice announced Sean Buckley's death in a car accident 8 hours before it happened. Then the voice started talking about us. Talking to us, even.
There is a man at gas station. He uses name Jack. He still has 1 baby tooth. He has been diagnosed with fatal familial insomnia. He is threat level 8. He is aware of transmission. There is another man at gas station. His name is Jeremy. He is threat level Echo. He is aware of transmission. He is 30 years old. He is looking at Jack. The men at gas station have built a transmission receiver. Jerry at gas station is moving towards transmission receiver. He is dismantling transmission.
After that night, we made a pact never to listen to the radio again, and to add the transmission onto the long list of try and forget stories. I think when most people swear on their lives not to do something again, they don't do it. Did I mention that Jerry isn't most people? There's a freak storm, worst one in a decade. All roads leading into town are completely impassable. You know the drill. Mandatory curfew, state of emergency, dogs and cats living together. Jerry waved his arms in the air dramatically. 2 dead, 1 missing. He grabbed a cup and filled it with cherry cola flavored frozen drink, and he started to down it. If all the roads are impassable, where the hell did you come from? Asked Rosa. I whispered to her, remember that thing I told you about ignoring weird stuff? Jerry screamed, ah! What is it? Yelled Rosa. Brain freeze! Well, I said, at least we still have... Right then the power went out, leaving the gas station in complete pitch blackness. I used my phone's flashlight so I could find our emergency supplies, then, somehow, managed to drag it from the storage room with one hand while holding both crutches in the other. I'm sure Jerry was just being kind by allowing me to do it on my own so I could retain my independence and sense of worth. But seriously, dude, you see me dragging this heavy-ass thing, you're not gonna offer to help? Come on. Once I made it to the front of the store, Jerry sat down cross-legged and started going through the box, handing out supplies to the 4 of us. I had packed plenty of extra batteries, half a dozen flashlights, and some bottled water, emergency rations, matches, flares, and more than enough. Wait a second. 4 of us? Holy shit! I yelled, fumbling with the flashlight Jerry had just handed me. After a painfully awkward couple of seconds, I managed to get the damn thing to turn on, and I pointed it at all the other shadows standing in the room. Jerry, Rosa, and Deputy O'Brien. Do you mind not pointing that thing right in my eyes? She asked. Deputy Amelia O'Brien was the latest in the ever-growing list of deputy babysitters assigned to the gas station, dating all the way back to, well, as long as I can remember. Some of them died, one of them went crazy, and then there's her. A tough-as-brick Brooklyn transplant with an itchy trigger finger, and a long history of giving as many fucks as there are planets named Pluto. She was a very welcome sight. Sorry, I said, pointing it down. When did you get here? Just now, while you were bumblefucking around in that closet. I called to check on you 30 minutes ago, but nobody answered. Then I nearly killed myself 10 times driving through this blizzard to get here. What the hell happened? Rosa perked up. We were probably outside doing the funeral when you called. She unsnapped the gun holster on her hip and said, What? I explained quickly. It was for a bunch of mice. Jerry bristled up. And you didn't invite me? O'Brien shook her head and said, That actually doesn't clear anything up. I took a deep breath and broke the bad news. It's a good thing you're here, though. Spencer called again. He said he's in the area. Jerry opened up one of the emergency packs of jerky, took a bite, then said, That kid, he's so in love with you. The deputy raised an eyebrow at the new girl and asked, Who are you? Hi, I'm Rosa. It's my first day. Amelia O'Brien. Really? You don't look like an O'Brien. What does an O'Brien look like? An awkward silence followed. Then Jerry broke it by exclaiming, Yay! We finally passed the Bechdel test. This is a nice change of pace. Usually when we end up trapped at the gas station, it's a total sausage fest. Usually? Rosa asked. This has happened before? Yeah, once or twice. O'Brien spoke into her walkie mic. Dispatch, this is O'Brien. Do you read me? Over. Silence. Dispatch, are you hearing me? Over. More silence. She dug $1 out of her pocket, handing it over to me, and said, I need to use the store phone. Before I could even take the money, the phone started to ring. She shot me a look and said, Hey Crutches, pick it up and put it on speaker. Without thinking, I tucked the flashlight into my mouth and crossed the counter. When I got there, I reached out to answer, but immediately spat the flashlight out and yelled, Oh my God! What? O'Brien shot back. I put that in my mouth, and mice have been doing weird stuff to it, and I put it in my mouth. The phone rang a couple more times, and O'Brien said, Just answer the damn phone. I did. Hello?
Hey there, Jack. It's been a long time.
I pressed the button to switch it to speakerphone. Hi, Spencer.
Who's your new friend?
I looked over at O'Brien, who made a weird hand gesture that could have meant, keep him talking, or, yeehaw, let's rob this bank. Given the context, I assumed it was the former. Oh, her? That girl you talked to earlier? She's my, new jujitsu instructor. I had to fire the last one because he said he'd already taught me everything he knew. I've been getting pretty rad since the last time I saw you. Also, I'm taller now.
She doesn't look like a jujitsu instructor to me, and neither does the lady deputy next to her. And is that Jerry? He looks drunk.
Jerry always looks drunk, I said. Hey, Jerry yelled with a hiccup. O'Brien took the phone from me and slammed it into the cradle, before yelling, Everyone get away from the windows right now! Jack, take the others and lock yourselves in the storage closet. Go! I sighed and said, Fine. The next few hours were pretty damn boring. O'Brien had checked the perimeter, called for backup, and declared the situation tentatively safe, in the time it took Jerry and Rosa to fall asleep in the closet. I covered them in packing blankets, then put one around my shoulders and tried to read my book by candlelight. But the situation was just too distracting to let myself get into it. O'Brien eventually joined us in the small room, reporting that there were no signs of Spencer anywhere, and if it weren't for the fact that somebody had slashed all of the tires on her cruiser and Rosa's Volkswagen Beetle, she might have been tempted just to believe that he was yanking our cranks. So, what's the deal with backup? I whispered to her as she came near me and sat down on a milk crate next to me. The others were completely knocked out, and I was fine just letting them sleep off as much as they could. O'Brien looked at them and searched for the words. I don't know what's going on with you, Crutches, but ever since I was assigned to this job, My life has gotten exponentially weirder with every passing day. Yeah, I said, picking up an edge of the blanket and putting it over her shoulders. She moved in a little bit closer and whispered, I talked to the sheriff. He's going to send out a snow truck the first thing in the morning. I try to tell him that this needs to be a priority, but evidently this is Snowmageddon and he can't afford to stretch any of his precious resources any further tonight. That sounds about right. What about her? I thought you and Jerry pretty much ran this place. I laughed. We don't run anything. She put a warm arm around my shoulder and said, You know, I'm really going to miss you when you die. Thank you, but that's pretty presumptuous of you. So far, I've outlived almost every deputy they've sent. Rosa shot up, her eyes wide open in terror. Hey, I said, did we wake you up?
Did you hear that?
She said in a voice that didn't sound anything like Rosa's voice. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Hear what?
He's coming. Almost here. When he gets here, we're all over. We can't let him have it.
Girl, O'Brien said, you're freaking us out. Who's coming? Spencer? She's dreaming, I said. One of my foster brothers used to do the same thing. Her eyes are open, but she's talking in her sleep. Right then, her eyes rolled back into their sockets, revealing nothing but veiny white bulges. Did your foster brother do that too? Okay, I admitted. This is different. She slowly began to stand up, clutching her blanket to her chest, then continued speaking in that same weird voice.
Every being will be transformed into a conduit for agony and suffering if he finds what he's looking for. You will all beg for death, but it'll never come. An unfathomable horror from worlds inconceivable is at your gate. Do not open that door.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Is it a gate or a door? Fix your metaphors, creepy nightmare Rosa. O'Brien stood up and looked at me. Should I wake her? Right then, Rosa dropped the blanket and revealed that she was actually floating 8 or 9 inches off the ground. Oh, we both said at the same time. It must have been a little bit of an overreaction to shoot Rosa with the taser gun, but then again, it might not have been. There's no changing what already happened, though. Rosa fell onto Jerry, waking both of them up in a screaming fit of expletives and confusion. It took a good 20 minutes before Rosa finally calmed down enough for us to pull the prongs out of her skin and get her patched up. We were all at the front of the store. Rosa was sitting on the counter, while O'Brien put the finishing touches on her bandages. Why the hell would you shoot me with a taser? Always with the questions, Rosa. You were, sleep floating, I explained. Oh, she said. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to. Hey guys, said Jerry. What do you suppose that is? He pointed at something just on the other side of the glass door. It looked like a body slumped up against the glass. Upon closer inspection, I became certain that it was, in fact, a body slumped up against the glass. O'Brien drew her gun and carefully walked over, undid the lock and opened the door just enough for the body to fall halfway into the gas station, along with a freezing blast of wet air. Crap on a cracker, said Jerry. Is that Spencer? It was. He had a busted lip and a swollen black eye and scrapes and bruises covering his face, like he had gone 10 rounds with a dump truck. O'Brien was thankfully smart enough not to let her guard down. She kept one finger on the trigger while she checked for signs of breathing, which, sadly, she did find. She put the unconscious Spencer in handcuffs and dragged him into the store, then handed me another $1 before calling it into the sheriff's office. Do you think that's going to be enough? I asked. Just one pair of handcuffs? He's unconscious and unarmed. What exactly did you have in mind? I said maybe we could tie him up. At the same time, Jerry blurted out, "Wooden stake through the heart!" We compromised and found a roll of duct tape to secure him to a rolling chair, then pushed the chair into the supply closet and nailed the door shut. 30 minutes later, we heard a pounding on the roof. Slam! The first one jolted us all into high attention. We didn't have maybe but 2 seconds before the next. Slam! Maybe it was a tree branch falling over and over again in the storm. Slam! 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 They started coming more frequently, like some kind of muffled machine gun.
Slam, 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 slam.
What the hell was that? O'Brien bellowed.
Slam, 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 slam.
They came together now, 5, 10 in each second. And then, just as suddenly as they started, the pounding on the roof came to an end. Maybe it was hail, I suggested. Or maybe, Jerry offered, it was him escaping. He pointed to the room that Spencer was in. How does that make any sense? Asked O'Brien. Lady, we are way past the point of making any sense, he answered, then added, I think you know that. That was all it took to convince O'Brien to pry the nails back out of the door to Spencer's makeshift prison. But once we got it open, we saw that he was still in there, duct taped to the chair. We breathed a collective sigh of relief before... Well, hey there, everybody, Spencer said with a sly smile. Merry Christmas. Now, which one of you wants to let me out of this chair? Spencer Middleton, said O'Brien. You are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say... Christ, O'Brien, are we really doing this again? Just set me free and give me a weapon. You clearly have no idea what's out there right now. You think I did this to myself? Trust me, you're gonna need my help. We should have gone with the steak. Spencer was still yelling at us as O'Brien closed the closet door again. Okay, she said. We need to check out what that noise was. No, we really don't, I responded. Rosa grabbed me by the arm for some reason, then said to the deputy, You can't leave us alone with this guy. Then Jerry announced, I'll go check out the noise. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, assume the worst. You're not going by yourself, O'Brien snapped. Fine, he said. Then let's all go together. Rosa squeezed my arm even tighter and said, I'd rather take my chances in here. Okay, said O'Brien at her wit's end. Then let's split up. Are you freaking kidding me? I said. Are we really gonna Scooby-Doo this? Well, apparently we Scooby were. And after a few more rounds of discussions, we Scooby did. It was decided that Jerry and I would go check out the noise, while O'Brien and Rosa stayed and watched the prisoner. Hey, O'Brien told me just before we went out on our wholly unnecessary suicide mission, I can handle Floaty Girl and Duct Tape Boy on my own, but you need to take this, just in case. I don't know why people are always trying to give me guns. I'm not a gun guy, I said. Last time I had a gun... You know what? Don't even worry about the last time I had a gun. Plus, I'm gonna need both hands just to move around. I'll take it, said Jerry. Have you ever fired a gun before? She asked him. That depends. Are you a cop? He answered. She let out a defeated sigh and handed him her pistol. Just try not to die, okay, guys? Rosa looked at us nervously and tried to offer some words of support. Be careful. I would hate for this night to turn into... what's the opposite of a sausage fest? Jerry answered, a clamboree. Right. I'd hate for this to turn into a clamboree. Jerry led the way with his 2 perfectly functioning legs, pointing the gun and flashlight in front of him, while he kicked a trail through the thick pile of snow that had settled about knee-deep outside of the gas station. We trudged through the frozen landscape until we were safely under the vehicle overhang next to the fuel pumps. Then he scanned the area with the light, revealing dozens of small holes in the fresh snow. They were tiny baseball-sized craters. And from here we could see the roof of the gas station, as well as piles of tiny winged creatures caught up in the gutters and being swallowed by the snow. I dug my own flashlight out of my coat pocket, and I scanned the area under the overhang, finding 6 or 7 dead birds around the edges. It wasn't the first time I'd seen this, but it was the first time I had seen it where it happened right on top of the store. We get kinda strange weather patterns out here. And every once in a blue moon, the birds get confused and forget which way is up, and they fly straight into the ground en masse. Local scientists blame everything from fireworks to pesticides. But officially, the cause is unknown. All I know is that it's frickin' weird. Hey, check this out. I turned around to see that Jerry had plucked one of the creatures out of the snow, and he was holding it in his hands. Dude, don't touch that. It might have herpes. Check it out, he said as he pulled a long, thin copper wire out of the bird's corpse. Then he held it up for inspection. Unwound. The metal string was about 1.5 feet long. You think he ate this? I shrugged. Times are tough. He threw the bird back in the snow and wiped his hands on his pants. Should we go back inside? Yeah, in a minute. But first, we need to talk. I really hate this part. Honestly, I'd rather face one of the creatures from out in the forest than have a serious chat with Jerry. But sometimes we don't get a choice. Fine, I'll come clean, he said. The mice were mine. They were dead when I bought them. I was using them to feed my snake and I don't know... Jerry, the radio. You put it back together? He blinked a couple of times and then pulled out his pack of Marlboros. He slowly put one in his mouth and lit it and took a drag and said, Yeah, so? I really didn't have anything planned for this part, so I let his question hang in the air for a little while. Did it say anything else? Not much. Mostly about the snowstorm and... He trailed off. And? I asked. It said, Sagoth has risen. He took another drag. Are you sure he didn't say a savior has risen? Or some kind of Christmas thing? He said it like 10 times in a row. Sagoth has risen. Sagoth has risen. You get the point. Sagoth has risen, etc. I thought it was kind of weird because I've never heard him repeat anything before. We stood there in silence until he had finished his cigarette. Then he looked back up at me. So, you ready to go inside now? We both heard a sneeze at the same time. It came from somewhere down the road leading into the forest. And if I could have jumped, I probably would have. What the hell was that? Jerry said in a frantic whisper. It was a sneeze. Where's the gun? Jerry looked on the ground. I followed his eyes and pointed the flashlight at the blank spot that sat in the snow next to a pair of raccoon-shaped footprints leading off into the forest. I repeated the question slowly. Jerry, where is the gun? I set it down to pick up the dead bird. You don't think Rocco made off with it, do you? Rocco, our resident mutant trash panda. I highly doubt that Rocco didn't steal it. We both looked at each other with the what do we do now look. Then Jerry yelled out, Bless you! Of all the stupid ways I've imagined dying at this gas station, this was not one of them. A voice called back from somewhere deep in the blizzard. Hello? Is someone there? No, I yelled back. It sure sounds like someone to me. The voice sounded like it was getting closer. I tried to do some quick math. Could I run back to the gas station before the source of the voice reached us? Probably not. A figure started to emerge in the snowstorm. It was a man-shaped figure. As it got closer, the details came into focus, and before long, the man was underneath the awning with us, casually walking towards me, his hands in his pockets, snow covering his blue hooded coat. He walked right up to the two of us and asked if he could bum a smoke. I watched the guy light up and take a drag, and I noticed that there was something strangely familiar about him. He was about 5'10", early 30s, dark brown eyes, and a short, well-maintained beard. Thin, but in pretty good shape. And he was wearing a coat that was way too big on him. After a few moments, he asked, You guys know if this gas station's open? His voice was so tip-of-the-tongue familiar. There's no power, I answered. But the phone still works if you pay in advance. Who are you guys? You part of some emergency services crew or something? No, I said. We work here and we got snowed in. No shit. I was just driving through and got stuck. Been waiting in my car down the road for the last couple hours, but the engine just died. Thought I was gonna freeze to death out here. Hi, I'm Donald. He shook our hands and we introduced ourselves. Before Jerry finally asked the question that was on my mind since we had met this guy. Hey, aren't you Donald Glover? He laughed. Yeah, I am. I knew it! We were standing outside talking to famous actor/director Donald Glover at my gas station. Holy shit, I said. What are you doing here? I was just driving through, answered Grammy Award-winning musical performer Donald Glover. You were just driving through? On Christmas Eve? I asked. He shrugged. I got lost. I looked at Jerry, who looked back at prime-time Emmy awardee Donald Glover, who asked, "So is it cool if I come inside and warm up?" "Of course!" yelled Jerry before handing a spare flashlight to multiple Golden Globe winning writer/comedian Donald Glover and leading the way back to the store. Once we were back inside, we introduced Deputy O'Brien and Rosa to 5-time WGA award recipient Donald Glover. I thought it was pretty cool. This was the second most famous person to ever step foot in the store, as if it were really Elvis at one time. But the girls were not impressed. In fact, they seemed more concerned as to why we were returning without O'Brien's service pistol. Jerry explained that we were attacked by a herd of ninjas, but O'Brien wasn't buying it. Before I could tell them about the birds, the phone started to ring again. I was the closest, so I picked it up while O'Brien gave Hollywood superstar Donald Glover a packing blanket to wrap up in. "Hello?" I said. The owner of the voice on the other end let out an annoyed growl and said,
Jack, it's me.
"Benjamin?"
How many times have I asked you not to use my name on the phone?
Sorry. It was Benjamin, the crotchety bearded man that occasionally shows up at the gas station to shoot and blow things up. I would say more, but that is literally almost everything I know about him.
What's going on over there? I'm looking at the weather reports right now, and the gas station looks like somebody opened up the portal to the center of the ninth circle of hell.
Yeah, I said. Thanks for checking.
By the way, I found your blog online.
Oh? What do you think?
I think you don't know the difference between a clip and a magazine. And from here on out, I would appreciate it if you left me out of your little stories.
Okay, I will. Are you gonna show up this time?
Negatory. I'm in Greece right now. Just looking for a status report.
Well, something beat the shit out of Spencer and we lost power again. By the way, does Sagoth has risen mean anything to you?
Sagoth? Yeah, that's the name of a shape-shifting demon. If he's anywhere near the gas station, you boys need to hunker down and pray, because that son of a bitch can look like anyone. He feeds off of pain, and he leaves his victims stripped of all their skin.
Oh, damn, I said. It's a good thing we found Donald Glover when we did. What followed was an agonizingly long pause. Hello? I said. Did I lose you?
Who the hell is Donald Glover?
You know, the critically acclaimed musical genius. He performs under the pseudonym Childish Gambino. He's a rapper. He raps.
Yeah, I bet he's a great kisser too. Jack, did you somehow become dumber since the last time I saw you?
What do you mean?
Motherfucker, I just Googled him. Donald Glover is at home with his family in Atlanta right now. You're in the presence of a shape-shifting demon.
Or maybe the one in Atlanta is the double, and the real one is at the gas station. He made that growling noise again and said,
The only way to kill the demon is to take off his head. Goodbye, dumbass.
Then the line went dead. Jerry came up and sat on the counter and said, All right, I'm not making any offers or anything, but I want to know your opinion. Do you think we're more likely or less likely to have an orgy now that Donald Glover is here? Jerry, listen closely, I said, in a really low voice. We have to kill Donald Glover. Okay, he said, hopping back to his feet. Let's do this. How? Jesus, he didn't even need an explanation or anything. We need to cut off his head. Nice. Well, I had one ally on board, but I knew that convincing 2 other people to help us cover up yet another brutal murder at the gas station might be more difficult. Assuming we could even figure out a way to kill not Donald Glover, and also assuming that he really was a demon, and also assuming that demons are even real, and that Benjamin was feeding me true information, and that this wasn't all just a vivid hallucination caused by my rapidly deteriorating mental state. Man, when I lay it all out like that, it's a lot to take on faith before committing decapitation. I'm not quite sure how different the night would have gone if Spencer's phone hadn't started ringing right then. I'm also not sure how I kept forgetting that he has the only private cellular network on the planet that reliably gets service out at the gas station. We forgot to take his phone? The last couple of times Spencer and I crossed paths, it didn't go so well for me. I never learned how to fight or how to take a punch. But one thing I was surprisingly good at was picking Spencer's pockets, especially whenever he got a case of the bloodlust blinders. Somewhere in a storage box, I had about half a dozen phones I've stolen off of Spencer and Kiefer, his former deceased employer. But this go-round, in my hurry to get him taped to the chair before he woke up, the idea of stealing his phone again had completely escaped me. You guys hear that?" asked Not Donald. We all stood in a weird semicircle around him. There was no possible way we didn't all hear the ringing noise coming from the supply closet door. O'Brien and Rosa were between Not Donald and the supply closet, with me and Jerry on the opposite side. We had him surrounded. If only I could somehow telepathically convey to the others that we needed to jump him now while his guard was down. We might have some kind of shot at incapacitating him while our skin was still all intact. "I don't hear anything," Rosa blurted out between rings. She was the worst liar I had ever witnessed. But now that she set the narrative, all the others decided to commit. "Yeah, me neither," said Jerry. "Prob's just the wind." Donald the Demon pointed at the supply closet and gave Jerry a raised eyebrow. "You don't hear that? The ringing coming from right behind that door?" "No," said Jerry. "Okay, what about you?" he said to the deputy. "Are you gonna gaslight too?" For some reason, O'Brien looked at me. I tried to make a hand gesture to say, "He's a demon, we need to cut off his head," but I think it just confused her. She and I should never play charades together. "Yeah, it's nothing," she said. "It's nothing? Why are you people being so weird right now?" Rosa scoffed and said, "We're not being weird. You're the one acting weird." "Okay," he said. A silent moment passed. Then, Demon Donald pointed his flashlight right in O'Brien's eyes. She flinched for just a second, but it was enough time for Demonold to dart past her into the supply closet. "Wait!" I yelled. But it was far too late. Demonold had opened the door. "What the hell is going on?" he asked, pointing a flashlight at Spencer. O'Brien put her hands up and said, "Okay, I can explain." Spencer started shouting, "Oh God, please, please help me. You've got to save me. These people are maniacs. They beat me, they killed my wife, you gotta help me." Rosa, bad liar. Spencer, fucking amazing liar. O'Brien yelled, "Close the door," and took a step forward. "Hey," yelled Demonold, "you stay back. Stay away from me, all of you." "Please, untie me. She's really not a cop. They've killed people. So many people." Spencer started crying. Like, real, actual tears. I couldn't help it. I started slow clapping. Everyone turned their flashlights to me, except for Jerry, who was slow clapping along. "You guys have anything to say?" asked the shapeshifter formerly known as Donald. "Yeah, how about we don't turn this into a huge farce? How about we all come clean in the spirit of Christmas? You're not really musical icon and famed television and movie star Donald Glover. You're really Sagoth, the shape-shifting demon. Do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound right now?" asked, hopefully, Sagoth. "Yeah, I do, because I just said it." "These people," sobbed Spencer. "They're crazy. They're talking about demons and angels. They're killing people. There's something wrong with them. Please run, get help." Wait, why was Spencer staying in character? I just told him that this was Sagoth. Why didn't he drop the act? Unless Sagoth wasn't the one who beat him senseless and left him propped up against our door. I felt a sudden pang of dread. The situation was spiraling out of control way faster than I could keep up with. O'Brien attempted damage control. "All right, everybody, calm down. Donald, my name is Deputy Amelia O'Brien." "You're a deputy?" "Yeah. And you think I'm a demon?" "No, of course not. But that guy does." He waved his flashlight at me, then pointed at Spencer. "And what about this guy right here?" "He's a wanted criminal." Okay, so that's why you beat him up and duct taped him to a chair and hid him in the back of a dark closet. Is that something deputies do? No, not exactly. Alright, fuck this. I'm out. Before she could say anything else, Donald, ? Turned and ran out of the back door, letting another cold blast of freezing snow rush into the store, before O'Brien raced after him. The only sound in the room for the next minute or so was Spencer laughing. No, not laughing. Cackling. When he finished, he said with this shit-eating grin, "This is getting fun." I wanted to run out after them. As stupid as it sounds, if I had been able to run, I would have. But they were gone. And O'Brien was an adult who made her own decisions. All I could do was wait. The time crept by slowly, waiting for her to return. Intrusive mental images of a demon flaying my friend didn't help. Neither did Spencer's comments. "Hey, it's Rosa, isn't it?" She looked up. "Shut up," I said. "Let me ask you one question. What exactly did Jack tell you about me? Did he try to sell you that horse shit about me being some kind of sociopath?" Rosa answered. The exact word he used was psychopath. Spencer laughed again. "No, I've never heard anyone before in my life. I came out here for Jack. I'm worried about him. You know what he has, right? Do you know what FFI does to your brain? He shouldn't be out here near other people. He needs to be in a hospital where he can't hurt anybody else." What do you mean by anybody else? I crutch walked over to Spencer, and I considered hitting him, but decided against it for 2 reasons. First, it would have been embarrassingly ineffective. And second, it was obvious that that's what he wanted. He was trying to flip Rosa and prove that I was a bad guy. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to engage in a conversation. "Do you have any idea how annoying it is to live with what you did to my leg?" "I bet it's not half as bad as what you did to all those folks you killed." "Why don't we ask Kiefer? Or how about my old boss?" "Hey, I did not kill your old boss." A second passed before he cracked a smile, and I realized what I did. What about Kiefer?" asked a small, nervous voice from behind me. "Oh," I said, turning to Rosa. "Yeah, him either. I didn't kill anybody." "Now let me ask you a question, Jack. You know, 'cause you're in such an honest mood right now. Whatever happened to Carlos, huh? I've been sitting here in the dark all night, and I can't shake this weird thought. Am I the only one who wants to know why Carlos isn't here?" I looked at Jerry and said, "Put him in the cooler." We wheeled the psychopath into the walk-in, double-checked the duct tape to make sure it was secure, then closed the door and propped a chair up against the handle. He could scream to his tiny black heart's content in there, and it wouldn't bother us. 10 more minutes passed before O'Brien returned to the store. "He got away," she said as she dusted snow off her jacket. Jerry shattered a beer bottle against the wall and pointed the jagged fragment at her, yelling, "Nice try, demon!" She glared at him and said, "If you come near me with that thing, you better be ready to use it, because either I'm going down or you are." "He's right," I said. "What?" asked Rosa and O'Brien at the same time. "O'Brien was out there alone for Sagoth for how long? We have no idea if you're really you anymore." Jack, I think you're confused." Rosa raised her hand and said, "Why don't we ask her something only the real O'Brien would know?" "Good idea," said Jerry. "Is Jack circumcised?" "Dude, how the hell would I know that?" she answered. Jerry looked at me, then back to her, then back to me. "Oh, were you two not? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I totally misread that whole situation." "Remind me to kick your ass later," she said, taking the words right out of my mouth, before pointing her flashlight at the empty supply closet. Where's Spencer?" I explained how he was trying to get into our heads, and we had no choice but to put him in there. It was self-defense. Amazingly, she didn't disagree. It took about a minute for the situation to calm down. But eventually, Jerry lowered his bottle knife and agreed that we would all just keep an eye on one another until daylight and backup came. I lit the last of our candles and placed them around the store. Then I got O'Brien alone in the corner. Jerry was still eyeballing us pretty hard, so I whispered quietly, There's something I think you need to see." "What is it?" she whispered back. I can't say exactly. I have to show you." "Okay, where is it?" "I need Spencer's phone." "Let me guess, it's still on him." I nodded. In the midst of Spencer's mind games, I had once again forgotten to steal his cell phone. "I'll be right back," she said. I followed as close behind as possible as she crossed to the cooler and pulled back the chair. I definitely didn't love the idea of that cooler opening. Every time I think of Spencer, I convinced myself that he had already figured out some way to escape, and he's just a few seconds from falling on me in the ceiling, like some sort of evil Spider-Man. What's she doing?" asked Jerry, in an atypical voice that I would call concerned if it was coming from literally anybody else. I didn't answer. Instead, O'Brien opened up the door and pointed her flashlight at the still smiling Spencer, and walked up to him. I waited until she put her flashlight on the shelf and reached her hand into Spencer's pocket, before I sprung into action and slammed the cooler door shut, pushing the chair back into place. I could hear her muffled scream and slams against the other side of the metal door. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "Dude, what the hell?" I leaned my back against the cooler and looked at the shocked faces of Jerry and Rosa. Had I made a mistake? If that really is O'Brien, then we'll know in a few hours when help arrives. If it isn't, then we've got the demon exactly where we need it. "What demon?" screamed the ever-inquisitive Rosa. "When did you start talking angels and demons? I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, but a person has their limits. All I know is you've been acting strange all night. Then your friend shot me with a taser in my sleep. I come to, there's this guy that you're all fanboying over so hard, I expect you to start drinking his bathwater. And then out of nowhere you start saying he's a demon?" "Well, when you put it like that, sure. I guess it does look bad." "Where's the gun, huh? You two go outside and then Jerry loses the gun? How do we know you didn't take it?" "Yeah," Jerry yelled. "How do we know you didn't take it?" I gave him my coldest possible stare. "I want you to let O'Brien out of that cooler right now, please." She crossed her arms and started tapping her foot. I can't do that." "Why not?" She called me Jack. "So?" "Yeah," Jerry echoed. "So what?" "So she never calls me Jack. She calls me Crutches or Weirdo Boy or some other slightly insensitive pet name. I've never heard her call me Jack before." Said Jerry. "He does make a compelling point." Rosa screamed, "Shut up!" It was too late. Spencer had put the roots of doubt into Rosa's mind, and there was nothing I could say to get her back on board. Fortunately for me, I didn't have to say anything, because right then and there, the front doors opened up and O'Brien walked in. "He got away," she said as she dusted snow off her jacket. Jerry shattered another glass bottle against the wall and pointed the jagged fragment at her, yelling, "Nice try, demon!" She glared at him and said, "If you come near me with that thing, you better be ready to use it, because either I'm going down or you are." "Fuck." How did you get out?" Rosa stammered. "Get out of what?" she asked. "Oh, check it out," Jerry said to the room. "It's Rosa's first time witnessing something paranormal. Let's see how she reacts." O'Brien put up her hands and said, "What the hell are you talking about? And why is there a chair next to the cooler? And where's Duct Tape Boy?" Rosa fainted. And, as strange as it sounds, it's probably a good thing that she wasn't conscious for the next part. Did you ever hear that story about the guy who thought the fireman was an arsonist? Admittedly, it's not a very good joke. And even if it were, I am awful at delivery. People usually think I'm trying to be funny when I'm not, and the same the other way around. At any rate, the punchline is something to the effect of, every time there's a fire, he's there. Feel free to forget the joke if you want to. It's not important, just something that I was thinking about. Jerry covered Rosa with the blanket and made every attempt to make her feel comfortable, while I try to explain the situation to O'Brien. So, you're telling me that there's an evil doppelganger inside that cooler? Yeah. And how do you know that that is what it is? A magic radio and a monster hunter told us? Listen, I just do, okay? I need more than that to go on. Please, just don't go inside the cooler until after help arrives. You can wait a few more hours, right? I could see the gears in her head turning, and I had to wonder if she thought I was crazy, or if she was about to rip off our flesh and feed on our suffering. Surely, if she were actually the shapeshifter, there wouldn't be a better opportunity to start picking us off. 2 of us were locked in a cooler, 1 of us was unconscious. I might not have been much of a fighter, even with all my limbs. And Jerry was, well, Jerry. Obviously, she did not kill or eat me, so I was forced to assume that this was the original O'Brien, and the one in the cooler was the double. But my confidence level in anything, reality included, had hit 0 and started digging a long time ago. A pair of headlights lit up the room, and we both looked outside the window and saw the snow truck pulling into the parking lot. I couldn't believe it. The cavalry was early. In my experience, anything, and I mean anything, can happen at the gas station. But seriously, that never happens. The cavalry saw Berthelot, the retired school bus driver and the owner/operator of the only snowplow in town. He must have had plans for Christmas, because people around here aren't exactly known for finishing ahead of schedule. Especially Saul. And especially on the taxpayer dime. But hey, I'll take my miracles where I can get them. Saul pulled up next to Pump 2, honked the horn a couple of times and waved at me. O'Brien stated the obvious. I think that jagoff wants you to turn on the pump. He knows that the pumps don't work without electricity, doesn't he? I'm guessing he does not. None of us wanted to open up the door and go out back into the freezing cold. But when the pumps hadn't magically switched on after a few seconds, Saul decided that it would be a good idea to lean on the horn until someone came out to help him. O'Brien pulled out her car keys and started for the door. Where are you going? I asked, stumbling after her, trying my best not to make it sound like I suspected she might be on her way to kill him and strip his flesh. I have a gas can in my trunk. I'm going to help him on his way, if that's all right with you, Jack. I suddenly felt very small. It's bad enough not being able to trust my own eyes, or memories, or mind. It's so much worse not to be able to trust my friends. Hang on a second, Jerry said before O'Brien pushed the door open. You just called Jack, Jack. So? She asked. Jerry looked at me and waved his hands in the air. Your entire basis for locking the other O'Brien in the cooler was that she called you Jack. O'Brien shook her head at me and said, I call you Jack all the time. It's your name, dumbass.
Don't open that door.
Behind Jerry, Rosa was floating with her eyes rolled back into pupilless white bulges. He looked back at her and casually said, snap, she's floating again.
It's not safe. Something has found you. It's waiting, hungry, outside.
She slowly started to rise by a few more inches, until Jerry grabbed her around the waist. I'm gonna have to tie her to a chair or a doorknob or something. Do you remember where Benjamin left all that paracord?
There's something on the roof.
I looked her in the eye area and asked, now, is this a metaphorical something on the roof?
You fools, there is something on the roof.
With that, Rosa pointed out the glass doors, up to the covered awning over the gas pumps. At the thing, leaning over the edge, staring down at the snowplow. What followed is actually pretty difficult to describe. When we saw it, the three of us, The three of us shared a moment. A visceral animal reaction, like a nut punch to the soul. Before that instant, I had seen some things. Some truly bizarre things that many people may have considered horrific. My own exposed bones, a clan of nudist zombies, a snake and a bird hybrid. I could keep listing things all day long, but my point is, after this, I'm gonna have to completely re-examine my concept of horrific. The very image of that creature, which is not even the word for it, if the human language is even capable of one, was something that eyes were never meant to see. It forced our minds past fight or flight into some third option, like my brain completely gave up and shat its pants. We all said at the same time, "Fuck." Rosa fell into Jerry's arms with her eyes closed. He dropped her onto the ground like a sack of dog food. We were all transfixed on this horrendous beast. On the ledge of the pump awning, its head was the size of a beach ball, shaped more or less like an enormous human skull. Its eyes were sunk in charcoal pockets that didn't appear to move in time or relation with the rest of its body. Sort of like little balls of smoke. The nostrils were these little slits above the mouth, which was filled with just these disorganized rows of serrated chalk-white teeth, like those of a shark, and each tooth was the size of my thumb. It had 2 spiraling horns. Both were at least a yard in length, shiny black marble in appearance. The thing's claws were like hands tipped with jagged talons, blacker than black. Its skin resembled some kind of third-degree burn, pinkish deposits of scar tissue glued upon layers of giant ropey muscles. Even more interesting was that I could see the beast in all of its monstrous glory, outlined against the sky. Even though there was no light out there except for the snowplow, our eyes were picking up a whole new wavelength outside of the normal vision spectrum. And it was all coming from this thing. Three-way jinx, yelled out Jerry, temporarily snapping us all back to reality. And in all likelihood, saving us from losing what was ever left of our minds. O'Brien fell on the ground and started violently barfing. "Hey," yelled Saul from inside his truck. "You guys got any gas left or what?" As much as I didn't want to look out of those doors, I had to. Saul was about to do something that he had no idea would be the single worst mistake of his life. I feel like maybe I should tell you a little bit more about Saul. When I was still too young to drive, I would have to walk a half mile every morning to my area school bus pickup spot at about 5:30 a.m. My house was close to Saul's hunting camp, where he parked the school bus, so that meant I was always the first on his bus route, and if I were ever late, he would just leave without me. But depending on how hungover he was, he might not start driving until 6:30 or 7, which meant I would have to stand in the middle of a dirt field next to the road for up to an hour and a half, at the point each day when the mosquitoes were just waking up. After his wife left him, he became much more of an intolerable drunk. His kids would show up to school with bruises and broken teeth. He would spend hours at the gas station sometimes, refilling the same cup of coffee over and over, and droning on to anybody who would listen to him about which group of people he decided was ruining his country. One time, he came up on the transmission.
"There is a man. Saul Berthelot. He cries alone in a deer stand. His blood alcohol content is 0.3110. He owns 42 firearms. His favorite color is purple."
I don't know. I guess my point is, if I even have one, is that Saul was a shitty bus driver, a shitty husband and father, a shitty customer, a shitty person, and probably a shitty hunter too. He was like most people in this town, actually. But even still, I didn't want to see him get his skin ripped off. I got to the front doors and pushed them open at the same time Saul was stepping out of his truck. I screamed, "Stay inside your vehicle!" Either Saul didn't hear me, or he decided to ignore me. choosing to instead down the rest of his 40-ounce natty light before tossing it into the snow. "Saul, get back in your truck. There's a gas leak or something." He was a couple yards from his truck when he looked back at me and yelled, "Fuck you. I need to take a piss." The creature lurched forward from the edge of the awning, reached down its left arm with the speed of a mousetrap and snatched up Saul by his feet. The beast pulled Saul dangling upside down, screaming and cursing close to its mouth. Saul was extremely lucky that he always kept a loaded pistol tucked into his pants. Not because it helped him survive. No, he died. Like, so much dead. But at least the pistol saved him from what could have been a feast of agony for the thing on the awning, which I had now deduced was the actual demon Sagoth. He popped off a couple of rounds into the demon's face, but the mortal weapon was as ineffective as a bee sting. All it did was piss off the demon enough to slam Saul full force against the pavement below. When he picked the man back up, his body dangled lifelessly in the monster's hands, and with the other hand, it poked Saul a couple of times. And with one of his talons, he ripped open the man and spilled his blood out into the snow. As far as last words go, "Fuck you, I need to take a piss," probably aren't the ones you want on your tombstone. I felt myself being yanked backward by my shirt collar and tossed onto the floor in the gas station, before O'Brien shut and locked the door. Yeah, nice, lock the door. That deadbolt will be sure to stop the 20-foot-tall demon creature from coming inside. She pulled me to my feet and said one word: weapons. We stayed as far away from the doors as possible while we turned the place inside out looking for anything we could use to defend ourselves. But it was some serious slim pickings. Broken glass shards, chair legs, and a pair of spare crutches. 3 pocket knives and nothing else. We didn't have what it took to kill that thing outside, even if it wanted us to. "I can't believe he's dead," lamented O'Brien as she collected a few bottles of flammable liquid. "Just like that." "Well," Jerry said as he duct taped a pocket knife to the edge of a chair leg, "he died doing what he loved, shooting stuff." O'Brien shook her head in disgust, and Jerry caught the gesture and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Were you and Rando close?" "Dude," I said, "I know tensions are high, but it's Christmas and all, but read the room. A man just died." "So what?" Jerry said defensively. "Someone dies every 600 milliseconds. We can't function if we have to grieve every single one of them. Are we really going to pretend that any of us are broken up over that red shirt? If we can be perfectly honest for just a second, the value of a human life out here in the gas station is grossly over-exaggerated. Out of the 6 people inside this building, Rosa is probably the only one of us that hasn't killed anybody." He stared at me and O'Brien, daring us to call him out. We all stood still, trying to think of something to say. But there really wasn't anything to say at all. For all his faults, Jerry could be very Jerry-ish sometimes. And it's kinda easy for me to forget that the first time I met him, he was trying to get me to join a murder cult. "Well," I said finally, "it is only her first day." We allowed ourselves a short, awkward laugh before getting back to hunting for weapons. I can't exactly say how much time had passed, but the 3 of us were ripping open every box in the supply closet when we heard Rosa say, "Hey guys, what happened?" We looked back and saw her standing in the doorway, pointing Saul's revolver at the ground. Where did you get that?" asked O'Brien. "I saw this thing just sitting out there on the ground. Did you guys know there's a snow truck out there?" "How did you get that?" O'Brien asked, even though I think we all knew the answer already. "I walked outside and picked it up. Why?" The annoyance in her voice kind of ticked up a notch. "Don't do that again." "Why not?" The annoyance in her voice ticked up a couple of more notches. "Don't worry about it." Jerry jumped in with a, "You didn't happen to see a terrifyingly huge hell monster while you were out there, did you?" She squinted at him and said, "No, why? Did you lose one?" O'Brien reached out and snatched the gun out of her hand. "Hey! Sorry, I don't feel like explaining to everybody why I am the only one who should have a gun right now." That's fair. I wasn't even mad. I was, however, mad at the plan she laid out next. Desperate times do call for desperate measures, And there was one resource that we had purposely neglected to tap before now. Whatever was left inside of the cooler, we were gonna need to help fight that thing outside. And like it or not, Spencer was a survivor. O'Brien checked the revolver to see that there were 4 bullets left. That would almost certainly not be enough if we needed it. The deputy opened up the door with the gun in her hand, while the rest of us stood close behind holding flashlights. Our job was to collectively point them at anybody's eyes who tried to jump out at us, if it came to that. We didn't know what to expect when we opened that door. The first thing we saw was the empty chair that Spencer had been duct taped to. "Hello?" O'Brien called out into the room. "Is anybody alive in there?" After a few seconds with no response, she stepped into the cooler, and I immediately regretted going along with this plan. Spencer flew in from next to the cooler door, hooked an arm around O'Brien's gun hand and spun it into the wall. The gun clacked against the ground and we all tried pointing our flashlights at him, but he was just too freaking fast. He planted a solid boot into Jerry's solar plexus, sending him crashing into the wall from the cooler. And he snatched a handful of Rosa's hair, yanking him into the cooler with him. Before O'Brien could even stand up, Spencer had Rosa in a chokehold, with the pencil that we use for inventory counts pressed tightly against her neck. "You guys get bored without me or something?" he taunted. I kept my flashlight trained on him as he slowly backed into the cooler. The deputy's handcuffs were still around his wrists, but the chain had been snapped. Now was nothing more than a pair of fancy bracelets. "Dude, listen," I started. "Shut up," he yelled back. "Here's how this is gonna work. First..." Crack. Spencer released Rosa and fell to the ground, his head colliding with the floor and bouncing. Behind him stood... oh shit, not this again. Spencer, holding a weapon that he had just bludgeoned the other Spencer with. The same flashlight that the O'Brien double had taken into the cooler. And I was just starting to realize the same exact flashlight that I had given to Donald Glover double earlier that night. "Damn," said Spencer, the conscious one. "Is that what I look like? I am one sexy motherfucker." The expression on his face changed once he spotted the thing on the cooler floor. I followed his eyes to where he was looking and saw it. It was Saul's revolver. O'Brien leapt for it at the same time as Spencer. They both collided before reaching it. They went flying into the shelves, O'Brien catching most of the impact. And I dove into the cooler, finding the disgusting sticky ground and feeling around in the dark until my hands felt the cold, heavy piece of metal. I pointed it at Spencer, but there was no way I was going to be able to get a clean shot, especially with Rosa's wild flashlight job. Spencer threw O'Brien into the rolling chair and she flipped over onto the floor. He wiped a bead of blood from his face and took a step towards me. But that's as far as he made it. Before another body jumped out of the dark and tackled him from the side. Here's where things got even more confusing. Pencil Spencer landed on top of Flashlight Spencer and started punching him pretty hard, but not hard enough. Flashlight Spencer had slammed his flashlight into Pencil Spencer's fists, then flipped him onto his back and started wailing on him. I had my gun aimed right at them both, completely not sure what to do. I looked at O'Brien and said, "I don't know which one is the real Spencer." "Who fucking cares?" she yelled back. "Shoot them both." Flashlight Spencer stopped punching. He and Pencil Spencer both looked at me and said, "Huh?" I hesitated. Pencil Spencer stabbed the pencil right into Flashlight Spencer's shoulder and twisted. Flashlight Spencer winced and jumped off of him. Right then, Jerry called out from the cooler doorway, "Hey, butt brain!" He was holding a lit Molotov cocktail, but not for long. Before I could even scream, "Bad idea," he pitched the damn thing right at Flashlight Spencer, who fucking caught it right in his fucking hand. Just when I thought things couldn't get any crazier, Pencil Spencer punched the still burning weapon hard enough to shatter it into this blue fireball that lit up the entire room for just a moment, before burning out and leaving us all in the dark trying to catch our breaths. Rosa pointed her flashlight right at the figure running out of the cooler. Spencer ran right through Jerry like he was made of balloons, and then disappeared out of the back door. After a couple seconds, we all kind of collectively remembered that there was still a Spencer in the room with us. We all pointed our flashlights around to find him. First I looked right where he was, and found nothing but specks of blood and a broken shelf. Then I pointed it at O'Brien. Then Rosa, who was sitting on the ground pointing the flashlight at me. Then the other Rosa, who was sitting right next to her, holding an identical flashlight. The Rosas both crawled quickly to opposite sides of the cooler, then stared at one another with the same exact look of frozen shock, while O'Brien stood between them and spoke. Okay, here's the deal. One of you is the shapeshifter, and that's the one I'm talking to right now. We didn't come in here to hurt you. We came in here because we need your help. There's something outside the gas station that just killed a man. I watched both of their faces and instantly knew. One Rosa looked up in a soft voice and asked, "Somebody died?" The other one took about a second too long to mimic the look of concern and fear on the real Rosa's face. I walked right up to the shapeshifter and said, "You're busted." She looked up at me with a sweet little, "What did I do?" face, but it wasn't fooling me. Then the look changed into a wry smile, and she chuckled, "Hey, what can I do? You got me." So I started, "Who is Sagoth?" She got to her feet as she answered, "Oh, I don't doubt you have a ton of questions, but I don't have the time or the desire to answer them. This has been a nice distraction, but if what you say is true, I need to get to work." "So you could have escaped any time you wanted?" I surmised. "Yeah, but you humans are such curious creatures, and I needed something to do to pass the time until Sagoth showed up. Well, I'll be off, and when you all wake up, you won't remember any of this." The double waved its hands in the air. O'Brien, Jerry, and Rosa Prime all fell onto the floor unconscious. I looked at each one of them just to make sure they were still breathing, and then back at the mimic Rosa in front of me. "Well, that certainly is strange, but it's time for you to go to sleep." She waved her hand again. I blinked a couple of times. "What?" she said. "I don't sleep," I said back. "I thought I told you that." "You may have told Rosa, but I can't copy memories, Jack. Just faces and voices." "Who are you?" "I don't have time for..." I pointed the revolver at her and I squeezed the trigger. Now, I know that sounds bad, and I'm sure some of you moral absolutists out there are probably thinking to yourself, "I wouldn't have done that if I were in that situation." Well, you know what? You weren't. I was. And I was actually pretty pissed off. Not just because this asshole has been screwing with us, using us as bait to lure out the real demon and letting us all go super paranoid on one another this whole time, but because after all of this, after everything I had been through with that night, he just announced that I was going to be the only one to remember any of it. Besides, I had already worked out that a bullet to the chest wasn't going to kill it. "Ow!" it screamed, but immediately transformed into O'Brien right before my eyes. "Why would you do that? All I wanted to do was help you. But if I have to kill you to get to Sagoth, I will. And you're not..." I shot it again, aiming for center mass, just like Benjamin had taught me. The creature immediately transformed into Jerry. I shot it again. That's when it turned into someone else. It turned into her. She who shall not be named. The girl that would haunt my dreams, if I were capable of having any. The creature looked at me with her green eyes and said, "Well, are you going to shoot me again?" I sighed and lowered the gun. What's the point? It changed one last time, and I was standing in my own presence. And I gotta say, I didn't realize how rough I was starting to look. I desperately needed a haircut. The circles under my eyes had their own shadows, and my cheekbones were getting way more pronounced. I was even skinnier than I looked in the mirror. "Jack, I'm going to tell you something I have never told another human before. To me, your kind are a lot like hamsters. I don't feel compelled to explain my actions or motivations to people because you're all so primitive and unevolved that you simply couldn't wrap your tiny mind around it anyway." "Okay," I said. "That's fair. There's no such thing as demons. Sagoth is my responsibility. He sleeps inside one of the wrinkles in your universe. But something woke him up. Something that I don't even know. Every century or so, I have to put him back to sleep, which is why I'm here. Not to hurt you, but to help. Benjamin, in case you're reading this right now, you were wrong. Again. Also, fuck you. The legend started a long time ago of a demon. People saw a shapeshifter every time Sagoth awoke and feasted, and before long the humans just conflated us. Oh, I said. Firefighter, remember? I'm gonna stop Sagoth from destroying your world now, Jack. But before I do, there's one piece of information I have to leave with you. When I take somebody's form, I don't see their memories, but I can feel what's inside of them. In lack of a better term, it's what your kind would call, empathy. Okay. You and your friends are all kinds of messed up. You would need an army of psychiatrists just to untangle the mental slinkies inside your minds. Thanks, I said. No, that's not what I wanted to say. Your fucked up brains aren't all that special. But the other one, Spencer, I looked inside him and all I saw was nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was the same thing I see when I look inside of a table or a rock. He's just a black void. Yeah, I responded. I already knew that. I took a step back and let my doppelganger walk right out of the cooler. Then, right out the front doors. The rest of the night passed without incident. The others slept where they fell. But I tried to make them all comfortable with blankets and pillows I made out of bags of stale bread. While the sun came up, I cleaned. Enough to fill 4 contractor bags. Then, I started writing up the inventory loss slips for, well, everything that had been damaged in the fight. It's amazing how productive you can be when you don't sleep. After everything was back in order, I sat my chair back behind the register and read for about an hour or so, while the others slept off whatever the shapeshifter had done to them. Our first customer walked into the store a little while after that. I didn't bother looking up from my book because I already posted a sign on the door that said we didn't have electricity, couldn't sell gas or run a credit card or even accept cash, and nothing worked. I added my own little festive touch to the bottom with the drawing of a Christmas tree. The customer walked up to the counter and interrupted my book, right when it was finally starting to get interesting. Excuse me, do you have any band-aids? I looked up from my book and saw that the man standing there was Spencer fucking Middleton, complete with the pencil sticking out of his shoulder. I quickly reached for the gun which had been left on the counter and realized that it wasn't even there anymore. Spencer lifted the revolver and asked, "Was this what you were looking for? Feels a little light. Did you think you were going to take me out with the first shot?" I slowly dog-eared my page and placed the book on the counter before asking, "Is there any way you're actually just a shapeshifter?" Spencer shook his head. A minute later, we were back outside in the knee-deep snow behind the gas station. Spencer dug the barrel of the gun into my back and walked me towards the woods. Before we got there, he said, "Stop." Then he looked around, smelled the air, smiled, and pulled a long knife out of the sheath on his belt. "Yeah, this'll work. Are you left-handed or right-handed?" Why?" I asked. "Never mind." He grabbed my left hand and sliced my pinky clean off. Then he grabbed both my crutches and yanked them away from me. I hit the thick blanket of snow and hugged my rapidly bleeding hand wound against my stomach. The hot, wet liquid pouring out felt strangely comforting as it warmed my torso. "Nothing personal. I just needed some bait. I got a new boss now, and he wants me to bag and tag him something special. Do you want to do me a favor and just keep on bleeding? It won't take long for that thing to catch your scent. For what it's worth, if this thing doesn't kill you, I'll let you live." He turned and began to walk away. "Hey, Spencer," I yelled after him. He stopped. "Yeah?" "You're a dick." He laughed and walked back into the gas station, carrying my crutches under his arm. I laid on my back looking up at the sky, and I heard the familiar sound of the gas station door closing, followed by the familiar scraping sound of the deadbolt going into place. If I was going to give survival the old college try, it would have to be now or never. I pushed myself along with my good leg, leaving a sloppy trail of blood in the snow behind me. Maneuvering in my condition was going to be difficult to say the least. And I could sense that my vision was beginning to tunnel, which for me is a particularly bad prospect. If I lose consciousness, it means I'm dead. I managed to pull myself all the way to the side of the gas station before I finally decided that it was a waste of time. I wasn't getting inside, and even if I did, Spencer would just pull me right back out. There was nothing left to do but hope for one more miracle. "Hey Jack, what are you doing out here?" I looked up to see my old friend Tom, with his perfectly white hair matching the snowy landscape. Tom was the first deputy they sent out to babysit us, and the first one to die. I squeezed my bloody nub under my armpit and tried to slow the bleeding, as I worked out if I was looking at a ghost, a hallucination, or a shapeshifter, and I realized that I genuinely couldn't tell. Spencer's using me for bait. Tom instantly morphed into a 7-foot-tall, 400-pound Samoa covered in scars and tribal tattoos. That limited the options down to hallucination or shapeshifter. "That punk is back?" he barked. "Yeah." "Well, I guess I need to teach him a lesson about..." He stopped and turned towards the woods. Something out there was crunching loudly through the forest, snapping through branches and causing a hell of a lot of noise as it approached. The Samoan figure crouched down next to me and whispered, "Sorry, looks like we don't have time to get you out of here. Sagoth has smelled your blood, and now he comes for you." That sucks. Listen to me very closely. There is one thing you need to know about Sagoth. He has one weakness, and that is, he cannot hurt you if you don't look at him. Do you understand? No. Close your eyes. No matter what happens, no matter what you hear, keep your eyes shut until you hear me say the words, Salatim. Until then, he will do everything he can to trick you into opening your eyes. And once you do that, all bets are off. He'll start with your eyelids. Do you understand? Still no. The shapeshifter sighed and said, "Close your eyes." Right then, I saw it. Sagoth, pushing his way through the forest. He stood as tall as the trees, horrendous and humanoid, with an aura of inconceivable terrors, and a face that screamed all things dark and hateful. I shut my eyes instantly and felt blessed relief. "It's okay," said a sweet, gentle voice. "You can look now. It's safe. He will do everything he can to trick you into opening your eyes." No, that's okay," I said. From behind me, I heard O'Brien screaming, "Jack, help me!" "Huh, you'll have to do better than that." All at once, I felt them crawling all over me, insects. They chirped and squeaked as they flooded up my pants leg and under my clothes, even into my nose, ears, and mouth. I gagged and swatted at them, but pressed my eyes shut still as hard as I could. A burning heat blasted across my face as I heard the giant being scream from inches away.
"Maggot, open your eyes and behold your damnation."
"No, thank you," I yelled back. And then he brought out the big guns. Next thing I knew, I was falling. There was no earth beneath me, only air, whipping against my skin as I plummeted down, down, down. It's a good thing I'm such a coward, because I think squeezing my eyes shut in a situation like that is actually my natural reaction. After falling for what felt like ages, I finally hit a warm ocean. It was about to get really tough. I kicked and screamed at the water all around me with no idea which way was up or down. I was certain I was about to drown, but I still kept my eyes shut. Eventually, I could feel myself rising. The air left in my lungs was maybe possible enough to pull me to the surface. I held it for as long as I could. My lungs ached with a pain that was almost as bad as death. And still, I hadn't broken the surface. This was it. This was the moment I would finally die. But if I had to go, I wasn't going to give that douchebag demon the satisfaction of knowing he had beaten me. I kept my eyes shut, put up 2 middle fingers, and took a deep breath of water. Which, of course, turned out to be air. As soon as I inhaled, I was transported back to the snow-covered patch of dirt next to the gas station, completely dry and still freezing to death. The air suddenly reeked of boiled eggs, and a girl's voice said into my ear, "Salatim, Jack. You can open up your eyes. Sagoth is back where he belongs." I cautiously opened one eyelid and looked at the amazingly beautiful woman standing beside me, and I asked her, "So, he's gone?" "For now. It's interesting. Most people crack under the spiders and look, but you got all the way to the ocean. I don't expect this will mean much to you, but I'm actually pretty impressed." A metal pole erupted from the center of her chest. She fell onto her knees, coughing up copious amounts of blood. She looked down with the thing at a bewildered expression, then fell over onto her side. The pole was thin like an arrow covered in serrated hooks. and once she hit the ground, I could see that it was actually a spear. The other end protruded from her back and had a black cord that was running all the way across the yard to the feet of Spencer Middleton. He dropped the harpoon gun and whistled to himself as he walked the distance from where the shapeshifter was still gagging, still twitching, and grabbing onto the pole that had impaled her. As he came closer, she started changing, from one form to another. A giant bodybuilder, an Olympic-style wrestler, a morbidly obese man, a child, Jerry, O'Brien, me, Spencer. It started switching faster and faster, 10 different people each second, all of them holding onto the spear and bleeding out into the snow. It went through hundreds of them before it finally stopped and settled on that of an old, frail Asian woman, tiny and wrinkled, with more white hair than black, huddled in a fetal position as tear rolled down the side of her nose into the snow. Something told me that if the shapeshifter had a true form, I was looking at it. "Struggle all you like," Spencer said to her. "That spear is tungsten silver alloy. You can't pull it out or break it. I own you. And in a minute, dead or alive, I'm gonna sell you." He grabbed her around the neck and dragged her away. All I could do was watch him go. She connected eyes with me until Spencer had dragged her around the side of the gas station. And then that was it. I was alone. I couldn't move anymore. Even breathing began to become a near impossible task. I thought about how strange this was going to look to Jerry or O'Brien or whoever was unlucky enough to find me out here, clutching my four-fingered hand under my armpit and staring out into the forest. The blood in the snow was already being erased under a flurry of snowflakes, and in about an hour or less, it was going to look like none of this stuff ever happened. People knew I had mental issues, so this wouldn't even be front page news. The only curiosity will be, I wonder what happened to his finger. Ah well, there are certainly worse ways to go, especially in a world with monsters like Sagoth and Spencer. I watched the snowflakes fall and focused all of my effort on the labor of drawing in one more breath, and then another, and then one more after that. It might be pointless, but I'm going to get my last few seconds. Then the back door opened and someone came over to my side, grabbed me by my shirt collar and started dragging. He dragged me through the back hall and I instantly felt the blood rushing through my veins all over again. He took me all the way to the front of the store and dropped me onto my back before crouching down next to me, smiling. "I told you I'd let you live if I caught what I wanted, and a deal is a deal, right?" I took a deep breath of warm air and tried to find the right words to tell Spencer just how much I hated him, but I couldn't. He didn't seem to need me to anyway. "You know, Jack, maybe things aren't meant to change. Maybe things are the way they are for a reason. I mean, it's been up and down for the both of us. We have both lost so many friends here at the gas station. Kiefer, Carlos, Tom, that Hunter asshole from this morning. But by the end of the day, there are two things that are constant. You and me. You're like the shitty Batman to my awesome Joker. And don't worry about the shapeshifter. I just handed her off to my new boss, so she won't be bothering you anymore." He stared out the doors at something I couldn't see, and smiled big, smug, and a self-satisfied smile. "You're right, some things never change. Like how you never remember I can pick your pockets." "Hey, Spencer," I said as my voice had come back to me. "Yeah?" he asked. "I'm right-handed." I stuck the tip of the revolver into his stomach and pulled the trigger. The look on his face was a look of, I cannot believe that shit just happened. He fell onto his ass and looked at the gun in my hand, then the rapidly growing circle of blood on his shirt. "You little piece of shit." O'Brien fine-a-fuckingly woke up and ran out of the cooler, into the room, yelling, "What was that noise? Jack, are you okay?" Spencer grabbed his stomach and bolted out the front doors. I tried to yell to O'Brien to go after him, but I had lost the ability to talk again, and instead, I just closed my eyes and waited. I got to ride in an ambulance, which is pretty cool. I also got to take Christmas Day off of work, which is, well, the closest thing to a Christmas miracle I'm gonna get. So, I'll take it. The others all came to visit me in the hospital, in shifts. Somebody has to stay and watch the gas station. I even got to eat like 10 packets of chocolate pudding. There's a nurse here that I suspect has a thing for me because she keeps sneaking the extra desserts. Once again, the official report is that nothing supernatural happened, Saul's disappearance, my beating, the damage to the gas station, and all the blood were all blamed on Spencer. The others have absolutely no recollection of the night, and I'm left with no proof besides my notoriously shaky memory, which is why I decided to write all of this down before I forgot anything. All in all, it wasn't the worst Christmas I've ever had. On Christmas Day, the nurse brought me a neatly wrapped gift box. When I asked who it was from, she just smiled and said, "Somebody special had dropped it off for me." I unwrapped it to find another, smaller box. I unwrapped that one to find another, smaller box. And inside that box, another, smaller box. Finally, the last box was small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. Somebody had gone through a lot of trouble for this, and I was starting to get a bit of an uneasy feeling. I finally opened up the last box and confirmed my suspicion. Inside that last box were two things: a small paper note and my severed finger. There were only 3 words written on it with brown, dried ink. "Merry Christmas, Jack." And a very Merry Christmas to anyone watching this on Christmas. If you're watching this after Christmas, good enough too. Let's give a special thank you to all my patrons who are currently listed on screen: Dan R, Neophyte Games, Chaos X, Mr. Swiston, Official Jerboa, JY, Pyromancer, Hayden MH, Ethan A, Daniel H, Maximilian Charles P, Deneen H, and Go Cute Puppy LLC. Merry Christmas to all of you who are viewers, watchers, subscribers. If you're not subscribed, hit that bell. Why are you not? And thank you so much for coming and hanging out. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so by a one-time donation. It is Christmas, wink wink, nudge nudge. Or become a patron. You get access to all sorts of cool shit listed below. Thank you. When they found out the truth, they locked me in a room to die. They should have left me there. They should have remembered. By Ass69. They should have remembered. The ancient secrets, the elder knowledge, the traditions of their ancestors that kept them alive. In their defense, there wasn't much need to remember, since no one of my kind has been seen in centuries. Enlightenment has some drawbacks. For every 2 things about science, art, or philosophy they have gained, one old thing was lost. One by one, the memories and traditions of the past were declared barbaric or outmoded, and were forgotten or abandoned over the face of progress. They called it a renaissance in later years, meaning rebirth. It's ironic, because the things they forgot in their rebirth allowed my kind to be reborn as well. They should have remembered. When they'd found out what I'd done, they locked me in a room to live out my days in solitude. A punishment worthy of the crimes I committed, while still befitting my station. Well, my father's station anyway. It would not do to see a scion of such a powerful and noble house on the headman's block. At first, when I learned that I was to be immured, locked in a room with no exits forever, I feared that they remembered the ancient ways to deal with my kind. But to my joy, I later learned that it was political. My father's continued loyalty and cooperation to the king in exchange for my internal imprisonment instead of my beheading. So, I waited. I waited so long that time doesn't mean as much. By the time they found me, I had enough blood to live for centuries. They should have remembered. After an appropriate amount of time, I died, just as they expected me to. It was a simple thing, really, to pretend at death. The fools buried me in a churchyard in an unmarked grave. This accidental victory kept me contained, dormant under the blessed earth for quite some time. When the church in question was bulldozed and the land was left unsanctified, for lack of a better word, I was freed. My grave had long ago been forgotten. My name was not, nor my crimes. They remembered those. However, what I am was consigned to myth and legend, as it was when I was buried. Had they remembered, they would have kept the place they immured me in standing, an eternal tomb, a prison, that would have made sure I was truly dead, using the old ways. Instead, I am again unleashed on the world, because they forgot. My blood runs low, and my life along with it. But no matter. There are plenty of people here to choose from. They buried me in my jewels, which they thought might have been cursed. I sold them, and now I have all the money I need in this strange new world. Much has changed since I was captured, and the new world is full of wonders. But I will adapt and learn to live among them. For now, all I can do is the most basic of life, sustaining rituals and using whatever material I can get my hands on. It is hard work, but with every drop of blood I take, I can feel my powers returning. In time, I will be as powerful as I was centuries ago, and they will rue the day they failed to deal with me the first time. They should have remembered.